My Life, Its Legacy and Message. Author, Pandit Shri Ram Sharma Acharya. Chapter 1. The Need for a Close Inspection of My Life's Journey. People are naturally fascinated by the lives of prominent figures from every field, regardless of their influence, be it positive or negative. This interest stems not only from curiosity, but also from a genuine desire to gain useful insight and inspiration. As a result, biographies hold a prominent place in literature, providing compelling narratives and practical wisdom derived from real-life experiences. Curiosity about my life has prompted many questions, but I have generally refrained from sharing anything. My material accomplishments are visible to all, yet people remain fascinated with seeking out mystical explanations. Many have discovered profound benefits simply through my presence, which naturally sparks curiosity about the true nature and secrets of a Siddha Purusha, one endowed with extraordinary powers. In truth, for as long as I live, these matters shall remain just as legends, as I have intentionally maintained a veil of secrecy around them. Should anyone wish to understand my life from this vantage point, they must first understand the fundamental philosophy that underpins my way of living. Even those in search of the extraordinary or supernatural may find renewed direction and purpose by reading about the course of my life. While this account of my life may not seem sensational or extreme, it is rich in substance and offers valuable insights into the true nature of spiritual science and its assured outcomes. When the genuine essence remains unknown, individuals often become confused, and disheartened they lose faith and come to regard spirituality as mere hypocrisy. At present, the prevalence of disguised atheists is remarkably high. Individuals who once engaged in worship with genuine enthusiasm now perform rituals mechanically, driven by habit and merely going through the motions. The repeated disappointments resulted in loss of original joy and fervor. When the assurances of promised rewards of prayer were not met, how could they keep faith in it? My life story can serve as a beacon for all seekers, exemplifying the path of a discerning and pragmatic individual. It is devoid of falsehood or pretense and bears no mark of failure. Had one earnestly sought to understand how steadfast adherence to the right path could have led to the true goal, without succumbing to shortcuts or confusion, disappointment, frustration, and weariness might have been avoided.
Perhaps they would have deemed the journey too demanding and refrained from embarking upon it. Or, had they truly been determined to reach their destination, also summoned the necessary fortitude from the outset, but such an opportunity was denied to them. This, perhaps, is their misfortune. Had they studied my life and grasped the spiritual principles and practices woven throughout, the widespread confusion and disillusionment so prevalent today might have been greatly diminished. Another group, the discerning realists, place their faith in the tradition of the rishis. They sincerely believe these sages possessed immense spiritual power and through their greatness brought welfare not only to themselves but to others and the entire world. Those who view spiritual science as superior to material science are naturally eager to understand its true nature and methods. As the saying goes, every fruit seller claims her berries to be the sweetest. Yet, for those who trust results over rhetoric, the truth of each claim soon becomes evident. When the right actions are taken by the right people for the right purpose, it is only natural that they produce the right results. For those seeking to understand the true essence of the Rishi tradition, there is no need to conduct independent research. Instead, one can simply examine the course of my life year by year from its beginning to the present. Every one of the past 60 years has been dedicated to this pursuit, and the results remain as transparent as an open book. A close examination of these outcomes shows that those who achieve genuine results have undoubtedly followed the correct path, a remarkable path that can inspire others as well. Those drawn to the splendor of self-knowledge and spiritual science, who wish to see its resurgence and to measure principles by their results, are sure to find both satisfaction and answers within the pages of my life's journey. Except for a few illustrative anecdotes, my life has been largely unmarked by anything unusual or spectacular. There is no room here for the allure of magic or miracles that might provoke curiosity and excitement. Instead, my days have been guided by quiet devotion, unfolding within a disciplined and harmonious routine. Those searching for the extraordinary may leave disappointed. Yet for those attuned to the subtler truths and mysteries beneath the surface, even this modest account may illuminate the eternal stream of spirituality and unveil the genuine sources of success and failure. The chief source of disappointment in worship, and the reason spirituality often becomes a subject of ridicule, lies in the misconception that ritual alone is sufficient, while neglecting refinement of character and cultivation of worthiness. Though my actions may seem unremarkable, they spring from a foundation that stirs the divine light within, empowering one to achieve what is truly remarkable. The eventful details of life offer little beyond the arousal of curiosity. What is most essential here is the inner vision and preparedness that shape these actions, the same attentive care that allows a tiny seed to grow into a mighty tree. In the end, it is the aspirant's character that breathes life into spiritual practice. Without this foundation, rituals become hollow and devoid of meaning. Tulsidasa's devotion to Ram, Surdasa's love for Krishna, Chaitanya's kirtan, Meera's singing, Ramakrishna's worship, none of these attain success merely through ritualistic acts. Countless others perform such rituals, but all they reap is irony and disappointment. When Valmiki transformed his life, even chanting the Lord's name in reverse made him a sage of the highest order. Ajamila, Angulimala, the courtesan Ganika, Amrapali, they did not merely repeat a few words, they molded their entire lives according to the ideals of spirituality. Today, a peculiar trend has taken hold. Many believe that merely reciting words, performing rituals, or offering prayers and gifts suffices to fulfill their spiritual obligations. Little attention is paid to shaping one's thoughts, character, and conduct in accordance with the ideals that are indispensable for genuine spiritual growth. From the outset, I have been vigilant to ensure that this misconception finds no place in my own practice, making my approach both practical and accessible to all. This account of my life is best understood through this perspective.
Chapter 2. The Radiant Dawn of Fortune in Life. 75 years have unfolded in the tapestry of my life. Throughout this expanse of time, a single calling beckoned me, and I surrendered myself wholly to its pursuit, the exploration and contemplation of attainment through spiritual practice. I deemed it fitting to approach this quest as a scientist might, dedicating one's existence to investigation and thereby advancing the greater good of humanity. In this spirit, I resolved to discern, through personal experience, whether the ancient path of attainment through spiritual practice held truth or illusion. Such a test, I understood, could not be imposed upon others, but must be undertaken by oneself alone. This conviction first took root within me at the age of 10, persisting steadfastly until I reached 15. Of other events in that time period, I shall only recall that my father entrusted me to his esteemed classmate, the illustrious Madan Mohan Malavya, who officiated my sacred thread ceremony, reverently known as the Gayatri initiation. My formal schooling at that time extended only to the village primary school. My father taught me Sanskrit grammar through Laghu Siddhanta Kaumudi and Siddhanta Kaumudi. He always took me with him to the courts of kings and nobles where he was invited to recount the tales of the Srimad Bhagavatam. Through these formative experiences, I memorized the entire Bhagavatam from the beginning to end. During this period, I was also married. My wife embodied discipline, diligence, and a deep devotion to service. She steadfastly supported my aspirations, and thus my 15 years of my life drew to a close. Sandhya Vandan, daily prayers at sunrise and sunset, became my regular practice. Malavya ji had given me formal initiation into the Gayatri Mantra and had said, "This is the wish-fulfilling cow of the Brahman. 5 malas daily without missing. The more, the better." I took his command to heart and followed it without interruption. It was nothing short of divine grace that descended upon me at the age of 15, with circumstances aligning as if scripted by destiny itself. The resolve I had nurtured since childhood was finally given a chance to evolve into efforts. I was 15 years old, immersed in my morning worship on the auspicious day of Vasant Panchami. During the tranquil hour of Brahma Muhurta, a radiant orb of light appeared before me in my room.
I rubbed my eyes, questioning whether it was an illusion. The light remained vivid and real. Unsure of its nature, I wondered if it might be a ghost, spirit, or celestial being. But even upon close scrutiny, it appeared to be none of these. A sense of awe and fear washed over me, leaving me utterly stunned. From the heart of the radiant light emerged the ethereal form of a yogi, his presence discernible, yet delicately suspended within the luminous orb. Who could this be? I was filled with wonder. The figure spoke in a gentle, resonant voice. "I have been connected with you for 3 lifetimes, guiding you. Now, as your childhood draws to a close, I have come to offer the guidance you require. Perhaps you do not recall your previous lives, and so you are filled with fear and surprise. Look within, into your earlier lives, and let your doubts be dispelled. By His grace, a drowsiness reminiscent of yogic sleep gently enveloped me. A gentle trance enveloped my senses, and for the first time, I truly experienced the essence of yogic sleep, what is known as awakened samadhi. Immersed in this extraordinary state, I witnessed one after another vivid scenes from my previous 3 lifetimes. They appeared before me not as fleeting dreams, but as tangible, living realities. 3 lifetimes unfolded before my eyes like 3 vivid films. My first life appeared before me as Saint Kabir, residing in Kashi alongside my wife. I saw myself waging a lifelong crusade against hypocrisy in the name of religion and championing the cause of simple, genuine spirituality. In my second life, I appeared as Samarth Ramdas in South India, unifying a divided nation through Shivaji, founding training gyms and satsang halls throughout the land for creating an atmosphere for freedom. In my third life, I saw myself as Ramakrishna Paramhansa, residing in Calcutta with my wife. Once again as a householder, I forged and nurtured many great heroes such as Vivekananda, and through them, inspired and helped spark a cultural renaissance. Today, I recall the visit of a realized soul, a divine being, who came home when I was 15, appearing as a radiant presence in the prayer room, this encounter immediately filling my mind with countless questions. Typically, seekers wander in search of true gurus, going from place to place and consider themselves extremely fortunate if they receive such a blessing.
Most seek boons for the fulfillment of personal desires. Yet, my experience was entirely different. When I was just 8, my father arranged for me to receive initiation into the Gayatri Mantra from the revered Malaviya ji, a moment regarded as the very initiation of life itself. For me, the question of choosing a guru ended there. I never imagined receiving another. So how did this extraordinary blessing come to me so effortlessly? A blessing about which I had heard many legends, and it still left me utterly astonished. Disciples often search tirelessly for gurus, pleading for their grace or darshan, and consider themselves truly blessed if they receive it, even hoping for a boon in return. Yet without any effort on my part, I received the grace of such a realized soul. What could be the reason for this? Was it merely an illusion? Manifestations from the unseen are frequently linked to spirits and ghosts, and encountering them is often considered a bad omen. After this vision, such thoughts began to swirl in my mind. Doubt crept in. Was a misfortune about to befall me? He immediately sensed my confusion. Rather than being displeased, he seemed to appreciate my desire to understand the truth before making any assumptions or decisions. This understanding was reflected in the serene smile on his face. Instead of lingering on my questions, he chose to introduce himself, explain the purpose of his visit, and, by awakening memories of my past lives, reveal the unique purpose for which I had been chosen. It is only natural, when someone visits your home, to inquire about their name and the reason for their visit. When the guest is distinguished, their significance is weighed even more carefully. Their visit to someone insignificant and cheap diminishes their own worth, and a rational mind would be left to wonder about the occurrence of such an event. In my sanctum of worship, that radiant being said, "Your thinking is correct. Divine souls do not form bonds lightly. Before connecting with anyone, they carefully test and assess them. They invest their strength and time only after a thorough evaluation. It is not that they appear before anyone who wishes, nor do they fulfill desires at random. No wise or capable being forms relationships indiscriminately."
Many believe that associating with a great soul ensures benefits, but why would such a soul expend its energies on someone unworthy is often forgotten. With my subtle vision, I have been searching for a worthy soul who can serve as a direct instrument for the welfare of the world in these troubled times. What you see is my subtle body. Through the subtle body, I cannot perform physical actions. For that, I need a medium with a physical form, someone to act as my instrument, like a weapon in skilled hands. Humanity now faces great peril. To address these dangers, you are to become that medium. Your role is to fill what is lacking, to provide guidance and support. That is why I have come to you. Until now, you have known only an ordinary existence, seeing yourself as just a common person. This too is a source of your confusion. Even if I were to describe your worthiness, your doubts might still remain. In these times, who readily believes the words of another? That is why you have been granted knowledge of your past 3 births. After revealing the complete account of all 3 lives, from birth to death, he explained how he had accompanied and guided me through each one. He said, "This is your 4th birth. In this lifetime as well, I will remain your guide and, through your body, accomplish what is needed in these times. Those with subtle bodies cannot directly interact with people, nor can events unfold without the presence of physical beings. That is why yogis must work through such mediums. It is good that you are married. In these times, solitude brings more risk than reward. Even in ancient days, Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh, Surya, Ganesh and Indra all had their consorts. The 7 sages too were married. To run ashrams, be it Gurukul or Aranyak, both a mother and a father are essential. For food, shelter, clothing and affection, a mother is needed. For discipline, teaching and guidance, a father is needed. The Guru represents the father and the Guru's wife the mother. For the continuity of the Rishi tradition, this arrangement is both proper and necessary. Today, many indolent people don the robes of saints in the name of devotion and spread confusion. So I am pleased you are married.
Challenges may arise, but you will once again be united with the companion who was your wife in previous births, and she will play a vital role by your side throughout this life. In your past 2 births, you lived as a householder. Do not think this will hinder your work. In fact, under current circumstances, it will prove helpful and support the mission of ushering in a new era. On that sacred day of Vasant Parva, during Brahma Muhurta, I was immersed in my regular morning Sandhya Vandan. The divine sight of the godly soul, in the form of that radiant light, was talking to me. My mind, filled with curiosity, brimmed with questions, marking the beginning of a profound journey of understanding. One by one I witnessed my previous births, from the first to the second and then the third, each unfolding before my eyes. All 3 of those lives were marked by divinity. Throughout each life, I remained immersed in spiritual practice and was called to play a vital role in the renewal of society. In every life, I received the constant guidance of the divine soul who now stood before me. Whatever had once felt unfamiliar or distant simply faded away, replaced by a profound sense of intimacy, a deep awareness of His greatness and compassion, and an overwhelming gratitude within myself. This realization transformed my mind entirely. The family that had seemed so close until yesterday now felt remote, while the radiant being before me felt as close as my own soul. My past was bound to Him, and now for the rest of my life, my future would remain inseparable from His presence. I had nothing left to declare, nothing left to seek, only to devote myself heart and soul to whatever command He might give. That, I realized, is true surrender. On that very day, I gave myself fully to that radiant divine soul, accepting Him not only as my guide, but as God Himself. Nearly 60 years have passed since that sacred bond was formed. Without argument or hesitation, at a single gesture, I have continued to follow His command. Questions such as, is it possible? Will I succeed? What will be the consequences? Have never crossed my mind. That day, a profound realization dawned upon me. The benevolence of realized souls exists solely for the welfare of the world and the cultivation of noble tendencies.
Such beings have no personal attachments, no friends or enemies. Their grace is never bestowed to grant anyone fame, wealth or glory. For them, the enormous cosmos, the universal humanity, is the only true deity, and for this cause alone do they involve even their closest kin. With this newfound conviction, I reflected on the legendary guru-disciple relationships, Ramakrishna and Vivekananda, Samarth Ramdas and Shivaji, Chanakya and Chandragupta, Gandhi and Vinoba, Buddha and Ashoka. Where such genuine intimacy is absent and where only miracles or spectacles are performed or taught, it should be understood as a relationship for petty motives or like a magician's show. Stories abounded. Gandhi Baba, who could conjure the scent of any flower on demand. Bagh Baba, who summoned tigers to his hut. Samadhi Baba, who was buried in the earth for days. Siddha Baba, who granted wishes to visitors. These tales resurfaced in my mind, and I realized that if such events are merely feats of mesmerism, how can they be deemed truly great? Living alone in a cave amid a frozen wilderness merely piques curiosity. If someone does what others cannot and parades it as a miracle, it is little more than empty acclaim. Those who perform unusual feats, remaining silent, eating with food on their hands, holding one arm aloft, or lying on a swing for years, can only be called performers.
A realized person or a disciple must walk the royal path of the ancient rishis who gave their lives for the world's welfare. Even today, we must strive to follow in the footsteps of Vivekananda, Dayananda, Kabir, Chaitanya and Samarth. God is not pleased by mere chanting or ritual. He seeks no worship or offerings. Only those who dedicate themselves to making His world garden beautiful and prosperous fulfill the true purpose of devotion. All these thoughts stirred in me throughout that festive spring day, for he had clearly stated, "You must address whatever lacks in your worthiness and at the same time work for the welfare of the world, not one after the other, but simultaneously." He described the 24-year discipline of spiritual practice, explained the series of Gayatri Purashcharanas and laid out the rules to be followed. Along with this, he instructed me to serve as a true volunteer in the freedom movement. That day he outlined in detail how my entire life was meant to be, every aspect of it as well as its structure.
More than merely explaining, he took the reins himself and guided me at every step, ensuring each effort met with success. On that very day, I surrendered to him with all my heart. It was not my words, but my soul that spoke. All that I am and all that I have, I lay at your feet. Though I have not seen God, you are the one guiding my welfare, so you are my God. The path you have set before me today, I will follow it without a trace of negligence. That day, he revealed several key facets of my future path in detail. 1. Undertaking 24 Mahapurusharans of Gayatri Mahashakti over 24 years. 2. Establishing an eternal ghee lamp. And 3. Being called to the Himalayas 4 times during those years and beyond for sequential guidance, staying in his presence for periods of 6 months to a year each time. He provided further detailed explanations on this subject, yet for the discerning reader, what has been shared above is sufficient. With his direction and guidance, every task met with success, and each achievement helped shape the path that has brought me to this very moment.
Chapter 3. Finding a Powerful Guru, a Rare Fortune. Ramakrishna sought out Vivekananda in his own home. Shivaji was discovered by the great Guru Ramdas. Chanakya found and mentored Chandragupta. Gokhale guided Gandhi. In much the same way, my own experience reflects this timeless tradition. When I was 15, my guide appeared at my home in his subtle form. He awakened my faith and set me upon this remarkable journey. I often wonder, while countless seekers roam far and wide in search of a true guru, often deceived by impostors and returning empty-handed, what made me so exceptional that a divine power, unbidden, came to my home and blessed me with grace? The only answer is the attempt of accumulation of worthiness over many lifetimes. Such merit is not gained overnight. It is forged through a long, steadfast fight against negative tendencies. When determination, patience, and faith work together in harmony, the mind becomes receptive to the divine descent of spirituality. This is the true measure of discipleship, genuine worthiness that can manifest in countless forms. The real journey lies in cultivating this inner worthiness, not in seeking out a guru. Ekalavya's clay statue of Dronacharya proved more powerful than the actual living one. When Kabir, deemed untouchable, was denied initiation by Ramananda, he found a way. Before dawn, Kabir lay on the steps of the Kashi Ghat where Ramananda came for his daily bath. In the darkness, Ramananda's foot touched Kabir's chest and startled, he uttered the name of Ram. Kabir embraced this as his initiation, adopting Ram's name as his mantra and Ramananda as his guru. Such transformations are rooted in faith. If a stone idol can become a deity through unwavering belief, why can't a worthy soul become a guru through the power of faith? A formal ceremony of whispered mantra is not strictly necessary. For spiritual growth, a guide of the guru's stature is essential, for he embodies both the rules of father and teacher. A father provides part of his earnings to provide resources for his child's education, and a teacher expands the child's knowledge and experience. A combination of both makes the harmonious development of the child possible. While the father can provide for material needs, the guru draws upon his reservoir of spiritual austerity, imparting strength and guidance precisely suited to the disciple's nature and journey.
Without this support, a seeker is like an orphan child, unable to realize his fullest potential through solitary effort alone. This is why the maxim, "without the guru, there is no knowledge," holds such profound significance in the spiritual realm. Countless seekers set out in search of a guru, yet even when they encounter a worthy one, disappointment often lingers. Naturally, the priceless wealth of spiritual merit, earned through years of effort and sacrifice, cannot be entrusted to unworthies for indulgence, ego, or frivolity. The true giver wisely discerns the recipient's sincerity and judges how their gift will be used. Those who fail this test fall short, becoming prey to deceivers who, having nothing genuine to offer, ensnare disciples and extract donations under various pretexts. Fortunately, I escaped this common and ironic cycle. Instead, the Himalaya entity appeared unbidden at my doorstep, offering guidance and blessing my life. How did I come to receive such a capable guru with such apparent ease? The answer lies in patient preparation and the steady cultivation of worthiness over many lifetimes. There was no haste, no scheming, no attempt to flatter a guru or extract favors through clever words. Instead, there was a quiet waiting, a deep yearning to merge one's own stream into the sacred river, to dissolve the self completely. This auspicious opportunity was never sought for worldly gain. Rather, the single unwavering desire was to offer the wealth of life at the feet of the divine and be blessed. Dayananda surrendered his life in accordance with the wishes of his guru, Virjananda. Similarly, Vivekananda, having renounced all personal desires, undertook arduous tasks that would bring deep satisfaction to his guru. Such acts exemplify true devotion and Guru Dakshina. Hanuman, by surrendering himself to Lord Rama, may have outwardly lost everything, but inwardly he became equal to the saints and accomplished feats only Rama could perform. Leaping across the ocean, uprooting mountains and burning Lanka were not within Hanuman's own abilities. He could not even save his master Sugriva from Bali's oppression. It was his total surrender that created true oneness. If a small amount of Ganga water falls into a dirty drain, it too becomes polluted. But if a little filth merges into the flowing Ganga, its existence is lost, leaving only the pure Ganga water. Those who are not powerful themselves, by surrendering to the powerful, become equal to them.
Just as fuel, when embraced by fire, no longer remains lowly, but becomes as radiant as the fire itself, becoming one with it. The core of faith is God. Ultimately, it is He whom we must seek. However, to form a connection with the invisible, we often need a tangible symbol. Divine idols can serve as such a medium, and if a living guru possesses the necessary spiritual stature, he too can fulfill this role. My wishes were fulfilled effortlessly, for the groundwork for worthiness had already been laid through dedicated spiritual practice across previous lifetimes. Awakening the Kundalini, having visions of the divine, or attaining liberation from the cycle of birth and death, these are lofty milestones. The very first step is to develop the capacity to receive divine blessings, otherwise it will be akin to a person who cannot bear a heavy load or digest rich foods would have even bigger issues if subjected to these. On the day of our first meeting, I surrendered myself completely, and the test of my sincerity began right away. Two things were especially emphasized. First, turn away from the opinions and actions of worldly people and walk alone, with courage, toward the chosen goal. Second, dedicate fully in prescribed penances to foster greater purity and refinement. For 24 years, rigorously observe the discipline of performing 24 Gayatri Mahapurush Charans, subsisting only on barley bread and buttermilk. Once this strength is developed, everything that a seeker on the spiritual path is meant to receive will be granted, but only for the sake of pure selflessness service. These divine blessings must never be used for petty or selfish gains. On this day of the Vasant festival, embracing the Guru's discipline felt like a rebirth. While many are eager to beg, there are also compassionate souls who give heart wholly to those they deem worthy. Did not Krishna give everything to Sudama? Attaining a true Guru has been the rarest and greatest fortune of my life.
Chapter 4. A glimpse of my 3 past lives. The visions of my past 3 lives, as revealed by Gurudev, unfolded as follows. First as Sant Kabir, second as Samarth Ramdas, and third as Sri Ramakrishna Paramhansa. Their lifespans were as follows. Kabir, 1398 to 1518 CE, Samarth Ramdas, 1608 to 1682 CE, and Sri Ramakrishna Paramhansa, 1836 to 1887 CE. Each shone as a radiant star in India's lineage of saintly reformers. Through their lives, transformative works were achieved that brought profound welfare to the nation, religion, society, and culture.
All three were deeply devoted to God. Without such devotion, it becomes difficult to attain spiritual strength or overcome inner impurities. Yet devotion alone is not enough. The ongoing task of nurturing and uplifting God's universal garden must also be embraced, a tradition these three embodied with grace and dedication. Kabir was discovered as an infant by a Muslim weaver, lying abandoned beside a pond by a Brahmin girl who had borne him out of wedlock. The compassionate weaver took him in and raised him as his own. Although Kabir became a revered saint, he continued to earn his livelihood through this paternal craft. About himself, he wrote, "I am a Brahmin from Kashi. My name is Parveena. Forgetting every name once, I took hold of the weaver. Brother, who will weave my life's fabric?" Kabir dedicated himself wholeheartedly to eradicating the evils and sectarian conflicts that plagued Hindu society during his era. He was accused of being anti-Islamic and with iron chains bound to his hands and feet was cast into the river. Yet by the grace of God, the chains broke and he emerged unharmed. Kabir faced relentless societal opposition due to his lineage and background, but he remained steadfast in his convictions. At that time, a widespread belief held that dying in Kashi would grant one heaven, while dying in Maghar meant damnation. To challenge this superstition, Kabir spent his final days in Maghar and chose to leave his body there. Kabir was married. His wife Loi stood loyally by his side, supporting him in every endeavor. Not a single day passed without Kabir striving tirelessly to dispel misconceptions and establish noble traditions. None of his opponents ever succeeded in making him waver even for a moment. Upon Kabir's passing, Hindus wished to cremate his body while Muslims wanted to bury it, leading to a heated dispute.
Then miraculously, when the shroud was lifted, Kabir's body had disappeared, replaced by a bed of flowers. The Muslims buried half of the flowers and the Hindus cremated the other half. In his memory, both communities erected grand memorials. Today, millions across India follow the Kabir Panth, a testament to his enduring legacy. The second great soul, Samarth Ramdas, was a revered saint of Maharashtra whose influence shaped the course of Indian history. He inspired Shivaji to fight for freedom, aided him in acquiring the invincible sword from goddess Bhavani, and journeyed tirelessly from village to village, establishing 700 Mahavir temples. These temples not only enshrined Hanuman idols, but also became vital centers for physical training and spiritual gatherings. Through these institutions, Shivaji gained access to soldiers, weapons, and essential resources to support the fight for freedom. When Shivaji founded his kingdom, he placed his guru's sandals on the throne, regarding himself as a mere caretaker. The movement Shivaji ignited continued to flourish, ultimately culminating in India's independence under the leadership of Mahatma Gandhi. The third figure was Ramakrishna Paramhansa, who was born in a village near Calcutta. He served as a priest at the renowned Dakshineshwar temple in Calcutta. Thousands of seekers visited him daily, seeking wisdom and receiving his blessings and grace. Sharada Mani was his wife. He found an exceptional disciple in Narendra, whom he initiated into sannyas, bestowing upon him the name Vivekananda. Vivekananda was sent across the world to spread the glory of Indian culture. At that time, many among India's educated class were turning towards Christianity and atheism. Through his inspiring discourses, Vivekananda transformed millions of minds. He established Ramakrishna mission centers worldwide, dedicated to alleviating suffering and serving humanity. The Vivekananda Memorial at Kanyakumari, where he received his guru's message of spiritual awakening, stands as a testament to his enduring legacy and is truly worth visiting. This account describes the many incarnations of a single soul. Beyond these, divine power has inspired numerous other souls throughout history to achieve remarkable deeds. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu of Bengal and Baba Jalaram of Pusrat, guided by the same divine force. They ushered in a new era by bringing true devotion for God to the masses and uplifting the nation during a period of darkness. These were the three principal incarnations about which I was informed.
There have also been other significant births, though not as renowned as these three. Through these three incarnations, I gained insight into the outline of my present life. I also learned how Gurudev has consistently guided, uplifted, and led me to success throughout my past lives. I didn't feel the desire to know anymore. Once I realized that such a great soul repeatedly seeks out worthy individuals and accomplishes great works through them, I understood that in this life as well, it is best to remain steadfast on a single path, to ride one boat and not let my faith waver. To question where, how, and in what form the time saved through these three great births was spent would be to express doubt and demand endless proof. For my contentment, knowing about these 3 births was sufficient. Those who take on the responsibility of great works inevitably face numerous challenges along the way. Such individuals are called upon to show extraordinary courage in many forms. I too have experienced this firsthand. Time and again, Gurudev has rushed to my aid, merging his immense strength with my limited abilities. He has shielded me from crisis and steadied my faltering steps. The experiences of these 3 births have given me unwavering faith. On that very day, I resolved to dedicate my life at his feet and to follow only his guidance. In this life, he found me together with my wife and said, "In these challenging times, your spiritual journey will be enriched by having your wife by your side, especially when you establish an ashram and build an educational system. In the Rishi tradition, the mother takes care of the food, living and affection, while the father upholds discipline, teaching and guidance. This harmonious partnership ensures everything runs smoothly."
Chapter 5. Mentor's Blueprint for Future Course of My Life. In my experience, the longing of realized souls to find truly deserving seekers far exceeds the eagerness of seekers searching for an enlightened master. What matters most is the worthiness of the disciple, refined in thought, character, and conduct. A genuine seeker need not look for a guide. Instead, the guide is drawn to them, ready to lead the way. When the seeker falters, the guide lifts them up, carries them through difficulties, and helps them overcome every obstacle. This was precisely my own experience. My mentor appeared personally at my home, and to further fortify my resolve, inspired a 24-year-long Gayatri Purascharana, a dedicated spiritual discipline. At the culmination of this journey, a grand 1,000 Kundiya Gayatri Yajna, a sacred ceremony with 1,000 fires, was accomplished with great success. To educate the society via Dharma Tantra, this spiritual tradition, he not only helped me get acquainted with 100,000 previously unknown individuals, but also transformed them into close companions, capable of walking shoulder to shoulder and advancing together step by step. In the very first meeting, Gurudev spoke of completing 24 Mahapurashcharanas and revealed that he would summon me to the Himalayas 4 times, each visit lasting an entire year. There were several reasons for these repeated summons to the Himalayas. First, to test whether my soul could remain at ease in the profound solitude of nature, deprived of both human companionship and material comforts. Second, to determine whether I had cultivated the warmth and inner affinity required to befriend the wild creatures inhabiting this sacred land. Third, because the entire realm is imbued with divine energy. Here, ancient sages, while still in mortal bodies, awakened their inner divinity and lived as godlike beings, accomplishing tasks and fulfilling roles that would otherwise be impossible without worldly resources or support. He was to personally introduce me to them. His silent guidance made it clear that the spiritual strength I had gained was to be devoted, in the days ahead, to the very purposes for which the sages of old, through unwavering effort and resolve, strove to address the urgent challenges of their eras. Today, we live in an era that demands the simultaneous fulfillment of countless needs while confronting a wave of mounting adversities. In ages past, both of these daunting tasks were undertaken in this very land of Uttarakhand, the modern Kurukshetra. Some ancient sages and divine beings achieved only partial success, while some fell short altogether also. This time, I must make every effort to meet the demands of the present age single-handedly. To achieve this, I will need an early understanding of the necessary preparations, allowing me to recognize the responsibilities that will rest upon my shoulders. I could also learn what kinds of strategies and methods were employed by the predecessors to achieve success and make the path forward a little easier. He made it clear that my future visits to the Himalayas were intended for 3 purposes: to gain deep understanding, adapt, and successfully pass the test. He further explained, just as we all have accomplished great tasks through the subtle body, you too must do the same. To prepare for this, you must learn how to recite for extended periods in different regions of the Himalayas with your physical body, and remain steadfastly focused on your higher purpose. In the gentle seasons, life's essentials are readily available, and the body endures little hardship from the environment. But in the severe, unyielding zones of the Himalayas, survival becomes a refined art, a true sadhana.
Like an acrobat honing their craft, one must master the ability to dwell in utter solitude, subsist on leaves and roots, and protect oneself amidst untamed wildlife. As long as we inhabit a physical body, we remain subject to its limitations, discomfort from heat and cold, hunger and thirst, fatigue, and the need for rest. However, upon entering the subtle body, all such physical needs vanish. In that state, there is no struggle for protection or sustenance. The limitations of distance and endurance fall away. While the physical body can only travel short distances, the subtle body can cross hundreds of miles in a single day. A single voice can reach thousands of hearts at once. The aid offered through the subtle body far surpasses anything possible by the physical form. This is why realized beings operate primarily through the subtle body, and their spiritual practices differ profoundly from those still bound by physical constraints. Those in physical form are bound by limitations. Much of their energy is consumed simply meeting bodily needs and overcoming obstacles such as weakness, illness, and aging. The unique advantage, however, is that only through the physical body can one perform tangible, visible work.
True interaction, exchange, and connection with others at this level are only possible in physical form. Thus, to engage directly with the masses, one must operate through the body. Yet, as the body ages and becomes frail, its strength wanes, and eventually it must be left behind. When this happens, the tasks it began may remain unfinished. For this reason, those who are called to endure over long periods and inspire or empower key individuals to accomplish great works must ultimately take up the subtle body. The physical body serves its purpose only for a time. Once its role is complete, you must relinquish it and ascend into the subtle body. With this transition, your spiritual practices will be different and your abilities will grow immensely. You will remain in communion with extraordinary beings. This is how great tasks are accomplished. Gurudev said, "When the time is right, I will personally introduce you to the sacred Himalayan realm." Before Gomukh, saints and great souls still reside in their physical bodies, enduring many hardships unique to this region. To prepare you for these challenges, I have arranged for you to spend a year at a time there with them. Additionally, you must spend 4 days at the very heart of the Himalayas, the spiritual pole. I will accompany you throughout this journey. Together, we will cultivate in the subtle body the same mastery and awareness as in the physical body. You will come to understand who dwells there, the state in which they live, and the way you too must live. As your familiarity with both bodies and both realms deepens, you will reach the state in which the rishis remain absorbed in fulfilling their higher resolutions. In essence, this is the purpose behind calling you to the Himalayas 4 times. The practices and tests are all part of your preparation. Rest assured, this unique experiment will not hinder your Purushcharan sadhana here. Those who now inhabit subtle bodies continue to dwell in that sacred region. Since the last ice age, however, circumstances have changed. Earth was once a paradise where the gods dwelled. Today, its environment has become inhospitable, and so they have taken residence in the celestial realms. In ancient times, the rishis made their homes from Gomukh to Rishikesh, choosing their locations according to their needs and preferences. Today, that region is bustling with tourists, pilgrims, and traders. So it has been left to them. Numerous temples have been erected to satisfy the curiosity of travelers, preserve the legacy of bygone eras, and sustain the livelihoods of local residents. I was told that Madame Blavatsky, the founder of Theosophy, was a realized soul. It is believed that even while inhabiting her physical body, she remained in contact with those who dwell in the subtle realms. In her writings, she described a parliament of invisible masters hidden in the remote Himalayas. She has referred to the divine beings of that region as invisible helpers. Gurudev affirmed, all this is true. With your divine vision, you will witness these realities in the very Himalayan region where we reside. At that time, the Tibetan lands were included within the Himalayan domain, though today that expanse has diminished. Even so, Blavatsky's account remains valid. Those with ordinary sight cannot perceive this, but with the grace of Gurudev's guidance, I have been assured that such visions will be revealed to me. Gurudev said, wait patiently for our summons. You will be called only when the time is right and the test is truly needed. Do not wish for it or anticipate it on your own. Refrain from venturing there out of curiosity, for such efforts will be in vain. Once you have surrendered, the responsibility rests with us. With these words, he vanished. Chapter 6. Fulfilling entrusted duties with complete commitment. During this first encounter, the guiding power laid out 3 distinct tasks. The first was to undertake a 24-year 24 Gayatri Mahapurashcharan, adhering strictly to all prescribed rules and disciplines. Alongside this, I was to keep the eternal ghee lamp lit. To diligently work to bridge gaps in my own worthiness, another vital responsibility was to create literature for the welfare of the world. This called for deep self-study, a discipline demanding intense concentration. Simultaneously, I was tasked with public outreach so that with an eye toward future endeavors, my organizational abilities could be developed. The third major responsibility was to serve as a volunteer soldier in the freedom struggle. At first glance, these duties might seem contradictory in nature and style, yet remarkably none of them hindered my spiritual practice or self-study, even as I undertook 2 journeys to the Himalayas during this period.
In fact, all these tasks were accomplished together with such natural harmony that even now I remain amazed at how seamlessly they unfolded. The credit for this belongs entirely to the divine guiding power, who took the reins of my life from the very beginning and offered the assurance of constant protection. On the day I was initiated into Rishi's vision, I was given an important caution. While my family is connected to me, it is in some ways like a foreign element, something to approach with discernment. I was advised to close my ears to their arguments and reasoning, to listen to all, but ultimately to follow my own inner voice. If I gave undue weight to their arguments or allowed their insistence to dictate my actions, my progress toward my higher purpose would be impeded. The path of nobility and the path of pleasure inevitably diverge. One cannot walk both simultaneously. To seek the approval of the world often means denying the needs of the soul. Conversely, to honor the soul's calling is to accept at times the displeasure or misunderstanding of the world, even from those dearest to us. Rarely does one have the good fortune of relatives supporting the pursuit of idealism. Time and again the soul is compelled to yield to worldly expectations. Lofty resolutions are often abandoned and one is forced to revert to familiar patterns. This challenge confronted me from the very outset. On Basant Parva, the day of my spiritual rebirth, I had to follow a new path, one defined by a series of Purashcharanas and strict vows of ascetic discipline in both diet and daily life. Such a change did not go unnoticed. It stirred considerable debate. Everyone who heard about my decision felt compelled to offer advice, some encouraging with kind words, others cautioning with criticism. Regardless of tone, their underlying message remained the same, that the conventional way of earning a living was the only proper path, and any deviation from it was misguided. Our ancestral property could support 3 generations without effort, but this logic fell on deaf ears. The refrain echoed relentlessly: earn anew, eat anew, and preserve whatever is old for the family's future. My single voice was lost amid a chorus of dissent. How could I possibly answer every objection? In the end, I found refuge in one of Gandhiji's 3 gurus: silence. The quietude provided peace.
When pressed for answers, simply replying, "It is God's inspiration," brought a measure of relief. Few could argue further against such a conviction. Unable to counter my inner conviction, opposition faded. I began my discipline without seeking approval or advice. Looking back, if I hadn't stood firm, my resolve would have quickly collapsed. The spiritual strength that allowed me to do good for myself and many, and the deep connection with God that only purity and intensity can foster, would never have been possible. My second great test also came in youth, with the onset of the Congress non-cooperation movement. Gandhiji sounded the call for satyagraha, urging patriots to rise, abandon their comforts, endure imprisonment, and even face bullets for the nation. I listened to my inner call and felt this historic opportunity could not be ignored. I resolved to join the ranks of the Satyagrahis and registered at the local recruitment center. Leaving behind the security and comfort of home, I set out for the front lines of the salt satyagraha. At that time, rumors of shootings, harsh prison sentences, and exile for life were rampant, strategically spread by government agents and propagandists to deter anyone from joining the Satyagraha movement. Families were urged to do everything in their power to hold their loved ones back. I was no exception. As word spread of my resolve, every friend, neighbor, and relative did their utmost to dissuade me, viewing my decision as nothing short of suicidal. Matters soon escalated to counter threats. Some threatened to fast, others to take their own lives. My mother, as my guardian, was convinced to remove my name from the ancestral property and transfer everything to my brothers. My brothers declared, "You will have no connection to this house, nor will you be allowed to enter it." There were even more threats. Some claimed I would be abducted and forced to live under the control of bandits. I listened to these harsh and emotional threats with calm resolve. Only one question echoed within. Which is greater, the call of the times or the pressure of family? The inspiration of the soul or the confusion of the mind? In the end, I let my soul and the Supreme Soul be my only witnesses, accepting their guidance as final.
Images of Prahlad, Dhruva, and Parvati's unwavering resolve flashed through my mind, followed by countless stories of heroes, martyrs, saints, and reformers, none of whom found support from their families or friends. Each answered the call of duty, relying solely on inner conviction. If they could remain steadfast, why should I be swayed by the opinions of those around me? To uphold ideals, I could not afford to listen to voices that would weaken my resolve. Upholding ideals demands battling one's own cravings and desires, and disregarding the distractions of those absorbed only in the cycles of comfort and procreating routine. The decision went in favor of the soul. Defying all opposition and restrictions, I slipped away, reached my destination, and as a satyagrahi, went to jail. Not a single one of the feared consequences materialized. A childhood incident gave me even greater courage. In my village, an old sweeper woman lay suffering, her wounds infested with maggots, her body racked by dysentery. Her cries went unanswered, as no one dared enter her house for fear of contagion. I sought a doctor's advice, procured medicines, and began visiting her daily, caring for her, tending her wounds, and arranging her meals. I took on every task, entering her home, washing her soiled clothes, acts considered unforgivable at the time, 65 years ago. I was excommunicated from my caste, and even my own family barred me from the house. I slept outside, living on whatever food was left for me. Still, I did not abandon her. After 15 days, she recovered, and for the rest of her life, she called me God. Even at 13, I stood alone against my family and village, never giving up. Now, with the wisdom of years, why would I surrender? I went to jail several times during the freedom struggle, completed 24 Mahapurashcharans, and served the sweeper woman, all by a young age. I battled both my own inner weaknesses and the opposition of my family. Emerging victorious, I gained immense inner strength, which enabled me to fulfill every task I set before myself. The Mahapurashcharans continued without interruption. On the day I began this spiritual practice at Gurudev's command, I also lit the eternal ghee lamp. My wife, Mataji, took on its care, tending it with the devotion one gives a child, constantly attentive, knowing that a moment's neglect could extinguish its flame. For years, this lamp has burned steadily, never faltering.
Its gentle glow inspires divine feelings whenever I meditate. And when I face challenges beyond ordinary reasoning, its radiant light often brings clarity and resolution. Each day, I completed chanting 66 mala, 108 bead rosary, and worshipped the image of Mother Gayatri with incense, lamp, offerings, rice, flowers, and water. Mornings began with meditation on the rising sun, concluding with a ritual offering of water. The method was simple. No tantric beej mantras, no elaborate formulas, only unwavering faith. In the presence of Mother Gayatri's image, devotion would well up powerfully within me. It felt as if she was truly present before me. At times, my heart ached to rest in her lap and weep tears of love. My mind never wandered. My focus remained deep and undisturbed. I would only end my worship when the alarm rang, never out of restlessness. Not once did any obstacle disrupt my daily practice. My approach to study followed the same natural discipline. I never needed to carve out extra time for it. Even during long travels for Congress work, I would pause my reading for meetings but resume the moment I began walking again. With a reading speed of 40 pages an hour, I easily covered at least 2 hours, 80 pages a day, totaling nearly 4,800 pages a month and about 58,000 a year. Over 60 years, I have read some 3.5 million pages, purely out of personal interest. Reading even thousands of pages a day became as routine as bathing or eating. This pattern has endured, allowing me to absorb an immense wealth of knowledge across essential subjects. After completing the great Purasharanas, I found myself with ample time. I traveled to libraries across India, immersing myself in ancient texts and manuscripts that became a priceless treasure trove of knowledge. I have never read for idle entertainment. Every page was studied with deep concentration, as if mastering each subject. As a result, what I read became fully integrated into my mind. Whether writing an article or engaging in discussion, the knowledge surfaced effortlessly. Some called me a walking encyclopedia. Readers of Akhand Jyoti, Yug Nirman Yojana and Yug Shakti often marvel at the abundance of references, wondering how many sources I must consult. The truth is simple. I read with purpose and devotion. At the right moment, every reference rises to memory, truly a testament to the single-minded sadhana I have practiced.
My only formal schooling was at the primary level in my native village. However, Sanskrit was woven into my family's lineage. My father and brother were both exceptional scholars, and our ancestral profession of reciting the Puranas and performing priestly duties enriched my knowledge. I even taught students up to the level of Acharya, though I never held a formal degree myself. How I learned other languages is a story in itself. While in jail, I began writing English on an iron plate with a pebble, using newspapers like The Leader to teach myself to read. Fellow inmates helped me, and after a year I had gained a good command of English. With each subsequent imprisonment, my vocabulary and grammar improved through mutual exchange. I taught them Sanskrit and idiomatic Hindustani in return. Magazines and dictionaries in other languages became my foundation, helping me pick up several more tongues. If Gayatri is indeed the goddess of wisdom, I have felt her miraculous blessings. Even the Sanskrit-infused Hindi of Akhand Jyoti has guided professors of Hindi. Amidst a busy life, this wealth of knowledge has left me deeply satisfied, and others amazed. In obedience to Gurudev, I joined the Congress Satyagraha movement. At first, I was puzzled. Why was my 24-year vow divided into segments of 5 and 19 years? With thousands of volunteers, I wondered what difference my participation could possibly make. Gurudev had sensed my confusion. When the time was right, his divine voice clarified. Yug Dharma has its own demands, so when the call of the times comes, you must set aside all else and answer it, just as one drops everything to extinguish a fire. Another message soon followed. In the coming days, you will have to undertake many tasks requiring public contact. There will be no other opportunity to connect with such a diverse range of people. This is the phase for building the foundation, for which much labor and time will be needed in the future. In these early days, you will also have the chance to rehearse lessons learned in previous lives. These tasks hold little personal gain, but through them, the true demands of the age are fulfilled. In practical life, you are to master 4 lessons: wisdom for understanding, integrity, responsibility, and courage. These refine character and develop talent and valor. If your tools have dulled or old lessons have faded, they will be tested anew.
From this perspective, your participation in the freedom struggle is also essential to understanding the principles for future action. It is unnecessary here to detail what I did for the country or the hardships I faced. Those interested may consult the book Freedom Fighters of Agra Division, published by the Uttar Pradesh Government Information Department. Many of my significant works are recorded there. In those days, I was known as Sri Ram Mutt. What matters most, however, is the spirit of benevolence with which my guide gave me with this directive. Over those 10 years, both inside and outside prison, I encountered people of every temperament. The freedom struggle was a time of extraordinary public awakening, bringing me into contact with brave, resolute, and inspiring individuals. In just 2 years, I learned strategies and principles for winning the admiration, support, and collaboration of the masses in great tasks like moral revolution, lessons that a lifetime might not have provided elsewhere. Meeting such a diverse range of personalities, something possible only through extensive travel, broadened my outlook immensely. Attachment to home and family and the sense of separateness faded. Even in adversity, I found joy, and my faith in my own resilience deepened. Most importantly, I developed the spirit of a true volunteer, a quality that keeps me humble to this day. The dilemmas I once struggled with were resolved by the experiences of the freedom struggle, helping me understand the purpose behind my 2-part spiritual discipline. Nearly a century has passed since the founding of Congress, yet the Congress I served in was markedly different. My experiences were unique, granting me the opportunity to interact with many eminent personalities. Throughout, I maintained the role of a humble and disciplined volunteer. As a result, whenever distinguished leaders sought the service of a humble volunteer, I was often chosen. At that age, I was well suited for such service. I was fortunate to spend meaningful time with great souls, residing with Gandhiji at Sabarmati Ashram and with Vinoba at Pavnar Ashram. While others visited briefly, I had the privilege to learn deeply from these associations. Though a full account would be lengthy, a few incidents proved as transformative as a wish-fulfilling tree in my life. In 1933, the Indian National Congress held a session in Calcutta, then deemed illegal with arrests for all attendees.
A shooting occurred, and key figures were apprehended at Bardhaman station and sent to a special jail in Asansol. I, along with 3 companions from Agra, was also detained. Among those with us were Madan Mohan Malavyaji, Devdas Gandhi, Gandhiji's son, Swarup Rani Nehru, Jawaharlal Nehru's mother, Rafi Ahmad Kidwai, Chandrabhan Gupta, Kanhaiya Lal Khadiwala, Jagan Prasad Rawat, and other luminaries. Each evening, Mahamana Malavyaji delivered inspiring speeches, and both he and Mata Swarup Rani treated us all with parental affection. In one address, Malavyaji stressed the importance of grassroots support, collecting 1 paisa from every man and a handful of grain from every woman, so all would feel Congress was built by their own contributions. The Fist Fund would form its financial backbone. While some overlooked its significance, I took this to heart. The Rishis too built great institutions on bhiksha, alms. Gurudev had hinted at future great tasks for me, and I often wondered how they would be funded. In jail, I found my answer. After my release, when I was entrusted with major responsibilities, I applied the same principle, 10 paisa a day or a handful of grain. With this approach, not just lakhs, but crores of rupees have been raised and spent to date. For me, Congress was like Gayatri and Gangotri, a vital stream of life. After independence, I shifted my focus to work that would fulfill the true spirit of Swarajya. Political and economic management falls upon politicians, but moral, intellectual and social revolutions, which are even more essential, are possible in the hands of people like myself, for responsibility for this is entrusted to religious leaders. For my new program, I sought the blessings of all my gurus and kept only one Congress program for myself, wearing khadi. Apart from this, I withdrew from all active Congress programs the very day independence was won. Behind this was Bapu's blessing and the guidance of the Divine Mother. After working continuously for nearly 20 years, when friends sent me the form to claim a pension as a freedom fighter, I laughed and politely refused. In politics, I was known as Sri Ram Mat or Matji. Those who know and the eminent personalities of that time who are still alive are aware that Acharya Ji, Matji, was a pillar of the Congress and stood at the front of even the most difficult tasks.
Yet, when it came to taking credit, he clearly kept himself in the background. I fulfilled all 3 responsibilities with complete dedication. Whenever Gurudev called from the Himalayas, I went, twice staying there for 6 months at a time. He told me, Congress work is essential for independence now, so a 6-month stay each time will suffice. What transpired there need not be recounted. But even in my visible life, I see countless incidents as evidence of divine grace. Remembering them, I feel deeply grateful.
Chapter 6. Fulfilling entrusted duties with total commitment. During this first encounter, the guiding power laid out 3 distinct tasks. The first was to undertake a 24-year, 24 Gayatri Mahapurush Charan, adhering strictly to all prescribed rules and disciplines. Alongside this, I was to keep the eternal ghee lamp lit. To diligently work to bridge gaps in my own worthiness, another vital responsibility was to create literature for the welfare of the world. This called for deep self-study, a discipline demanding intense concentration. Simultaneously, I was tasked with public outreach so that, with an eye toward future endeavors, my organizational abilities could be developed. The third major responsibility was to serve as a volunteer soldier in the freedom struggle. At first glance, these duties might seem contradictory in nature and style. Yet, remarkably, none of them hindered my spiritual practice or self-study, even as I undertook 2 journeys to the Himalayas during this period. In fact, all these tasks were accomplished together with such natural harmony that even now I remain amazed at how seamlessly they unfolded. The credit for this belongs entirely to the divine guiding power, who took the reins of my life from the very beginning and offered the assurance of constant protection. On the day I was initiated into Rishi's vision, I was given an important caution. While my family is connected to me, it is in some ways like a foreign element, something to approach with discernment. I was advised to close my ears to their arguments and reasoning, to listen to all, but ultimately to follow my own inner voice. If I gave undue weight to their arguments or allowed their insistence to dictate my actions, my progress toward my higher purpose would be impeded. The path of nobility and the path of pleasure inevitably diverge. One cannot walk both simultaneously. To seek the approval of the world often means denying the needs of the soul. Conversely, to honor the soul's calling is to accept at times the displeasure or misunderstanding of the world, even from those dearest to us. Rarely does one have the good fortune of relatives supporting the pursuit of idealism. Time and again, the soul is compelled to yield to worldly expectations. Lofty resolutions are often abandoned, and one is forced to revert to familiar patterns. This challenge confronted me from the very outset.
On Basant Parva, the day of my spiritual rebirth, I had to follow a new path, one defined by a series of Purashcharanas and strict vows of ascetic discipline in both diet and daily life. Such a change did not go unnoticed. It stirred considerable debate. Everyone who heard about my decision felt compelled to offer advice, some encouraging with kind words, others cautioning with criticism. Regardless of tone, their underlying message remained the same, that the conventional way of earning a living was the only proper path, and any deviation from it was misguided. Our ancestral property could support 3 generations without effort, but this logic fell on deaf ears. The refrain echoed relentlessly: earn anew, eat anew, and preserve whatever is old for the family's future. My single voice was lost amid a chorus of dissent. How could I possibly answer every objection? In the end, I found refuge in one of Gandhiji's 3 gurus: silence. The quietude provided peace. When pressed for answers, simply replying, "It is God's inspiration," brought a measure of relief. Few could argue further against such a conviction. Unable to counter my inner conviction, opposition faded. I began my discipline without seeking approval or advice. Looking back, if I hadn't stood firm, my resolve would have quickly collapsed. The spiritual strength that allowed me to do good for myself and many, and the deep connection with God that only purity and intensity can foster, would never have been possible. My second great test also came in youth, with the onset of the Congress non-cooperation movement. Gandhiji sounded the call for satyagraha, urging patriots to rise, abandon their comforts, endure imprisonment, and even face bullets for the nation. I listened to my inner call and felt this historic opportunity could not be ignored. I resolved to join the ranks of the Satyagrahis and registered at the local recruitment center. Leaving behind the security and comfort of home, I set out for the front lines of the salt satyagraha. At that time, rumors of shootings, harsh prison sentences, and exile for life were rampant, strategically spread by government agents and propagandists to deter anyone from joining the satyagraha movement. Families were urged to do everything in their power to hold their loved ones back. I was no exception. As word spread of my resolve, every friend, neighbor, and relative did their utmost to dissuade me, viewing my decision as nothing short of suicidal. Matters soon escalated to counter threats. Some threatened to fast, others to take their own lives. My mother, as my guardian, was convinced to remove my name from the ancestral property and transfer everything to my brothers. My brothers declared, "You will have no connection to this house, nor will you be allowed to enter it." There were even more threats. Some claimed I would be abducted and forced to live under the control of bandits. I listened to these harsh and emotional threats with calm resolve. Only one question echoed within. Which is greater, the call of the times or the pressure of family, the inspiration of the soul or the confusion of the mind? In the end, I let my soul and the Supreme Soul be my only witnesses, accepting their guidance as final. Images of Prahlad, Dhruva, and Parvati's unwavering resolve flashed through my mind, followed by countless stories of heroes, martyrs, saints, and reformers, none of whom found support from their families or friends. Each answered the call of duty, relying solely on inner conviction. If they could remain steadfast, why should I be swayed by the opinions of those around me? To uphold ideals, I could not afford to listen to voices that would weaken my resolve. Upholding ideals demands battling one's own cravings and desires, and disregarding the distractions of those absorbed only in the cycles of comfort and procreating routine. The decision went in favor of the soul. Defying all opposition and restrictions, I slipped away, reached my destination, and as a satyagrahi went to jail.
Not a single one of the feared consequences materialized. A childhood incident gave me even greater courage. In my village, an old sweeper woman lay suffering, her wounds infested with maggots, her body racked by dysentery. Her cries went unanswered, as no one dared enter her house for fear of contagion. I sought a doctor's advice, procured medicines, and began visiting her daily, caring for her, tending her wounds, and arranging her meals. I took on every task, entering her home, washing her soiled clothes, act considered unforgivable at the time, 65 years ago. I was excommunicated from my caste, and even my own family barred me from the house.
I slept outside, living on whatever food was left for me. Still, I did not abandon her. After 15 days, she recovered, and for the rest of her life, she called me God. Even at 13, I stood alone against my family and village, never giving up. Now, with the wisdom of years, why would I surrender? I went to jail several times during the freedom struggle, completed 24 Mahapurush Charans, and served the sweeper woman, all by a young age. I battled both my own inner weaknesses and the opposition of my family. Emerging victorious, I gained immense inner strength, which enabled me to fulfill every task I set before myself. The Mahapurush Charans continued without interruption. On the day I began this spiritual practice at Gurudev's command, I also lit the eternal ghee lamp. My wife, Mataji, took on its care, tending it with the devotion one gives a child, constantly attentive, knowing that a moment's neglect could extinguish its flame. For years, this lamp has burned steadily, never faltering. Its gentle glow inspires divine feelings whenever I meditate. And when I face challenges beyond ordinary reasoning, its radiant light often brings clarity and resolution. Each day, I completed chanting 66 malas and worshipped the image of Mother Gayatri with incense, lamp, offerings, rice, flowers, and water. Mornings began with meditation on the rising sun, concluding with a ritual offering of water. The method was simple. No tantric bij mantras, no elaborate formulas, only unwavering faith. In the presence of Mother Gayatri's image, devotion would well up powerfully within me. It felt as if she was truly present before me. At times my heart ached to rest in her lap and weep tears of love. My mind never wandered, my focus remained deep and undisturbed. I would only end my worship when the alarm rang, never out of restlessness. Not once did any obstacle disrupt my daily practice. My approach to study followed the same natural discipline. I never needed to carve out extra time for it. Even during long travels for Congress work, I would pause my reading for meetings but resume the moment I began walking again. With a reading speed of 40 pages an hour, I easily covered at least 2 hours, 80 pages a day, totaling nearly 4,800 pages a month and about 58,000 a year. Over 60 years, I have read some 3.5 million pages, purely out of personal interest. Reading, even thousands of pages a day, became as routine as bathing or eating. This pattern has endured, allowing me to absorb an immense wealth of knowledge across essential subjects. After completing the great Purush Charanas, I found myself with ample time. I traveled to libraries across India, immersing myself in ancient texts and manuscripts that became a priceless treasure trove of knowledge. I have never read for idle entertainment. Every page was studied with deep concentration, as if mastering each subject. As a result, what I read became fully integrated into my mind. Whether writing an article or engaging in discussion, the knowledge surfaced effortlessly. Some called me a walking encyclopedia. Readers of Akhand Jyoti, Yug Nirman Yojana and Yog Shakti often marvel at the abundance of references, wondering how many sources I must consult. The truth is simple. I read with purpose and devotion. At the right moment, every reference rises to memory. Truly a testament to the single-minded sadhana I have practiced. My only formal schooling was at the primary level in my native village. However, Sanskrit was woven into my family's lineage. My father and brother were both exceptional scholars, and our ancestral profession of reciting the Puranas and performing priestly duties enriched my knowledge. I even taught students up to the level of Acharya, though I never held a formal degree myself. How I learned other languages is a story in itself. While in jail, I began writing English on an iron plate with a pebble, using newspapers like The Leader to teach myself to read. Fellow inmates helped me, and after a year I had gained a good command of English. With each subsequent imprisonment, my vocabulary and grammar improved through mutual exchange. I taught them Sanskrit and idiomatic Hindustani in return. Magazines and dictionaries in other languages became my foundation, helping me pick up several more tongues. If Gayatri is indeed the goddess of wisdom, I have felt her miraculous blessings. Even the Sanskrit-infused Hindi of Akhand Jyoti has guided professors of Hindi. Amidst a busy life, this wealth of knowledge has left me deeply satisfied and others amazed. In obedience to Gurudev, I joined the Congress Satyagraha movement. At first, I was puzzled. Why was my 24-year vow divided into segments of 5 and 19 years? With thousands of volunteers, I wondered what difference my participation could possibly make. Gurudev had sensed my confusion.
When the time was right, his divine voice clarified. Yug Dharma has its own demands. So when the call of the times comes, you must set aside all else and answer it, just as one drops everything to extinguish a fire. Another message soon followed. In the coming days, you will have to undertake many tasks requiring public contact. There will be no other opportunity to connect with such a diverse range of people. This is the phase for building the foundation, for which much labor and time will be needed in the future. In these early days, you will also have the chance to rehearse lessons learned in previous lives. These tasks hold little personal gain, but through them, the true demands of the age are fulfilled. In practical life, you are to master 4 lessons: wisdom for understanding, integrity, responsibility, and courage. These refine character and develop talent and valor. If your tools have dulled or old lessons have faded, they will be tested anew. From this perspective, your participation in the freedom struggle is also essential to understanding the principles for future action. It is unnecessary here to detail what I did for the country or the hardships I faced. Those interested may consult the book Freedom Fighters of Agra Division, published by the Uttar Pradesh Government Information Department. Many of my significant works are recorded there. In those days, I was known as Sri Ram Mutt. What matters most, however, is the spirit of benevolence with which my guide gave me with this directive. Over those 10 years, both inside and outside prison, I encountered people of every temperament. The freedom struggle was a time of extraordinary public awakening, bringing me into contact with brave, resolute, and inspiring individuals. In just 2 years, I learned strategies and principles for winning the admiration, support, and collaboration of the masses in great tasks like moral revolution, lessons that a lifetime might not have provided elsewhere. Meeting such a diverse range of personalities, something possible only through extensive travel, broadened my outlook immensely. Attachment to home and family and the sense of separateness faded. Even in adversity, I found joy, and my faith in my own resilience deepened. Most importantly, I developed the spirit of a true volunteer, a quality that keeps me humble to this day. The dilemmas I once struggled with were resolved by the experiences of the freedom struggle, helping me understand the purpose behind my 2-part spiritual discipline. Nearly a century has passed since the founding of Congress, yet the Congress I served in was markedly different. My experiences were unique, granting me the opportunity to interact with many eminent personalities. Throughout, I maintained the role of a humble and disciplined volunteer. As a result, whenever distinguished leaders sought the service of a humble volunteer, I was often chosen. At that age, I was well suited for such service. I was fortunate to spend meaningful time with great souls, residing with Gandhiji at Sabarmati Ashram and with Vinoba at Pavnar Ashram. While others visited briefly, I had the privilege to learn deeply from these associations. Though a full account would be lengthy, a few incidents proved as transformative as a wish-fulfilling tree in my life. In 1933, the Indian National Congress held a session in Calcutta, then deemed illegal, with arrests for all attendees. A shooting occurred and key figures were apprehended at Bardhaman station and sent to a special jail in Asansol. I, along with 3 companions from Agra, was also detained. Among those with us were Madan Mohan Malviya ji, Devdas Gandhi, Gandhiji's son, Swarup Rani Nehru, Jawaharlal Nehru's mother, Rafi Ahmad Kidwai, Chandrabhan Gupta, Kanhaiya Lal Khadiwala, Jagan Prasad Rawat, and other luminaries. Each evening, Mahamana Malviya ji delivered inspiring speeches, and both he and Mata Swarup Rani treated us all with parental affection. In one address, Malviya ji stressed the importance of grassroots support, collecting 1 paisa from every man and a handful of grain from every woman, so all would feel Congress was built by their own contributions. The Fist Fund would form its financial backbone. While some overlooked its significance, I took this to heart. The rishis too built great institutions on bhiksha, alms. Gurudev had hinted at future great tasks for me, and I often wondered how they would be funded. In jail, I found my answer. After my release, when I was entrusted with major responsibilities, I applied the same principle, 10 paisa a day or a handful of grain. With this approach, not just lakhs, but crores of rupees have been raised and spent to date. For me, Congress was like Gayatri and Gangotri, a vital stream of life.
After independence, I shifted my focus to work that would fulfill the true spirit of Swarajya. Political and economic management falls upon politicians, but moral, intellectual and social revolutions, which are even more essential, are possible in the hands of people like myself, for responsibility for this is entrusted to religious leaders. For my new program, I sought the blessings of all my gurus and kept only one Congress program for myself, wearing khadi. Apart from this, I withdrew from all active Congress programs the very day independence was won. Behind this was Bapu's blessing and the guidance of the Divine Mother. After working continuously for nearly 20 years, when friends sent me the form to claim a pension as a freedom fighter, I laughed and politely refused. In politics, I was known as Sri Ram Mutt or Mudji. Those who know and the eminent personalities of that time who are still alive are aware that Acharyaji, Mudji, was a pillar of the Congress and stood at the forefront of even the most difficult tasks. Yet, when it came to taking credit, he clearly kept himself in the background. I fulfilled all three responsibilities with complete dedication. Whenever Gurudev called from the Himalayas, I went, twice staying there for 6 months at a time. He told me, Congress work is essential for independence now, so a 6-month stay each time will suffice. What transpired there need not be recounted, but even in my visible life, I see countless incidents as evidence of divine grace. Remembering them, I feel deeply grateful.
Chapter 7. Gurudev's First Call, a Test at Every Step. The call from Gurudev to journey to the Himalayas grew ever stronger, much like the tale of the Matsya Avatar. As described in the Purana, a tiny fish entered Brahmaji's Kamandalu. When Brahmaji poured the water into his palm for Achaman, the fish expanded to fill his hand. He moved it to a pot where it doubled in size within moments. The pond could not contain it either, so he released it into the ocean. Before his eyes, the fish filled the entire ocean. Only then did Brahmaji recognize its true nature, an avatara. Prayers we offered and requested guidance. Once its purpose was fulfilled and its task completed, the avatara disappeared. My own journey mirrors this story. My spiritual life began when Gurudev, indirectly through Mahamanaji, initiated me, bestowing the sacred thread and instilling the discipline of daily Gayatri Mantra worship. Though young, I followed these instructions with unwavering resolve, never missing a day. I held to the principle, no sadhana, no food, a vow I have kept to this day and intend to honor for life. Later, Gurudev appeared to me in radiant form, instructing me to undertake a 24-year Gayatri Purashcharan sadhana to transform my soul into that of a true Brahmin. I completed this as well. Between these efforts, I was summoned to the Himalayas again and again to recharge, to be tested. Each journey came with the directive to endure the harsh Himalayas for a year or less. Every test brought new responsibility, and with each challenge I was granted the strength to persevere. Whenever I faltered, my guide lifted me up. The year had hardly ended when a telepathic summons called me back to the Himalayas. The call to depart had come. Eagerness mingled with apprehension, a longing to see the unseen, experience the unknown, yet anxiety over cold, hunger, loneliness, and wild animals. Most avoided such journeys in that season. Ultimately, courage triumphed over the unknown fear, accumulated in many lives. There was also the comfort-seeking fear that my home life had fostered. A Mahabharata-like battle raged within me, but it lasted less than a day. The next morning, I set out, informing my family of my intentions. Those who might have objected remained silent. They knew I would not change my decision. Facing trials and earning their rewards has shaped the pattern of my life.
Each reward inspired the next leap forward, the ongoing rhythm of my own Matsya avatar. My first journey to the Himalayas marked my true initiation, a satsang not of words but of experience. I had admired these peaks from a distance, never imagining the trials that awaited those who dared to dwell among them. That first taste of hardship began with my preparations. Back then, the only motorable road was from Dev Prayag to Uttarkashi. Everything beyond, and even much before, had to be traversed on foot. Unfamiliar with the demands of such a journey, I packed more than I could carry. The weight soon became unbearable. I learnt my first lesson, to keep only what I could carry and truly needed, distributing the rest among fellow travelers along the way. Gurudev's intention was clear, to test whether my mind was mature enough to withstand adversity. The journey grew more challenging with each step. Many would have panicked or turned back, but I was to learn firsthand that a strong mind can face and adapt to any circumstance. This resilience Gurudev taught is essential for anyone seeking true accomplishment. It is said that when the part of the earth known as heaven or the heart was the abode of the gods, the sages lived between Gomukh and above Rishikesh. But after the Ice Age, circumstances changed completely. The gods assumed causal bodies and began to roam the heavens. The ancient sages moved above Gomukh. The lower Himalayas were left for travelers. Occasionally one may find the huts of ascetics or babas there, but it is rare to meet those who can truly be called rishis. I had heard stories of yogis living in Himalayan caves, but found the reality far different. The region's hardships deter permanent residents, and most sadhus I met were there out of curiosity or need, lacking true discipline or depth. Upon small conversation, they would express their needs. I came to see that most pilgrimages here are little more than spiritual tourism, a realization that left me saddened. I resolved to continue my journey onward. Strikingly, it was the humble mountain shopkeepers who seemed the most genuine. Their kindness was effortless. They'd lend cooking utensils without counting or charging, trusting the honesty of travelers. Their shops sold only the essentials: tea, basic provisions, a few simple comforts. Pilgrims too were humble and devout, taking only what they truly needed.
Local blankets were available for rent for night. Winter, coupled with endless walking, was an unrelenting test. During the harshest months, sadhus and villagers alike retreated to lower altitudes, leaving the upper regions deserted. It was in these dark and inhospitable conditions that I pressed on to complete the grueling trek from Uttarkashi to Nandanvan entirely on foot. Solitude pressed in from every side. No shelter, no food, only the cold wind and the fearless wild animals. All seemed very tough to tackle. Sunlight barely reached the valley floor, casting a dim twilight for most of the day. Human encounters were rare, only those for emergencies. The mountains seemed deserted, save for my own thoughts and the steady beating of my heart. Whether this journey was possible or not, I knew it was a test of my resolve. My heart resolved that as long as breath remained, nothing could harm me. My mind would remind me, life flourishes everywhere. Trees, plants, birds in the branches, fish in the rivers, wild animals in the forests. All exist alone, bare-bodied, yet none are truly solitary. With so many beings sharing this world, how can you call this place desolate? If you believe in Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, that the world is one family, how can you feel lonely here? Why count only humans as beings? Are not these creatures kin as well? Where then is loneliness? My journey continued, and so did my contemplation. Solitude weighs heavily on the mind, which is used to the comfort of company. It fears loneliness. Darkness too awakens primal fear. We pass our days in light and seek lamps at night. We turn them off and even sleep fearlessly in the dark. Yet the darkness of solitude feels deeper than any dark night. In solitude, fear intensifies in mind. For a yogi, overcoming this fear is essential. Fearlessness is the foundation of spiritual life. Without it, one remains bound to the instincts of ordinary living, seeking security, gathering comforts, never transcending the mind's immaturity. Another challenge in Himalayan solitude is the fear of wild creatures, especially predators. They roam noiseless places, seeking food at night and avoiding confrontation by day. At night, in the lonely dark, meeting wild animals means facing death itself. In utter silence, even the fiercest beasts sometimes emerge by day to hunt or drink, making every encounter a test of courage.
All these dangers were a constant part of the journey. Nights had to be spent black snakes slithering past and pythons hissing nearby. The agile mountain lion, smaller than its plains cousin, prowled the region, preying on smaller animals. Aggressive mountain bears and, in the Shivalik hills, wild elephants were ever-present threats. All these left you alone unless provoked, or you met their gaze. Then, even a flicker of emotion could trigger their wrath. Pythons, snakes, monitor lizards, bears, leopards, cheetahs and elephants all crossed my path again and again. When animals see a group, they yield the path, but when meeting a solitary traveler or animal, they walk straight on. In such moments, it is the human who must step aside. Otherwise, confrontation is almost certain. Face-to-face encounters with wild animals happen 10 or 20 times a day and night. They never stepped aside for a lone traveler. It was always up to me to avoid them. In truth, these moments were not just stories. They were brushes with death itself. Sometimes animals walked beside or behind me. Even when they did not attack, fear gripped the heart as if death were just a breath away. It is one thing to face such danger once in a while, but to confront death every hour, feeling the constant threat to one's life, was an ordeal like no other. My heart would pound, barely recovering before the next challenge arose. Sometimes entire herds appeared, and had they attacked, nothing would have remained of me in a matter of moments. Yet, wisdom and courage had to prevail. Death may seem mighty, but life is mightier still. With fearlessness and friendliness, even the fiercest creatures can be subdued. Across the 300 to 400 of perilous encounters, I learned to greet each with composure and kinship, resolving that if death came, I would meet it without fear, perhaps even with a smile. Such courage was not born in me. It was deliberately cultivated, step by step on that daunting path. Loneliness, darkness, and the constant threat of death conspired to drive me back, but the power of resolve kept me moving forward. The first test was this: would solitude and desolation overpower me? Within days, my heart grew strong and the region's creatures felt like companions. Fear faded, emptiness turned pleasant, and I knew I was passing the first test. The confusion of moving onward too would dissolve in time.
The second test was winter's chill. I argued, when the eyes, nose, head and ears are exposed and with little practice get used to it, why should I be feeling cold? I further reasoned. In the far north, people endure temperatures far harsher than these Himalayan heights of 10 to 12,000 feet. The mountains may be cold, but caves remain warmer. Local residents offered solutions: burn certain green shrubs for heat, eat wild greens like langda and marcha raw, make tea from birch knots and curl up to conserve warmth. The more you focus on the cold, the more you feel it. Children run bare-skinned untroubled. Leaving elderly and weak alone, for the healthy, cold is often a matter of belief. I learned to tolerate the cold by adopting these measures. Filling my mind with enthusiasm instead of thoughts of cold made all the difference. Such important lessons became solutions to the region's challenges. As for wild animals, most emerge by night, their eyes glowing in the darkness. Yet even lions fear humans. If you show no fear and do not provoke them, they remain peaceful, almost as friends. At first I too felt fear. Then I recalled how circus trainers and even forest dwellers can coexist with wild beasts, and how the European woman in the movie Born Free raised lions that slept in her lap. When the heart is filled with fearlessness or love, even the wildest forest can become a joyful home. The forest-dwelling Bhil people live in such areas all their lives, without fear or feeling danger. Inspired by such examples, I became fearless, imagining a day when cows and lions would drink together at the same stream. The mind is weak, but it is also ready to be made strong. Rather than waiting for circumstances to change, I resolved to strengthen my mind. Gradually, what once seemed terrifying became simple, even natural. Through persistent discipline, I brought my mind under control during those 20 days of travel. That land soon felt less foreign, as if I truly belonged there. Up to Gangotri, there is a dangerous path made for travelers. In those days, there was only a narrow trail up to Gomukh. After that, the journey grew even more difficult. No path led to Tapovan. I had to use my inner guidance and determination. Beyond its plateau, after climbing a high range, lay Nandanvan, my true destination. I arrived on time and Gurudev awaited me. My joy was boundless, so was his. At last I had come to his home, just as he had once come to mine. Only by such exchanges I realized, if this could continue, the sacred bond between guide and disciple would be truly worthwhile. This journey brought 3 tests. 1. Traveling alone. 2. Enduring the harsh seasons. And 3. Remaining unshaken among wild animals. I felt I had passed them all, and Gurudev, my examiner, agreed too. Our conversation was brief. Gurudev told me, to attain spiritual power, you must develop immense willpower, transform adversity into opportunity, fear neither wild beasts nor death itself. For those who aspire to the state of the rishis, this is essential. Much of your life will be spent amid such trials. That moment ended. He took me to the cave where he resided. When it was time to sleep at the spot he indicated, I did exactly as he showed. That night I slept more deeply than ever before. When I finally awoke, every trace of exhaustion had vanished, as if I had never traveled at all. I bathed in a nearby stream and performed my prayers. For the first time I saw the Brahma Kamal and the Devakand. The Brahma Kamal, whose fragrance brings deep sleep, known as Yog Nidra, the Devakand, an underground tuber, tasting of water chestnut, can satisfy hunger for a week. A ripped bun weighs around 10 pounds. These were Gurudev's first tangible gifts, one to restore the body, the other to uplift the spirit. Afterward, I gazed out over Tapovan, a velvet carpet of wild flowers spread across the plateau. Heavy snow had yet to fall. When it finally comes, these flowers will scatter, only to bloom again the next year.
Chapter 8. Encounter with the Rishi tradition in the remote Himalayas. My first day in Nandanvan was spent in awe of the natural beauty, sensing the divine presence woven throughout. Time slipped away and night arrived before I noticed. Guided by an inner prompting, I made my way to a nearby cave, not just for sleep, but for shelter from the cold. I hoped that Gurudev would appear that night, and so he did. That night, under a radiant full moon, Gurudev appeared in the cave. The Himalayas shimmered in golden light, as if the mountains themselves were made of gold. Snowflakes and icy droplets fell, creating the illusion of golden rain. With Gurudev's arrival, a circle of warmth enveloped me, otherwise venturing out into the biting cold and fierce winds would have been impossible. Attempting such a feat in this environment could have left the body numb or paralyzed. I knew this unearned grace was given for a special purpose, so I asked no questions, simply followed. My feet felt light, almost as if floating. Only then did I understand why siddhis like walking in the air were needed. Traversing those icy, uneven glaciers was far harder than walking on water. In modern comfort, such abilities may seem fantastical, but in the harsh Himalayas they were essential. Shivering, I followed Gurudev from the cave, clinging to him like a shadow as we crossed the golden-lit Himalayas. Our purpose was to witness the ancient meditation sites of the rishis. Though they had relinquished their physical bodies, most retained subtle forms, and the causal bodies of some could also be glimpsed. Instinctively, I bowed my head in reverence. That night, I was to be introduced to the sages who dwell in their subtle and causal bodies in the Himalayas, a night more significant and fortunate than any other in my life. On earlier journeys, I had seen only the accessible caves of Uttarakhand. Now I realized how much more lay hidden. While smaller caves sheltered wild animals, the larger pristine ones still housed the subtle bodies of sages, who sometimes returned to them out of habit from their past lives. All were in deep meditation. Gurudev explained they rarely break this state without reason. He shared their names and let me witness their subtle forms, the true wealth and divine treasure of this region. They already knew of my arrival.
Wherever we went, their eyes opened, gentle smiles appeared, and their heads bowed in subtle acknowledgement. No words were exchanged. In the subtle realms, communication is silent. The voices Para and Pashyanti that are used do not need ears to hear. Message is conveyed through an inspiration within. The voices that need ears to hear are called Baikhari and Madhyama. Tonight's purpose was simply to witness, to be introduced as a new student, and to establish a link for future guidance and collaboration. Perhaps they already knew that in time I would help carry forward their unfinished work. While subtle bodies can inspire and transmit power, it is those in physical form who guide and shape worldly events. Divine power selects certain embodied souls as their instruments. Until now, I had served only one guide, but now these Himalayan sages could also work through me, providing inspiration and strength. Gurudev introduced me in this spirit. With a single gesture, they offered their consent. Before dawn, he returned me to the cave and withdrew to his own realms. For the first time, I glimpsed the true world of the sages. Although I had seen the physical wonders of the Himalayas, I had never known which sage was tied to which place, until now. I saw this for the first time and also for the last. As Gurudev departed, he cautioned me, never seek out these sages on your own or disturb their work. If they need you, they will come. Our agreement is the same. You wait for my summons, do not seek me out. Whenever you are needed, guidance and means will be provided. He added, do not view this vision as mere curiosity. My guidance is not for you alone. These great souls will continue their work through chosen instruments. Regard their instructions as my own and dedicate yourself wholly to whatever is asked of you. What could I say except nod? He vanished.
Chapter 9. Future Blueprint Spelled Out. The following morning in Nandanvan was even more wondrous. Memories of my encounter with the sages and Gurudev lingered vividly in my mind.
Eagerly I awaited his return and the guidance he would offer. As sunlight spread across the flower-strewn plateau, it felt as though heaven itself had graced the earth. Flowers of every color were blooming in abundance, scattered across the vast plateau. From a distance, it looked as if a magnificent carpet had been laid out. Suddenly, Gurudev appeared before me, manifesting the same radiant physical form I had first seen in my worship room. He began, "We have witnessed your devotion and courage across lifetimes. After calling you here, I have put you through 3 tests to see if your mind was ready to bear the weight of great tasks. I have watched your journey and your responses closely. Now, I am assured of your inner strength and faith. Otherwise, the subtle-bodied sages would not have appeared to you, nor revealed their hearts. Their words had a single purpose, to entrust you with the completion of their unfinished work. Only after witnessing your capability did they open their hearts, for such souls reveal themselves only to the worthy. If your surrender is true, the course of your remaining life will be made. Follow it with unwavering devotion. First is the same, complete 24 Gayatri Mahamantra Purascharanas, one each year, to strengthen whatever remains to be for the great tasks ahead. Second, continue your studies and dedicate yourself to writing. Translate and publish ancient scriptures, making them accessible to all, and create literature that awakens divinity in humanity. This will lay the foundation for a new world culture. Along with this, as long as your physical body exists, create easily accessible literature that will bring about the emergence of divinity in man and the descent of heaven on earth in all possible languages of the world. In time, worthy scholars will join you to complete whatever you leave unfinished. Third, continue to serve in the freedom struggle, both openly and behind the scenes, until independence is won. This freedom fight will last until 1947. By then, much of your Purascharana will also be complete. This is the first stage. Its results will be revealed to the world. Do not expect the British to relinquish India easily, but you will witness freedom even before this course of your spiritual practice is complete. By then, your knowledge will have reached the depth necessary for the transformation of the age. The true fulfillment of Purascharana comes only with a grand yajna of completion, a Gayatri Mahayajna with 24 lakh offerings establishing your organization. This is your responsibility. You'll need substantial resources and support, but do not doubt, we are with you and your devotion will bear fruit. When the time comes, all will fall in place and the world will witness the miraculous results of genuine spiritual practice. Even if your strength seems small, united with mine, it becomes powerful as if 1 adding up to 11. It is a mission run by the divine. Trust the process. There is no need to worry or to overplan. All things will fall in place when the time comes. Continue your studies, your Purascharana, and your service for freedom. Avoid the anxiety of overthinking the future. Focus on these 3 tasks of the first phase for now, here in your homeland. Here's a glimpse of what's ahead. From Mathura, your spiritual literature and publications will spread self-study, and a great religious organization will foster satsang. The final offering of your Purascharana and all press work will happen there. From this center, the awakening of divinity in humanity will be organized, a historic movement unlike any before. The third phase, fulfill the wishes of the subtle-bodied rishis by sowing the seeds of the rishi tradition. Its global expansion will unfold from Sapta Sarovar in Haridwar, the sacred home of the 7 rishis. Each of these 3 tasks will proceed in their destined places. This is only a glimpse. In time, you will be called here 3 more times, each with its own purpose, and the full blueprint will be revealed. The 4th time, you will assume the final role and carry the heaviest responsibilities, addressing the world's most complex challenges in the century's last decades. There is no need to know everything in advance. As needs arise, so will the guidance. During this Himalayan journey, I wrestled with the belief that seeing realized souls in Himalayan caves bestows spiritual powers. I found no evidence for this. It seemed a legend.
Gurudev sensed my doubt and, gently placing his hand on my shoulder, asked, "Why seek out realized souls? Have the visions of the rishis and my presence not satisfied your heart?" I harbored no disbelief, only a childlike curiosity. If Gurudev mistook this for doubt, surely I would be unworthy of his trust. The very thought left me stunned. Gurudev, reading my heart, laughed and said, "They are indeed there, but 2 things have changed. First, the influx of travelers has disturbed their practices. Second, sustaining the body has become difficult, so they have assumed subtle forms, becoming invisible and free from material needs. Not only their forms, but even their practices and locations have changed. With so few worthy seekers, they do not appear or bestow grace lightly. In these times, it is nearly impossible to find what others seek. Next time, I will again grant you a glimpse of these accomplished sages. I had already seen how these parts of the Supreme Brahma, the divine souls, reside in subtle form right at home through my own guide. I had handed myself over to him. Still, stories of Himalayan sages had sparked a longing in me. That yearning was fulfilled with the vision of the rishis and Gurudev's reassurance. My hidden desire now transformed into deep contentment and joy. Gurudev continued, "When I call you again, stay for 6 months or a year. Your body is now strong enough for these conditions. To mature your practice, you must return to the Himalayas 3 more times. Whatever I find suited, I will provide for your physical needs. This is necessary because only through endurance can you move from the gross to the subtle and finally to the causal body. The 6 physical hardships, hunger, thirst, cold, heat, sleep and fatigue are difficult to conquer at home where comfort is easy. Likewise, the 6 inner enemies, lust, anger, greed, attachment, pride and jealousy must be battled away from the distractions of daily life. The Himalayas offer the needed solitude for this work. By returning 3 more times and then living among people, you will be tested to see if your practice has matured. This program, though set by Gurudev, was also the fulfillment of my deepest wish. Through self-study, satsang and contemplation, I realized when the 10 senses and the mind are brought under control, distractions vanish. Self-restraint dissolves weakness and reveals divinity.
Mastery over the senses, desires, time and thoughts. These are the 4 pillars of self-control, the royal path to realization. Those who achieve this become great souls. When the mind is freed from desire, anger, greed and attachment, true worldly accomplishments follow. I wished for austerity, but in a surrendered life, there is little room for personal will. Gurudev voiced what my heart longed for, and I waited eagerly for the time to begin. Gurudev said, "Now go to Gangotri. Your stay and food are arranged. Sit at Bhagirath Shila, Gauri Kund, and begin your sadhana. After a year, you return home. I will watch over you." Gurudev vanished. His messenger led me to Gaumukh, and I spent the rest of the year there as instructed. When the year ended, I returned home. The obstacles of my outward journey did not reappear. Having passed the tests, the way back was clear. After a year, I returned home transformed, stronger, healthier, and filled with joy. My face had become rounded and red. I offered a pinch of sand as prasad from Gangotri and Gaumukh to those who asked. That is all I had brought back which was tangible. This journey was a turning point. The vision of the subtle rishi power guiding the world left an indelible mark on my soul, clarified my purpose, and revealed the companions destined to join me. My first Himalayan pilgrimage became a wellspring of inspiration for the path ahead, and for others who seek.
Chapter 10. I won. My unrefined mind lost. On my very first journey, I discovered the true nature of realized souls and saints. My own illusions were shattered, and I could help dispel the misconceptions of others. I learned that only those who have earned true worthiness ever meet such souls, for they exist in subtle bodies, revealing themselves only to the deserving. This understanding was new to me. The details of my Himalayan journey are recorded in the book Sunsan Ke Sahachar. Though the account is lengthy, its essence is simple. Amidst lack and uncertainty, adversity can be overcome through the strength of inner resolve. When the mind is your ally, crises that overwhelm others can seem almost trivial. Spiritual seekers must cultivate such inner strength, as echoed in these stories. The book is expansive and with detailed descriptions, but its core messages are few. Much is literary analysis, but the essential lessons stand out. I have explained why the Himalayas and the banks of the Ganga are uniquely suited for spiritual practice. The fear of loneliness and solitude is only a weakness of thought. If the mind is strong, there is no need to seek companions or fear being alone. Even wild creatures live alone, and all are wary of humans who possess the intelligence for self-protection. When the mind turns towards fear, everything appears threatening.
If you have courage and all your faculties in good shape, what is there to fear? Few wild animals are truly dangerous. With fearlessness and love, one can reduce that risk greatly. King Harish Chandra worked among funeral pyres. The Maasai of Kenya live among lions. Forest dwellers coexist with snakes and tigers. Then there is no reason why a wise person cannot endure where danger is perceived. The soul enters and leaves this world alone. Eating, sleeping, walking, all are solitary acts. Even the journey to the divine is taken alone. If spiritual practice and emotions bring the mind to a state of refined joy in other situations, it is no surprise. The mind should at least have this much change as a result of spiritual discipline, just as the body is shaped through practice. Eskimos thrive on fish. Himalayan villagers and those living in the Alps live long, healthy lives even in hardship. Animals subsist on grass. Humans too can adapt with practice if they wanted to survive on useful green leaves.
During my first Himalayan journey, the mind that once conjured fear learned to offer joy instead. This is the essence of companions of solitude. God has provided means to withstand every season. Caves stay warm even when snow falls outside. Green shrubs and gomuk burn easily for warmth. At night, a forest herb glows in the dark. Tapovan and Nandanman have the Devakan root, sweet as sugarcane and large enough to sustain a person for a week. Birch knots can be brewed for warming tea and its bark used for bedding and clothing. God has arranged everything needed for every season. Most suffering comes from mental weakness or dependence on comfort. Self-reliance solves 3/4 of the problems of life. For the remaining quarter of the time, other alternatives can be found, and with their help, one can practice passing the time. One can adapt to any circumstance. Trouble only arises when we expect the world to adapt to us. By changing ourselves, we can face every situation with joy. Though I had read and heard these truths before, I only truly experienced them by living them during my first Himalayan journey. This discipline taught me self-mastery. It became easy to use every adversity as opportunity, and difficulties ceased to trouble me. In solitude, lust, anger, greed, and attachment faded away. Fears and temptations that did arise became tests to be dismissed with a smile. Even pride found no foothold. I reminded myself, I am the soul, radiant and capable. No fear or temptation can defeat me. During that year in the Himalayas, moments of intense trial did arise. Out of humility, I will not recount them in detail. Instead, let it suffice to say, anyone walking the spiritual path must confront and overcome daily tests of fear and temptation. Every spiritual seeker must expect daily tests of fear and temptation and be ready to meet them with determination. Without preparation, one risks failure and regret, like a novice ringmaster who rushes into the circus untrained. Of worship, spiritual discipline, and service, spiritual discipline is paramount. The rituals of Upasana can be performed with a paid job, and service can be any virtue in action. But for one who has gained self-mastery, acts of selfless service become both the most meaningful and most skillful pursuit. For a pure and refined mind, the business of best gain is selfless service.
The miracles I experienced in that first year were the fruits of self-restraint and mastery over the mind. Upasana became just like a business of passing time. At home, I slept just 4 hours, busy with countless responsibilities. In the mountains, I allowed myself 6 hours of sleep, as nothing could be done before dawn except silent chanting. Light arrived late and darkness fell early at those heights, making for 12 hours of night. 6 reserved for sleep and 6 for worship. Bathing was only possible at midday, when water could be warmed and clothes dried. I learned to adapt my daily routine to the demands of my environment, rather than expecting circumstances to conform to my habits. How did my first Himalayan journey go? I learned to shape my mind to circumstances. The intense pressures of that year were the furnace that turned raw iron into steel, fit for any future purpose. My earlier life was one of comfort and resources. The Himalayas overturned all that, demanding courage like that of soldiers thrust into battle after only brief training. The direct result of my first Himalayan journey, my untamed mind was defeated. I emerged victorious. With every discomfort, my mind resisted, like a calf refusing the yoke, but persistence prevailed. Had my resolve faltered, my journey would have ended. I faced adversity for a year, often doubting whether such trials would ruin my health or close the doors to worlds. At times my mind tempted me with dark thoughts, imagining a life of luxury as a so-called sage, like others who have misused the name of the Himalayas. But I crushed these thoughts, recognizing them as a test. I thought when a luxurious life can be acquired by a man of ordinary talent, then why dishonor the Himalayas, the sages or the sacred tradition or God for it? That first year, my direct encounter with the guiding Rishi power transformed me. The struggle between my old and new mind was constant, but in the end, I returned home in complete victory.
Chapter 11. The second phase of pilgrimage and determination of scope of work. Nearly 10 years passed since I was first called to the Himalayas to undergo my initial test. After that, there was no need for another summons. His presence was always felt just as it was the first time. With just the words "all is well," the direct contact would be complete. His presence continued to be absorbed within my inner being. Never did I feel alone. There was always the sense of two traveling together. And so 10 years passed in this way. The freedom struggle was still ongoing. During this period, when the season was right, the command came once again to return to the Himalayas. I began preparations to leave the very next day. It was impossible for me to ignore or delay the call. After informing my family members, I prepared to depart at dawn during the Brahma Muhurta. At that time, the road extended only up to Uttarkashi, and construction work was just beginning beyond that point. The path was familiar, and the season was not as cold as it had been the last time. Travelers came and went along the way, and the chattayas, small hostels for resting, were not completely empty. This time there was no difficulty. I carried even less baggage than before. While it was nothing like the comfort of home, the circumstances were not unbearable, just unfamiliar. The journey continued as before. This time the 3 tests I had faced before did not confront me. There was no need to repeat a challenge already overcome. The route to Gangotri was so familiar that I never needed to ask for directions. Only the 14 miles from Gangotri to Gomukh were uncertain, as the path changes every year after the snow melts. Rocks break off and tumble down, and even the small streams shift their course, blocked by fallen stones. Each year, to traverse this ever-changing path, one must either find a knowledgeable guide or rely on intuition, advancing by trial and error and turning back if blocked. In this way, I reached Gomukh. For the rest of the journey, Gurudev's messenger accompanied me. Himself a subtle presence, a shadowy figure of the Veerbhadra level, often entrusted by Gurudev with various tasks.
Whenever I journeyed to the Himalayas, it was his duty to guide me to Nandanvan and higher altitudes, and then return me safely to Gomukh. With his assistance, I arrived at my destination more quickly and easily. Both of us were silent throughout. Gurudev appeared in his subtle form as soon as I reached Nandanvan. The moment he manifested, a rush of emotion overcame me. My lips trembled and my nose grew wet. It felt as though a missing part of myself had been restored, and the sense of incompleteness I had carried was finally resolved. His hand upon my head was an expression of his boundless love. With that gesture, the ritual of greeting and blessing was complete. Gurudev then signaled that it was time once again to seek guidance from the rishis. My heart brimmed with awe. Whenever I journeyed to the Himalayas, it was his duty to guide me to Nandanvan and higher altitudes, and then return me safely to Gomukh. With his assistance, I arrived at my destination more quickly and easily. Both of us were silent throughout. Gurudev appeared in his subtle form as soon as I reached Nandanvan. The moment he manifested, a rush of emotion overcame me. My lips trembled and my nose grew wet. It felt as though a missing part of myself had been restored, and the sense of incompleteness I had carried was finally resolved. His hand upon my head was an expression of his boundless love. With that gesture, the ritual of greeting and blessing was complete. Gurudev then signaled that it was time once again to seek guidance from the rishis. My heart brimmed with awe. Nearly all the rishis of the Satyuga now reside in their subtle bodies in that remote Himalayan region where I first encountered them. For the sake of order, each has chosen a cave for himself. Though they have no need for a fixed place or material possessions, they have each designated a spot for their activities and for meeting one another as needed. On my first journey, I could only offer my salutations from a distance.
Now, during this second journey, Gurudev introduced me to them one by one. Previously, I had received their blessings indirectly. Now, it was time to hear their messages directly. At first, they appeared as gentle orbs of light. But when my subtle body attuned, the rishis of the Satyuga became visible in their true forms, just as people on earth imagine them. Observing tradition, I bowed and placed my head at their feet. Their touch, even so slight, sent a thrill through me, and waves of joy and exaggeration surged within. The conversation soon turned serious. In their subtle voices, each rishi shared that the activities once carried out in physical form had come to a complete end. Only the ruins of their former world remained. When they looked upon those regions with divine vision, it caused them deep pain. From Gangotri to Haridwar, the entire stretch had once been the land of the rishis, where only the discipline of penance was practiced in solitude. Just as Jamadagni's Gurukul Aranyak once stood in Uttarkashi, there were countless other ashrams of sages scattered throughout the land.
The remaining rishis were absorbed in their own research and austerities. These abodes of the gods are everywhere. After the Ice Age, not only did the locations change, but the activities also faded away, ceasing altogether, leaving behind only faint traces. In Uttarakhand, temples of gods and goddesses have sprung up everywhere, so that offerings may continue and the priests may make their living. But there is no one to ask, nor anyone to tell who the rishis were, where they lived, or what they did. Not even a trace of them remains. In our eyes, the tradition of the rishis has, in a way, come to an end. Every sage I met echoed the same sorrowful sentiment. As we took our leave, eyes glistened with unspoken tears, and every heart was heavy with grief. The burden once carried by so many rishis now felt overwhelming for me alone. Witnessing their sorrow, my own heart melted. I longed to comfort these divine souls rather than depart in silence. Overcome, I too remained wordless, tears streaming down my face. To see such mighty rishis reduced to helplessness and sorrow, their pain pierced me like a scorpion's sting. Gurudev and I walked together, our souls heavy. Even his face was shadowed with sadness. O Lord, what a difficult time this is. Not a single successor to the rishis has arisen. Their entire lineage seems lost. Not a spark of their spirit remains. There are millions of Brahmins and countless saints, yet if even a handful were truly awakened, they would have shaken the world as Gandhi or Buddha did. But now, who is left? Who will do it? On what strength can it be done? When tears fell from the princess's eyes and she asked, Ko Vedan Uddharasyasi, who will rescue the Vedas? Kumaril Bhatt had replied, there is still one Kumaril left on this earth, do not lament so. In his time there was indeed one Kumaril Bhatt who fulfilled his promise. But today, neither Brahmins nor saints of that caliber can be found. The rishis are even further lost. Now only impostors, dressed in strange disguises, roam the forests like painted jackals, howling everywhere. The next day, after my return, these thoughts lingered with me all day. In the solitude of my cave, my contemplation became unbroken, yet Gurudev read my mind with complete understanding. My anguish, I realized, weighed upon him as well. He said, then do this. This time, let us visit them all once more. Tell them, if you wish, I could plant the seed, and if you provide the nourishment, the crop will surely grow. And even if not, by making the effort, our hearts will be lightened. Along with this, also ask for the guideline to make an auspicious beginning. Tell them, I am determined to act no matter what. With your grace, even this barren ground could blossom with greenery. At Gurudev's command, I was even ready to declare, I will burn myself in the blazing fire. Whatever is destined will happen. One can surely make a vow, swearing upon one's life to fulfill it. Such thoughts filled my mind, and Gurudev sensed them. This time, I saw his face bloom like a Brahma Kamal. Both of us were silent, yet filled with joy. We decided to turn back and meet all those rishis whom we had just met the previous night. Seeing us return, each one of them, one after another, became delighted and astonished. I stood, hands folded and head bowed, spellbound. Through his subtle speech, Gurudev conveyed my wishes and enthusiasm, saying, he is not lifeless. He will do what he says. Please tell us how the seeds of your unfinished work can be sown anew. If we all nurture this effort, then his steps in this will not go in vain. After this, Gurudev extended an invitation to grace the Sahasrakundi Purnahuti Yajna in Mathura, to be held after the completion of the Gayatri Purashcharan. He said, he may resemble a monkey, but he is Hanuman. He may seem like a bear, but he is Jambavan. He may take the form of a vulture, but he is Jatayu. Give him your guidance and trust that what was left incomplete, what was broken, will be restored and will flourish anew. Why despair? Why not place your hope in him when he has faithfully fulfilled every responsibility given to him over 3 lifetimes? The conversation began with one, but as soon as the invitation was given, all assembled, one by one. Despair dissolved, hope was rekindled, and a new plan took shape. The seeds of our collective efforts would be sown in a single field. A sapling would be nurtured in a nursery, and in time, those saplings would be planted everywhere, making the garden bloom.
This was the plan for establishing Shanti Kunj. Once my assigned tasks in Mathura were completed, an outline for Gayatri Nagar and the Brahma Varchasa's Research Institute was also explained in detail. I listened with full attention, committing every word to heart and resolving that as soon as the 2.4 million Purashcharan was completed, I would set this program in motion. Without a doubt, with Gurudev's protection, failure was impossible. I stayed one more day. During this time, Gurudev outlined the details of the Purashcharan's Purnahuti, saying, I have closely observed recent years' circumstances and events and corrected whatever was amiss. You were called here to understand your next steps. There is little time left to finish the Purashcharan. Whatever of it remains must be completed in Mathura. The second phase of your life will begin from Mathura. After Prayag, Mathura stands as the central point of the country. In terms of accessibility, it is the most convenient. Following independence, your political responsibilities will be fulfilled, but even then, your work will not be complete. Political revolution is inevitable, and the government will usher in economic transformation and reforms. Yet, even after these, 3 essential revolutions remain, ones that can only be fulfilled through the path of dharma. Without these, true and lasting transformation is impossible. The nation was not weakened or enslaved for lack of warriors or military defeat. It was our own inner weaknesses that led to decline and defeat, with others merely exploiting those vulnerabilities. A moral, intellectual, and social revolution must also be achieved. For this, it is necessary to gather capable individuals now and share the vision for these tasks. Therefore, prepare to leave your home and village and go to Mathura. There, I had to rent a modest house and start a monthly magazine. Alongside, publish the essential ideas behind these 3 revolutions. This is all you can undertake at this time. Soon you will need to build a grand Gayatri temple near Mathura at the sacred site of Rishi Durvasa's penance to house fellow workers. After completing the 24 Mahapurashcharans, you are to perform a great yajna as the concluding offering. The tradition is to pair jap with yajna. Your 2.4 million jap, completed in 24 anushtans, is nearing completion. For this, organize a yajna with 1,000 fire altars, conducted by 1,000 mantriks, offering 2.4 million oblations.
A vast organization will be formed for awakening the masses through dharma at this same event. This marks the first stage in fulfilling your sankalp, your solemn vow. About 25 years later, once this responsibility is fulfilled, you must proceed to Saptasarovar in Haridwar. There you will start working on reviving the forgotten traditions of the rishis as per your agreement. He explained the entire plan in detail for the work in Mathura, from beginning to end. He also outlined the translation, publication and dissemination of ancient scriptures, the organization of the Gayatri Parivar, and the delegation of responsibilities among its members. There must be no error in carrying out these instructions, as in our first meeting I had assured him of my resolve. Yet the doubt loomed on my mind. For such a vast undertaking, where would the necessary financial and human resources come from? Gurudev read my thoughts and smiled. There is no need to worry about the means. Begin by sowing what you already have. The harvest will be 100-fold, and all the tasks entrusted to you will be fulfilled. He explained what we had, where and how it should be sown, and when the harvest would ripen. I took every word he spoke to heart. There was no possibility of forgetting. One forgets only in neglect. Does a soldier ever forget his general's command? For me, there was no room for disobedience or neglect.
The conversation ended. This time I was instructed to remain in the Himalayas for only 6 months. All arrangements for my stay had been made in advance. Gurudev's Veerbhadra escorted me to Gomukh. From there, I reached the designated place and completed the 6 months. When I returned home, my health was even better than before. Both happiness and seriousness had grown within me, radiating a visible glow of inner brilliance. Upon my return, everyone remarked, "There must be some place of great comfort and luxury in the Himalayas. You go there and return rejuvenated and full of health." All I could do was smile in reply. I started preparing my move to Mathura. I had visited there once before simply to see the place, but I knew no one there. This time I resolved to find and rent a small house suitable for publishing Akhand Jyoti. Even then, housing was scarce.
After an exhaustive search, I could not find a place that met my needs. Eventually, I wandered into Ghiya Mandi and discovered a house that had stood vacant for a long time. Its owner, an elderly woman, offered the rent at 15 rupees and handed me the key. Upon entering, I found 15 rooms, both large and small. Though the house was dilapidated, at 1 rupee per room, it was by no means expensive. For my purposes, it was sufficient. I liked it and paid the old woman 15 rupees in advance for a month's rent, which delighted her. I returned home, gathered my belongings, and moved in with my wife and children. Soon, whispers spread throughout the neighborhood, as if my arrival were an event of great significance. When I inquired, people warned me, "This house is haunted. Everyone who has lived here has lost their life. We have seen many come and flee, suffering great losses of wealth and family. You are new here, so you were deceived. Now you know the truth. If not for this, why would a 3-story 15-room house remain vacant for years? You are staying here knowingly, but you will suffer for it." Such an affordable and practical house could not be found elsewhere, so I decided to stay. The rumors of haunting proved true. Every night there was commotion on the roof, sounds of running, crying and fighting. With no electricity in the house, I would venture upstairs with a lantern. I glimpsed shadowy figures of men and women, some running ahead, others behind, but never encountered them face to face. They never harmed me. This went on for about 10 days. One night, around 1 a.m., I went upstairs with a lantern and asked the running figures to stop. They did. I proposed, "You have lived in this house for a long time. Let's do this. You all stay in the 7 rooms upstairs and we will manage with the 8 rooms below. This way we can coexist peacefully. Neither you nor we will be disturbed." No one replied, but they stood there silently. From that day forward, everything changed. I honored my side of the agreement and they seemed to as well. Occasionally, I would hear footsteps on the roof, but the disturbances that once ruined our sleep or frightened the children ceased. I repaired whatever was broken in the house at my own expense. Akhand Jyoti was published again from this house. I started corresponding with Gayatri Parijans, and in the first year, we gained nearly 2,000 subscribers. I continued to write to readers, invite them for discussions, and maintain my studies during daily walks, reading for 2 hours each day. My spiritual practices continued in my small prayer room. Having set Congress work aside, I now devoted myself more fully to writing. My pen flowed freely on various subjects for the Akhand Jyoti magazine, the translation of ancient scriptures, and the framework for public education through the path of dharma. We printed the magazine on our own hand press, while other literature was printed elsewhere. The work pressed on, but I often wondered, in the days ahead, how would I gather the resources and manpower needed for the great publishing work in Mathura, to establish a press, to build the grand edifice of Gayatri Tapobhumi, and to perform a yagya of a scale unseen since the Mahabharata? Where would I find the strength of wealth and people? In such moments, Gurudev's message echoed in my mind: sow and reap. Now this principle had to be enacted in the realm of society. In the truest sense, I had to become a non-possessive Brahmin. The outline of this program began to take shape in my mind.
Chapter 12. Another invitation for Himalayas, sowing the seeds of thought revolution. From Mathura, the campaign for a thought revolution was born. The vision of the movement that would help transform the minds and hearts of millions feels like turning into reality. The Sahasrakundi Yagya served as a gathering point for those believed to be connected through previous births and individuals destined to play pivotal roles in the future. During this Yagya, over 100,000 people committed themselves to eliminating evils from society, their families, and their own hearts. This event was a Naramedha Yajna, a sacrifice dedicated to uplifting humanity. It became a call to action for devoted servants of society, and in time, all the necessary helpers emerged. I have always maintained that this entire drama unfolds under the guidance of an unseen magician who used me as instruments to lay the groundwork for complete transformation. In Mathura, a comprehensive plan was devised to spread the light of moral, intellectual and social revolution to every village and awaken every household through Gayatri Yajna and Yug Nirman conferences. The inspired individuals who attended the Sahasrakundi Yajna in Mathura embraced the responsibility of establishing branch organizations and organizing similar yajnas in their own regions. It seemed the divine atmosphere itself moved them to accept this charge, motivating each to seek out at least 1,000 thoughtful collaborators from their communities. Each event spanned 4 days. For the first 3, music and discourses detailed the methods and aims of the 3 revolutions. On the final day, those willing to renounce undesirable habits and embrace righteous traditions were invited to take vows before the sacred fire. Such events achieved remarkable success wherever they took place. Nearly 10 million people were introduced to the mission's ideology, and hundreds of thousands pledged to renounce immorality, superstition, and social evils. Notably, most of these gatherings featured marriages conducted without dowry or extravagant display. In another 100 Kundi Yajna held in Mathura, 100 ideal marriages were solemnized. This tradition has continued ever since, benefiting many people each year through such progressive movements. In the public interest, it is not appropriate to disclose the many mysterious events associated with the Sahasrakundi Yajna at this time. Our guide has advised that such revelations should wait until after departing this mortal body, so I have alluded to them only indirectly.
This great yajna yielded many direct benefits. Almost overnight, a vast organization emerged in the form of the Gayatri Parivar. The thought revolutionary campaign of the Yug Nirman Yojana and its future as a means of public education through the spiritual order had already begun to take shape. Individuals who attended our gatherings and resolved to establish branches in their own regions later became the very people who helped found our Pragya institutions and Swadhyaya Mandals nearly 2 decades later. The dedicated workers who took on press, publication, organizational and promotional responsibilities after my departure from Mathura all emerged from this great yajna. Even today, most permanent volunteers at Shanti Kunj trace their roots to this yajna or to the major subsequent events across the country. Through these efforts, my organizational strength grew. Within the limited space of Gayatri Tapobhumi, I organized camps lasting a week, 9 days or even a month. Panchkoshi Sadhana camps promoted self-upliftment, Kaya Kalp sessions enhanced health, and consultation and life sadhana sessions encouraged organizational growth. All these events, conducted under our mentors' guidance after the Grand Sahasra and Shatakundi Yajna, played a pivotal role in overall development. The affection and support I received from members at Gayatri Tapobhumi fostered the birth of the vast Gayatri Parivar. Every member of this Parivar has viewed me as a father, one who guides, supports, and helps resolve family and personal challenges. Motivated by this love and goodwill, I felt compelled to visit those who had once sought me out. In many places, small yajnas took place. In others, conferences or meetings among the learned were held, where discussions were rooted in logic, facts, and reason. When I resolved to leave Mathura for Haridwar, I journeyed across India for nearly 2 years. In 5 cities, Tatanagar, Mahasamund, Bahraich, Bhilwara and Porbandar, yajnas as grand as Mathura Sahasrakundi Yajna were organized. I travelled thousands of miles, sometimes visiting 3 locations in a day, completing this journey before my period of seclusion. Along the way, I gained dedicated selfless workers, many of whom seemed to be souls who had lived as rishis in previous births. Recognizing their potential, I welcomed them into the family, binding us together in a vast united organization. Years earlier, my mentor had instructed me to return to the Himalayas for a 6-month sojourn. This time, however, I was not to return to Mathura afterward. Instead, I was to sever all attachments and establish the Rishi tradition at the sacred Saptasarovar in Haridwar. Well before this, I had begun gradually entrusting all my responsibilities to my wife. She was my life partner in 2 of my previous 3 births, and in this life as well, she proved an inseparable companion and collaborator. At the core of my success lies her dedication and steadfast spirit of service. Whatever I wished for, whatever hardships I asked her to bear, she willingly accepted. My own background was that of a rural landlord, while hers was from a wealthy urban family. Yet we blended as one. I donated village land for a school, used zamindari bond proceeds to purchase land for Gayatri Tapobhumi, and she gave all her jewelry for the construction of its building. Her sacrifice and devotion were instrumental in elevating us to these great heights. During my second journey to the Himalayas, she assumed responsibility for editing and organizing in my absence. In 1971, 10 years later, I left behind a vast family as I departed once more for the Himalayas. The Gayatri Parivar needed a visible guardian, someone to provide love and care. Only a mother could soothe their sorrows, and Mataji embraced this role with deep devotion. For the 3 years leading up to my departure, I was often away on extended tours. In my absence, she took it upon herself to welcome and comfort the Parijan Gayatri Parivar members who visited Mathura already. Throughout my public life, her unwavering support made all the difference. She managed to run our household and provide for 5 people on just 200 rupees, all while extending generous hospitality to every guest, never allowing anyone to leave disappointed. My life in Mathura remains a priceless treasure. It not only laid the foundation for my revolutionary work, but also ensured that, as I withdrew from leadership gradually, capable hands emerged to shoulder the responsibilities.
Chapter 13. Some Mysterious Incidents of Mathura. When I was first instructed by the Himalayan yogis to undertake certain activities while residing in Mathura, the task seemed nearly impossible given my limited knowledge and abilities. I had no resources, no companions, no experience, and no special skills. How then was such tremendous work accomplished? Whenever my courage began to waver, my divine guide would quietly assume control. Though my body performed the actions, the true work was orchestrated by the unseen puppeteer. The only credit due to the wooden puppet is that it held the strings firmly and did not resist the dance directed by the master. Each day, I dedicated 4 hours to writing. It felt as though the scene of Vyasa dictating to Ganesha was unfolding once again. In composing the Puranas, Vyasa spoke and Ganesha transcribed his words. I experienced a similar partnership in my own work. Translating ancient scriptures is an immensely challenging endeavor. All 4 Vedas, the 108 Upanishads, the 6 Darshanas, the 24 Smritis, and countless other scriptures, my pen and fingers were merely instruments for them all. It was an unseen power that truly spoke and wrote through me. Without such guidance, it would have been impossible to complete these formidable tasks so swiftly. How else could hundreds of books, each meant to educate the masses through the Dharma system, have been produced by a single individual? Since the day this writing journey began, it has never ceased. It has grown so extensive that its volume now matches the weight of my own body. A printing press was essential for publication, and after much effort, I managed to procure a simple hand-operated press. Perhaps the one who destined this work smiled at my humble beginnings. Gradually, the press evolved. Treadles, cylinders, automatic machines, and offset printers arrived one after another. The expenses for these machines and the growing body of published literature eventually soared into the lakhs. Through my personal efforts, the Akhand Jyoti magazine reached 2,000 subscribers, and it appeared that would be its limit. With the continued inspiration of my divine guide, the publication flourished, reaching a circulation of nearly 150,000 copies, a remarkable achievement in itself. There is every possibility that this number will increase tenfold fast. Together, Yug Nirman Yojana in Hindi, Yug Shakti Gayatri in Gujarati, Yug Shakti in Odia, and the other editions also collectively reach nearly 150,000 readers.
For a single individual to produce such a high-quality publication, to print it in such vast quantities without accepting any advertisements, and to do so without ever incurring personal losses is truly unprecedented, a feat unmatched anywhere else in the country. The grand 1000 Kundiya Yagya in Mathura, to mark the completion of the Mahapurascharan, provided a perfect opportunity to lay the foundation for Gayatri Parivar. It would not be an exaggeration to claim that an event of such grandeur had not occurred since the era of the Mahabharata. This event was marked by few mysterious elements, the true nature of which remains unknown. 100,000 devoted Gayatri worshippers were invited from every corner of the nation. Remarkably, each one of them wholeheartedly undertook the mission of uplifting society through spiritual education, causing the movement so immense that all of India's religious organizations combined would not match its scale. I had no personal connection with any of these individuals, yet every invitation reached its destination and they arrived eagerly, covering their own travel expenses. This remains a mystery, one not easily explained. Including spectators, daily attendance soared to nearly 1 million. They were accommodated within a 7-mile radius. Remarkably, not a single person went hungry, nor was anyone asked to pay for their meals. Our food supplies were meager, barely enough for 20,000, yet they proved inexhaustible. Over 5 days, more than 500,000 people were fed, and even then surplus food remained, which was distributed free to those in need. The management was so extraordinary that even 1,000 hired workers could not have matched its efficiency. These matters remain shrouded in mystery. I have already shared the observable details of the event, but the enigmatic aspects I kept to myself. No one could fathom how such arrangements and resources were assembled. It was all the play of an unseen power. The rishis I encountered during my first Himalayan journey were present in subtle forms, quietly guiding the proceedings. The true nature of the power behind these activities remains unknown. People attributed it to my miracle or magic, but God is witness that I too watched the entire spectacle as a mere observer. The orchestrating power was scarcely perceived by anyone. The third significant undertaking awaiting me in Mathura was the creation of Gayatri Tapobhumi. For a mission of such magnitude, a small building would not suffice.
Construction began in earnest, and from our first days onwards, the work never ceased. It flourished, gradually evolving into what is now known as a town named Pragyanagar. Those who visit Mathura and witness the Gayatri Tapobhumi campus leave profoundly amazed after seeing its grand edifice, the bustling printing press, the meticulous arrangements for guests, and most notably, the unwavering spirit of selfless service among its workers. How could someone so unassuming create such a magnificent enterprise? The credit must go to that power working through me, not to me. Just as Lord Krishna steered Arjuna's chariot and secured victory, while the accolades went to Arjuna and the Pandavas became rulers. One may attribute their success to the valor and effort of the Pandavas, but if that was not the case, if it was true, how could Draupadi's honor have been violated in their presence? Why would they have endured long years of exile, forced into hiding and humble labor? My abilities are insignificant, yet during my time in Mathura, the multitude of visible and invisible work accomplished is astonishing. Anyone wishing to comprehend these achievements must consider the true nature of my life's spiritual discipline and recognize me as no more than a wooden puppet in the hands of a higher power. This spirit of surrender has been the central thread of my life's narrative. This is the lesson I have shared with all who have walked this path alongside me. Time and again I have endeavored to reveal how the threefold path of upasana, worship, sadhana, self-restraint, and aradhana, selfless service, illuminate the path to becoming an instrument in the hands of a higher power. Those seeking the heart of this autobiography will find its essence woven throughout these very episodes. Chapter 14. The Path to Greatness. Lessons Embraced and Lived. Before moving forward, it is fitting to explain the 3 crucial steps which are pivotal to my spiritual growth. These have been the focal point in the successful journey of my life. For anyone inspired by this autobiography and wishing to walk this path, it is essential to first understand the very essence of the philosophy I have lived. Supernatural tales may captivate the imagination, but their significance is often deeply personal and cannot be replicated. Those who, enchanted by such stories, attempt to mimic the same rituals or journey to the Himalayas will not find anything of worth. The greatest lesson I have learnt in this life is the value of genuine upasana, worship, sadhana, self-restraint, and aradhana, selfless service of the entire creation. It is this path that transforms an ordinary person into a divine being, a sage, or even a messenger of the divine. To sustain life, food, clothing, and shelter are essential. To create literature, a pen, ink, and paper are required. To grow crops, one must have seeds, fields, water, and fertilizer. Each element holds its own importance and none can be overlooked. Similarly, for spiritual growth, upasana, worship, sadhana, self-restraint, and aradhana, selfless service must be harmoniously integrated. Relying on only one of these will not help reach the goal. None of these can be ignored.
Chapter 15. The True Nature of Upasana, Worship. A common misconception reduces worship to its most superficial forms, mere rituals and recitations, as though devotion begins and ends with superficial gestures. Many imagine that worship consists solely of offering objects, tokens, or gifts, while recitation is dismissed as exaggerated praise. This outlook assumes that God or the deities are of such low stature that they eagerly anticipate trivial offerings of food, coconuts, cardamom, and are somehow gratified by these meager tributes. Like feudal lords, it is believed they can be won over by flattery and reward their praise singers accordingly. Such beliefs reflect a fundamental misunderstanding of the divine's true majesty. Those who cling to them are as naive as children, easily distracted and misled by trifles. The common man is a victim of this misconception that the divine can be persuaded to grant any desire, right or wrong, just or unjust. Among so-called devotees, some chase after wealth and success, while others yearn for heaven, liberation, or supernatural powers. For many, the obsession lies in experiencing a divine vision. Most who do rosary or light incense fall into this category, reducing worship to such a superficial level. Those who display even a hint of this hypocrisy pretend to be devotees. When God does not grant their wishes, they hurl insults at God. Many turn to superficial remedies, believing that mere glimpse of a statue or a saint will obligate God to grant their wishes in a flash. Many unfounded beliefs persist in society, with people not only accepting them but also following them. For example, attaining spiritual success by performing rituals or having darshan. In reality, this is far from reality. If it were true, the crowds at temples and the ritual performers would have already been moving mountains. It is important to recognize that the greater the value of something, the higher its price. For example, to become a member of the Prime Minister's cabinet, one must first win a parliamentary election. The meaning of worship is to sit near God. This is not like the physical proximity of crowded train passengers, but rather the deep bond of two friends who become one soul in two bodies. Such closeness requires deep understanding and surrender. One must realize that someone has to yield for the other.
Either God could abandon his own rules, dignity and discipline to follow a devotee's every command, whether good or bad, or the devotee must surrender and align their life with God's will. To help me chart my life according to the threefold path of spiritual growth, my guide began by explaining the philosophy and true nature of Upasana worship. He said, God will not dance to your tune. You must become a true devotee and follow his guidance. If you do so, you will gain the blessing of becoming like him. To illustrate, he said, fuel alone has little value, but when it joins with fire, it takes on all the qualities of fire. The fire doesn't become fuel, the fuel becomes fire. Likewise, when a stream merges with a river, it becomes as pure and vast as the river, but the river never turns to merge into a muddy stream and becomes muddy. When iron touches the philosopher's stone, it transforms into gold, but the stone is not changed into iron. Expecting God to submit to a devotee's will is mere self-deception. It is the devotee who must move like a puppet to his signals. God does not exist to fulfill the devotee's desires. Instead, the devotee must surrender to fulfill God's will, just as a drop dissolves into the ocean and not the other way around. This is the true essence of worship. Anyone who wishes closeness to God must accept his discipline, guidance, and become his devoted companion. Exactly the same had to be done by me. I devoted myself to worship, chanting Gayatri as the Divine Mother and meditating on Saveta as the Divine Father. My heartfelt aim was to emulate Shravan Kumar, carrying both on a sacred journey. I resolved never to ask anything of them. Instead, I would mold my character to be worthy of their true son, never bringing dishonor as an unworthy child. I envisioned Gayatri as the Divine Mother and Saveta as the Divine Father to aid my meditation, yet I also aspired to feel their subtle, all-pervading presence. Through this realization, I sensed their essence woven into every fiber of my being, allowing myself to dissolve into every ripple of their presence. Such profound joy of union is unattainable by anything less. If I were to perceive them as separate entities, an insurmountable barrier would remain, forever hindering true union and oneness.
In the early stages, it works to envision yourself ascending toward the heavens with God, much like a slender vine elegantly winding around a sturdy tree, rising as high as the tree. Likewise, picturing oneself as a flute played by God, disciplined, guided, and inspired by the divine is a powerful meditation. The image of a child holding a string and at his signal the kite soaring skyward is equally uplifting. I have practiced each of these meditations at different times, and each has offered its own encouragement and insight. Yet, the most profound and life-affirming experience has arisen from the sense of complete oneness.
the moth surrendering to the flame, the wife entrusting her body, mind and wealth to her husband, the devotee merging entirely with God. These all exemplify the transformative power of unity. Practicing these different methods during worship, I have enriched my chanting and meditation process. My worship has always been rooted in faith rather than mere ritual. I have rigorously maintained the discipline of completing the prescribed number of japa, consistently waking up at 1 in the morning to fulfill my vow, a commitment only interrupted by unavoidable circumstances and always made up for in the days that followed. The discipline was never neglected. During this time, I nurtured a mind brimming with deep devotion, a practice that has continually borne fruit. Initially, feelings of surrender, unity, oneness and non-duality were acts of imagination. Over time, they solidified into convictions and eventually they became living realities. The power of Gayatri Mata began to reveal itself within me as unwavering faith in the causal body, profound wisdom in the subtle body and steadfast dedication in the physical body. In order to ensure it was not a fantasy, I repeatedly put myself through rigorous self-examination, questioning whether my dedication to an ideal life and the collective good was deepening, whether I could truly resist temptations and stand firm under pressure. From time to time, I tested this in the face of real-life events and found that my feelings had truly matured. Faith had become my steady foundation, just as it was in the sages of old. Gayatri Mata at first reveals herself as the embodiment of feminine power. Now she has become the very essence of wisdom, permeating my every thought.
I have examined this transformation thoroughly, often testing whether wisdom, expressed as understanding, responsibility and courage, has truly taken root in the depths of my consciousness. If I am free from self-deception, it seems that Gayatri Mata has indeed descended into my emotional core as living wisdom, and that her worship, meditation, and contemplation have borne fruit. Ultimately, the genuine test of devotional practice lies in the transformation of one's qualities, actions, and very nature. The third aspect of Tripada Gayatri is steadfast dedication, embodiment of determination, patience, courage, valor, austerity, and endurance. Just as a clay pot is gently tapped after emerging from the kiln to reveal any hidden cracks, I have persistently examined my resolve, both in action and in feeling. I found that my progress never stalled. Each step marked a steady advance. The radiance of Savita is known as Brahma Varchasa, a force also referred to as Ojas, Tejas, Manas and Varchasa. This energy manifests itself as purity, brilliance and innate talent. Welcoming Savita's light into the gross, subtle and causal bodies has already imbued me with a sense of strength in the body, wisdom in the mind and emotion and courage in the heart. Gradually, I started feeling my entire being becoming a mass of fire, a radiant sphere of light. Every nerve and cell became saturated with nectar, filling me with blissful satisfaction, deep contentment, and profound peace. In essence, this expresses the core of my daily 4-hour worship. These hours pass so effortlessly that they often feel like just half an hour. I have never experienced boredom, fatigue, or drowsiness during this. Instead, each moment fills my nerves with joy and a deep sense of the divine's nearness. The process unfolds in a natural, simple, and spontaneous way. I have never felt the need to count repetitions, nor have I experienced pride or expectation of reward. Just as other daily routines become second nature, sitting in the Lord's presence has become essential to me, a necessity without which I cannot envision a single day. The set hours of worship are like a gentle intoxication. Once experienced, their ecstasy lingers for an entire day. Every moment is spent immersed in the awareness of God within me and myself within God. In this state of mind, even life's ups and downs appear simple and natural. There is neither elation nor sorrow. Everywhere an ever-surging ocean of bliss surrounds me.
Wherever I look, I see God. Before me, behind me. Wherever I go, He accompanies me. Like a bodyguard, like a pilot. His presence is constant. The ocean cannot become a drop, but now I have no doubt in the experience of the drop merging into the ocean, becoming the ocean. In His presence, there is no dearth of assurance and fearlessness. The faith that unites the soul with the Supreme, cultivated over a lifetime, now manifests as the vibrant presence and direct experience of the Divine Mother.
Chapter 16. A life of spiritual practice that has never failed. Man is limited, much like a child. He receives boundless potential from his all-capable Creator, but only under certain conditions.
Small children cannot properly use or care for what they are given, so they receive lighter gates, balloons, rattles, whistles, lemon drops, simple playthings that are easily asked for and granted. As the child matures and learns to shoulder responsibility, the full inheritance is entrusted to him without the need for pleading or begging. The eagerness with which we ask is surpassed 1,000-fold by the eagerness of God and the great souls to give. The real challenge lies in cultivating the worthiness to use these gifts wisely. In this regard, empty promises about the future are futile. One must demonstrate that what has already been entrusted has been used wisely. This is how one's history sheet is created, and it is this record that determines advancement. Across many lifetimes, I have had to prove my worthiness and sincerity. Once this was established, the stream of grace from higher realms began to flow effortlessly. The accomplishments of Sugriva, Vibhishana, Sudama, Arjuna and others were not solely the result of their own valor. The power and greatness of God always operated behind their successes. Just as canals channel water from a mighty river and smaller branches irrigate the fields, so does divine grace flow towards us. If a blockage occurs anywhere in this network, the flow is interrupted. Only through steadfast and sincere foundations can one maintain a strong relationship with God. Flattery and sycophancy have no place in this bond. God bears neither personal friendships nor enmities. He is governed by his own laws and remains impartial to all. My personal abilities are pretty insignificant, no different from those of ordinary people. Anything extraordinary that we witness or achieve should be seen as the result of pure divine grace. More often than not, this grace finds its way to me through a guide rather than directly. But the channel does not matter. The wealth belongs to the bank, whether we receive it in cash, by check or by draft. How does one attain such divine grace? The answer lies in the enhancement of one's own worthiness. This is the true Jivan Sadhana, spiritual discipline of life, inseparably linked with worship.
Just as electricity flows through metal but not wood, and fire burns the dry but not the wet, so too does grace find a worthy vessel. A mother embraces her child only when the child is clean. If the child is soiled, she first washes and cleans him before taking him in her arms and nursing him. To draw near to God, purity of character is essential. Some may have once lived impure lives, but upon embracing the path of devotion, they experienced deep and lasting transformation. No matter how Valmiki, Angulimala, Bilvamangal or Ajamila lived in the past, the very moment they surrendered themselves to God, they became saints in the fullest sense. Yet many of us continue chanting the name of Ram while coveting what belongs to others, persisting in wrongful actions while believing that rituals and worship will shield us from divine consequences. How contradictory is that? A cloth must be washed before it can be dyed, and the soil must be prepared before seeds are sown, a pure life essential for receiving God's grace. Only a genuine seeker can become a true worshipper. Without spiritual discipline, one's thoughts, character, food, habits and mind become clouded by impurities, preventing focus in worship. Persistent desires and cravings agitate the mind, making concentration and absorption in the divine impossible. Mere ritualistic worship alone is insufficient. True devotion arises from sincere feelings. Where the heart is genuine, purity and goodness will naturally infuse one's qualities, actions and character. Just as we clean and decorate our homes for honored guests or festival occasions, so too must the heart be purified where God is to dwell, removing all impurities. Achieving this requires progress in 4 key directions: self-examination, self-correction, self-construction and self-development. These principles had been clearly explained to me and were also sincerely embraced by me. I reflected on the question, what causes a life to become degraded? The answer was found in 3 root causes: greed, attachment and ego. The stronger these tendencies, the faster and further a person slinks towards downfall. Actions stem from underlying tendencies, and the body is governed by the mind. Whatever impulses arise in the mind, the body inevitably follows. Therefore, when it comes to undesirable actions and misdeeds, it is the mind, not the body, that must be held accountable.
Recognizing this truth, I resolved to strike at the root of the poisonous tree by beginning spiritual practice with the mind itself. It is often observed that crimes stem from financial temptations or needs. To address this at the root, I took a vow to live according to the average Indian standard of living. Regardless of one's earnings, whether acquired honestly or through hard work, expenditures for oneself and one's family should align with what is customary for the average citizen. This is the true essence of simple living, high thinking. Many people admire this ideal in theory and some even endorse it, but when it comes to actual practice, they claim it is impossible. Such a lifestyle demands steadfast resolve, and one must also instill this principle within the family, both in thought and action. The greatest challenge arises from prevailing social customs. When others around us indulge in extravagance, regardless of how their wealth is obtained, why should we choose restraint? Convincing family members and supportive relatives on this point is a formidable task. Yet if the case is presented logically, supported by facts, and one's own mind is unwavering, it is unlikely those close to us will remain unmoved. Combating financial misconduct requires both public education and personal practice. With this conviction, I remain resolute. In Ghiya Mandi, Mathura, my family of 5 maintained average monthly expenses of just 200 rupees until we moved to Haridwar in 1971. By living together frugally, we set a unique example, distinct from others, and managed everything smoothly. My income was more than adequate. Funds from ancestral property were directed towards the new responsibility of bringing in and educating the children of relatives. No money was allowed to linger that might encourage vices or bad habits. In this way, a vital aspect of spiritual discipline was practiced with ease. Attachment is often seen in the urge to enhance one's family, amass wealth, and leave behind a substantial inheritance. Many live indulgently and pass these habits to their children, creating a cycle of extravagance that can foster unethical behavior. Learning from the downfalls of others, I made sure such tendencies never entered my home. Consequently, wasteful spending was curbed, vices did not take hold, and a principled, cultured family environment steadily thrived. The third aspect is ego. Many people invest considerable time and resources in flaunting status, luxury, adornment, and fashion.
In my own life and family, we fostered an atmosphere of Brahmin-like humility and simplicity, leaving no space for ego or showmanship. We embraced the practice of handling household chores ourselves. Mataji, for example, spent years grinding grain by hand and preparing meals for both family and guests. It was only when her outside responsibilities grew too demanding that we considered hiring help for household tasks. The notion that those living in luxury are inherently superior, while those living simply are anxious, unfortunate, or backward, was proven utterly false in our experience. Such assumptions never found a place in our home. If poverty results from laziness or incompetence, it may indeed reflect a lack of effort. But when simplicity is chosen willingly, even when one possesses the means for a more luxurious life, it becomes a testament to true principle. Whoever visited us, be they friends or relatives, never regarded our lifestyle as destitution. Instead, they recognized it as honoring the Brahmin tradition. Some adopt outward symbols of simplicity, like foregoing chilies or wearing wooden sandals, as a mere show of purity. Yet genuine spirituality is demonstrated through consistent restraint and discipline, requiring the entire way of life to reflect Brahmin values in daily practice. This transformation is neither instant nor superficial. It is a gradual, enduring process of spiritual discipline. I committed myself to this path and to the best of my ability, guided those around me to do the same. The cycle of accumulated negative tendencies influences everyone. Lust, anger, greed, attachment, pride, and jealousy continually attempt to assert themselves. But whenever they arose, I immediately recognized and subdued them. Only negligence or lack of awareness allows these vices to take root and gain control. Each time such impulses surfaced, I consciously dismissed them. I remained vigilant over my qualities, actions, and character, ensuring all were infused with the purity expected of a true seeker. It is deeply satisfying that having waged this inner Mahabharata throughout my life, I can now at its close claim victory. Everyone is born unrefined, carrying negative tendencies accumulated over countless lifetimes, present in varying degrees within us all. These tendencies do not vanish on their own. Neither the grace of the Guru nor ritual worship alone can remove them. There is only one solution: to actively fight against them. The moment negative thoughts arise, an army of positive thoughts must be trained and ready to confront them.
If not allowed to take root, negative tendencies quickly lose their grip, for their strength is limited and reliant on habit and custom. In contrast, positive thoughts draw their power from logic, facts, evidence, and wisdom. That is why the words of the scriptures resonate so deeply in such moments. Truth alone triumphs, not falsehood. Similarly, it is said, only well-cultivated virtues prevail, not baseless vices.
If even circus bears and monkeys can be trained to perform remarkable feats, then surely an unrefined mind and unruly life can be disciplined and refined through the power of determined resolve.
Chapter 17. Steadfast Dedication to Selfless Service. It is said that when the Ganga, Yamuna and Saraswati merge, they create the Triveni Sangam, where bathing in the sacred confluence brings about deep transformation. While a crane cannot become a swan, nor a crow gain the melodious song of a cuckoo, yet by immersing oneself in this spiritual current, one's inner and outer life can be profoundly renewed, it is certain. This spiritual Triveni is formed by the union of Upasana, worship, Sadhana, spiritual discipline, and Aradhana, selfless service. These three are not simply rituals to be performed at specific times in prescribed ways or by following certain postures. Instead, they represent deep transformations in thought, character, and behavior, requiring continuous awareness of one's physical and mental actions. One must apply focused effort to correct faults and retrain one's qualities, actions, and nature according to a higher way of thinking, much like untrained animals and birds are patiently taught to master feats in a circus. Worship can be short, but sadhana resembles nurturing a child in arms. It demands constant loving attention. Only such devotion brings genuine transformation. Those who approach worship as mere spectacle, performing rituals thoughtlessly while hoping for miracles, are misguided. From the very first day, my guide revealed the practical essence of Tripada Gayatri, Upasana, Sadhana and Aradhana. He instructed to practice japa and meditation with discipline, while also stressing that Upasana, worship, should shape thoughts, Sadhana, self-restraint, should refine character, and Aradhana, selfless service, should be evident in actions. I was urged to remain ever vigilant and to weave these principles into the fabric of my daily life. To this day, I have earnestly strived to uphold this guidance. As a result, the rewards of spiritual reliance have manifested so clearly that they cannot be dismissed or doubted. Aradhana means dedicating oneself to the welfare of the world. At its heart, life sadhana is a discipline of self-restraint, learning to live simply and save generously. Time, effort, wealth and energy should be devoted to ourselves and our families only as much as truly necessary, measured by the average standard of an average citizen. Seen in this slide, a diligent and thoughtful person will often discover that their earnings not only meet their needs but also create a surplus. The wise and compassionate use of this surplus for the greater good. This is the true spirit of Aradhana. Sadly, many people squander these resources on luxury, waste or narrow family interests, overlooking that the wider world is also our family, equally deserving of our care and generosity. If they could have such broader vision, one would devote their surplus to endeavors that benefit many and address such needs of our times. A manifest form of God is created according to each person's beliefs and preferences to support meditation and focus. These forms often reflect human traits and qualities. While they serve an important and practical purpose, it's essential to remember that these forms exist in imagination and are not a reality. God is one. It cannot have the countless forms envisioned by different sects. The use of such representations should be limited to practicing concentration. Ultimately, the purpose of idol worship is to use a visible symbol to comprehend and internalize the invisible and formless Creator. The all-pervading God is formless, known as Paramatma, the supreme sum of all souls. It may also be seen as the embodiment of ideals, referred to as the Virat Brahma, the cosmos or the grand universe. Krishna revealed this form to Arjuna and Yashoda, while Rama offered glimpses to Kaushalya, Kaka Bhushundi and to all beings in their visible forms. According to this belief, serving the world itself becomes the worship of the Virat Brahma. God has sent us into this world, granting us this precious life as His crown prince, with the purpose of making this universal garden happy and prosperous. The true meaning of life lies in fulfilling this purpose. By following this path with deep devotion, one attains the spiritual elevation known as Aradhana. This has been my consistent practice. In my daily routine, I allocate 12 hours to sleep, personal care and worship, which has always proven sufficient for these three activities. Out of this period, 4 hours are reserved for morning prayer, while the remaining 8 hours are devoted to personal needs and sleep. There has never been a shortage of time. However, if one succumbs to laziness or carelessness, the day can slip away unnoticed. On the other hand, those who make conscious use of every minute with promptness often accomplish tasks so efficiently that they surprise those around them. That was the account of the night. That leaves me with 12 hours of the daytime. Of these, 2 hours are reserved for meals and rest, leaving 10 hours available for productive work. This time is devoted to selfless service and advancing collective welfare. In essence, these activities encompass 1. Shaping contemporary thought to uplift public consciousness through literary creation. 2. Gathering and motivating inspired individuals to fulfill the duties demanded by the era. And 3. Offering counsel and support to help them overcome challenges and build a brighter future. My service and spiritual practice are distributed across these 3 areas. Through the second and third avenues, I have reached and connected with countless individuals, many of whom have found opportunities for illumination and transformation. It is neither possible nor my habit to mention names or recount specific events. The sheer number and diversity of those I have helped make it impractical to keep track, and even recounting only those I recall would fill an epic volume. Additionally, some individuals might not like being mentioned. Today, the practice of expressing gratitude has waned, and the importance of the help received from others is often overlooked. People are more inclined to credit their own fate or efforts, while acknowledging getting assistance from others is viewed as demeaning. In this environment, recounting instances where suffering was alleviated or progress enabled seems inappropriate. Moreover, it is widely believed that speaking of good deeds by self diminishes their merit. Given these considerations, it is best to remain silent about such matters and let them rest. Despite the challenges, these acts of service hold great significance. Today, the Gayatri Parivar boasts over 2.4 million members. While a small fraction have joined purely for the principles and ideals, the majority are individuals who have experienced light, affection, support, guidance, or assistance in their personal lives. Such genuine experiences leave a lasting mark on the human heart, especially when the help received is both authentic and selfless. Perhaps only half or even a third of those connected truly understand the mission's ideals and my propositions. Many have come seeking solace during times of distress and have departed with a sense of peace. This is the reason such an expansive family has formed. Had the work remained purely theoretical, the membership would likely have been as limited as that of Arya Samaj or Sarvodaya, and the prevailing atmosphere of warmth and closeness would not exist. With the constant influx of visitors, often arriving unexpectedly and without arrangements for lodging or meals, the greatest burden has fallen upon Mataji. Yet, the affection and goodwill we have received in return for these inconveniences make us feel truly blessed. What has been given has returned many times over. Even if not measured in material terms, the return of heartfelt gratitude and connection is invaluable and never a loss. For Aradhana, for selfless service to society, one must possess some resources of their own. Without means, what can the hungry offer to others? What can they possibly share or distribute? This raises a fundamental question. Where does this wealth come from and how is it acquired? On my very first day, my guide advised me, learn to sow what you have like a seed in the Lord's field. Each time you sow, it multiplies 100-fold, and you will never lack what is needed for your noble endeavors. He cited the example of Baba Jalaram, a farmer who would share whatever remained after feeding himself with those in need. God, pleased by his genuine devotion, blessed him with an inexhaustible sack of grain that never emptied. Even today in Veerpur, Gujarat, this tradition of food service continues, nourishing thousands daily. Those who give of themselves wholeheartedly find support from the world without ever asking. In contrast, those who cling to their wealth and seek charity from others are met with disdain, and people offer them only token assistance to be rid of them. Under Gurudev's guidance, I resolved to offer all 4 of my treasures at the feet of God. 1. Physical labor, 2. Mental effort, 3. Emotional sensitivity, and 4. Wealth inherited from my ancestors. I had earned nothing myself, but I dedicated all 4 with unwavering faith to my chosen purpose. In return, they have truly multiplied 100-fold. I have committed 12 hours a day to physical work, not only without fatigue, but with growing strength and capacity. Even in this old age, I retain the vigor of youth. Alongside this, I have sustained my mental efforts, which has preserved both my mental strength and intellectual capacity from the usual effects of aging.
Love too, I have shared generously and without reservation. As a result, there has never been any shortage from the other side either. Not only have affection, respect, and goodwill flowed generously, but every time an appeal or request was made for the mission, support arrived unfailingly. The establishment of 2,400 Pragya Peeths in just 2 years stands as living proof of this principle. In the early days, only my own resources were available. Gayatri Tapobhumi was constructed using ancestral property, and a high school was founded in my birthplace. Later, another Shakti Peeth was built there. Initially, it seemed unlikely that people would contribute unasked or that such grand structures could come into being. Today, when you look upon the buildings of Gayatri Tapobhumi, Shanti Kunj, Gayatri Tirth and Brahmavarchasa, you can judge for yourself whether a sown seed truly yields fruit 100-fold. It is often a lack of faith that causes people to cling to their savings, hoping for a windfall or seeking donations from others. Yet, if one begins with true surrender, the results can be astonishing. For instance, among the Gayatri Shakti Peeths, the builder of Junagadh Shakti Peeth started by selling his own utensils, and today it stands among the foremost of all the Shakti Peeth edifices. A single grain of millet or corn yields 100-fold at harvest. I have witnessed this principle in my own life, especially through the bold decision to offer up all my accumulated wealth. I provided for my family only as much as they needed and only until they became self-reliant. I have always believed it is unethical to amass wealth solely for one's heirs or to devote one's labor exclusively to their benefit. How could I act against my own convictions? Wealth acquired without effort, even if inherited, is tainted. Such wealth neither endures nor bears true fruit. Guided by this ideal, I have ensured that none of my 4 treasures, physical labor, mental effort, emotional sensitivity, or accumulated wealth have been wasted or given to the unworthy. Every bit has been consciously dedicated to nurturing virtue and serving the divine. The results are evident before me. By using my resources wisely, I have gained countless benefits. Had I squandered them on luxury, greed or hoarding, or sought to make my family as wealthy as Kuber, it would all have been wasted. Nothing meaningful would have been achieved, and those who profited from such unearned wealth would likely have fallen into corruption and vice, bringing only loss instead of gain.
There are many virtues that bear fruit only in future lives. One has to wait for lifetimes to ripen. But selfless service is a unique virtue which offers its rewards immediately, here and now. When you bring comfort to someone in distress, you experience a profound inner fulfillment. Even if no one can return your kindness, those you aid hold you in the highest regard and quietly send you their blessings. Beyond this, a higher law operates. The storehouse of the selfless person never runs dry. Divine grace pours ceaselessly upon those who serve, ensuring that whatever is given is always restored. A sheep may be shorn of its wool, yet each year it grows a new fleece. Trees yield fruit, and with every season their branches once again bow under the weight of abundance. Clouds pour down rain, but are never emptied. In time they refill themselves from the ocean and return to nourish the earth. So too the stores of the generous are never diminished. If someone mistakenly offers their time and effort to the undeserving and believes it virtuous, that is another matter. But the rewards of true selfless service to society are immediate and tangible. Inner contentment, public esteem, and divine grace. These 3 blessings await all who walk this noble path. Everyone who has followed it has found genuine fulfillment. Only the miserly who pride themselves on their cleverness end up impoverished in every sense. The value of selfless service is lost when it is pursued for fame or recognition, much like placing advertisements in newspapers to gain attention. The merit of a good deed vanishes when one boasts about their generosity or expects favors in return. Even donations made under social pressure do not embody the true spirit of charity. It is essential to reflect on whether our actions genuinely foster goodwill and encourage noble qualities. Only those deeds that ease the suffering of others and nurture virtue are truly meaningful. Unfortunately, many superficial acts of charity today merely promote dependency or deceive the unsuspecting. Before committing your time or money to any cause, consider carefully the real impact of your efforts. This kind of discernment is especially critical in the present age. In such situations, I have never hesitated to say no. Alongside rightful generosity, I have shown the resolve to be firm and even risk displeasure whenever I sensed impropriety.
Embracing these principles in spiritual practice is absolutely essential. These 3 examples offer a glimpse into my philosophy of life. This is the very path followed by all great souls who have reached their goals and attained true honor. On this journey, there are no shortcuts.
Chapter 18. The Third Himalayan Journey. Sowing Seeds of the Rishi Tradition. Once the work in Mathura was running smoothly, a third summons came from the Himalayas. It was time for the next chapter. By then, the demands of the mission were immense, and the fatigue of continuous success was setting in. In that moment, the call to return and recharge my inner strength felt like a profound blessing. The day of departure arrived, and the journey commenced. The path was familiar, the season chosen to avoid winter's hardship and the solitude that weighed on me the first time. At Gomukh, I encountered Gurudev's radiant presence, who, as before, guided me effortlessly to Nandanvan. Only those who have tasted such a reunion know the deep joy of meeting a true kindred spirit. The auspicious moment I had long awaited arrived. Greetings and blessings were shared, followed by a series of invaluable instructions. This time, I was instructed to leave Mathura and establish a base in Haridwar. I was told, now you must revive the Rishi tradition there. Remember, when you first arrived, we introduced you to the sages who dwell here in subtle form. Each lamented the fading of their tradition, and you pledged to help restore it. Your calling is to fulfill this very promise. The divine is formless, but when great works are needed, sages become the chosen instruments. They perform intense austerities and, charged with divine power, accomplish mighty deeds. Vishwamitra, for example, brought Lord Rama to his ashram and imparted the Gayatri and Savitri mantras, enabling Rama to banish evil and establish Ramrajya. Krishna studied with sage Sandipani and emerged ready to deliver the Gita and resolve the Mahabharata. The Puranas abound with such tales, sages nurturing great souls, then through them transforming the world. Now, that mantle falls to you. Vishwamitra, the seer of the Gayatri mantra, attained mastery at Saptasarovar, the very place now chosen for you. There you will find a fitting home. Name it Shanti Kunj, Gayatri Tirth, and plant the seeds of the works once performed by ancient sages. Though the sages now reside in subtle form, their mission needs a physical channel. I too required such a medium, and seeing you as a worthy vessel, I have engaged you in these sacred tasks. This is the collective wish of the sages. You must now sow the seeds of their traditions once again.
These tasks will be weighty and demanding, but you have an added blessing. Not only my protection, but the grace of all the sages will accompany you. With such support, no work will falter. He then summarized the tasks left by the sages for us to continue. In the Vishwamitra tradition, you are to make the power of the Gayatri Mahamantra known to all and establish a Siddhapeeth, Gayatri Tirth. In the Vyasa tradition, you are to create literature not only on the ancient scriptures but also on other subjects, and to write the 18 volumes of the Pragya Purana. In the Patanjali tradition, you are to expand the essential knowledge of Yoga Sadhana. In the Parashurama tradition, you are to create an environment for the refinement of the masses to eradicate unrighteousness. And in the Bhagirath tradition, you are entrusted with the responsibility of bringing the Ganga of knowledge to every person. In the Charaka tradition, the revival of medicinal herbs and scientific research. In the Yajnavalkya tradition, the establishment of a holistic healing system through the pacification of mental disorders by Yajna. In the Jamadagni tradition, the creation of sadhana aranyakas and the sowing of seeds for samskaras. In the Narada tradition, the expansion of dharma consciousness through noble counsel and renunciation. In the Aryabhata tradition, the guidance of the monarchy through the system of dharma. In the Shankaracharya tradition, the establishment of centers of wisdom in various places. In the Pippalada tradition, the promotion of holistic health through dietary disciplines. And in the Suta Shaunaka tradition, the blueprint for public education through pragya, discerning wisdom, initiatives in different locations. These are the guiding principles that have been revealed to me. In the Atharva Vedic scientific tradition, the framework for the Brahmavarchas Research Institute was laid out based on the scientific research methodology propounded by Rishi Kanad. What must I do in Haridwar and how can I overcome obstacles on this path? All was explained to me in detail according to the instructions above. I took these teachings deeply to heart, as before. Previously, my duty was to fulfill Gurudev's wish alone. Now I must shoulder the hopes of many. The burden is greater, and I must be even more diligent and careful. Furthermore, after all this is accomplished, I will be called a fourth time to take on even greater responsibility and to embrace the subtle body.
This time, he merely hinted at what was to come. He also warned, the work in Haridwar is greater than in Mathura, so expect many ups and downs. You will face attacks of negativity and demonic forces. Given the adversity of the times, he advised me not to stay in that region for long, just 6 months instead of a year. He explained where to reside, how to live, and what daily routine to follow, then concluded the conversation. As he departed, he reminded me, this is the collective task of all the rishis. I replied, for me, you are the representative of all the gods, rishis, and the Supreme Brahman. As long as this body lives, your command will be obeyed. With that, the conversation ended. I took my leave. Veerbhadra, the shadowy figure, accompanied me to Gomukh. From there, I journeyed alone towards the place I had been shown. I do not detail the specific places I stayed during these journeys, for all were once the abodes of sages in the remote Himalayas, places that changed with the passage of time and whose physical presence now remains only in memory. Upon my return, I stopped in Haridwar at the very site in the sacred land of the Saptarishis that Gurudev had indicated. Much of the area was deserted and available for purchase. The land was fertile with abundant water. Once even the Ganga flowed through here. After meeting the owner, the remaining plot was easily secured and the paperwork proceeded smoothly. Deciding what and where to build, however, was my task alone. Consultants could not grasp the vision or purpose, so I undertook the planning myself. Thus, Shanti Kunj, Gayatri Tirth was established.
Chapter 19. Establishment of Gayatri Tirth Shanti Kunj. After departing from Mathura, I returned to Haridwar only 6 months after my stay in the Himalayas, to the very place where I had earlier built a small structure at Shanti Kunj for Mataji and the girls who lived with her. With the acquisition of additional land, construction resumed with renewed vigor. Our aim was to establish a Rishi ashram. We began by building living quarters and a dining hall for ourselves, our colleagues and guests. This ashram embodies the spirit of the sages and the divine Himalayas. To honor this heritage, a temple representing Uttarakhand and the Ganga was established. Statues of the 7 principal rishis and other eminent sages were installed. Facilities such as a temple for Adya Shakti Gayatri, water wells, and a hall for discourses were also constructed. This phase of building took nearly 2 years. Once the living arrangements were ready, Mataji and I made the newly built Shanti Kunj our center for spiritual practice. The eternal lamp accompanied us, for which a special room and a pedestal for the Gayatri idol had already been prepared. To awaken the dormant spiritual potential of this barren land, 24 uninterrupted Purush Charans of 2.4 million Gayatri mantras each were planned. 9 young girls were appointed for the sacred task, each initially serving 4 hours during the day and 4 hours at night. Later, the number increased to 27 and each girl's shift was reduced. Mataji provided them with daytime instruction. After 6 years, all of them pursued graduate and postgraduate studies. Between the ages of 20 and 25, they were married into worthy families with suitable partners. Before this, they also received training in music and public speaking. To inspire a nationwide awakening among women, these girls were sent out in groups of 5 by motor vehicles. By that time, the number of girls studying had exceeded 100. Their tours had a profound impact on women across the country. In Haridwar, efforts to cultivate dynamic workers began in earnest. Sessions of Pran Pratyavartan, month-long Yogashilpi programs, and Vanaprastha sessions were organized. Regular devotees participated in a series of small and large Gayatri Purushcharans. Drawn by the sacred banks of the Ganga, the proximity of the Himalayas, and the vibrant spiritual atmosphere, hundreds of Purushcharan practitioners began arriving continuously. Dedicated Vanaprasthis received specialized training, and food arrangements were made for all seekers.
The influx of dedicated individuals continued to grow steadily. Reviving the tradition of the sages required selfless and capable people to devote their full time, cultivate the necessary inner strength, and wholeheartedly immerse themselves in the broader mission. With the expansion of work, 240 residential quarters had to be constructed in Gayatri Nagar, along with a large discourse hall accommodating up to 1,000 people.
To enhance the spiritual potency of the land, daily yagyas of 2 hours were performed every morning in a 9-fire altar yagyashala. Permanent residents and Purascharan practitioners collectively chanted enough Gayatri mantras to complete a grand Purascharan of 2.4 million every day. A small printing press was established for essential tasks. Construction for these facilities continued almost without interruption, and the Grand Brahmavarchasa Research Institute building was also initiated. This extensive construction took nearly 4 years to complete. During this time, projects aimed at reviving the ancient Rishi tradition were launched. As resources allowed, new initiatives were undertaken and advanced to significant stages. Lord Buddha established great monastic universities such as Nalanda and Takshashila, training workers who were then dispatched throughout the country and beyond. This was the only way to truly set the wheel of dharma in motion. Adi Shankaracharya established 4 dhams at the 4 corners of the country, uniting the diverse sects and philosophies into a single spiritual thread. Both Buddha and Shankaracharya, in their own ways, organized grand gatherings rivaling the Kumbh Mela, ensuring that the Rishis' core messages reached every household through the pilgrims. Inspired by these examples, similar initiatives were embraced. The decision was made to build magnificent temples and centers, designated as Gayatri Shaktipeeths and Pragya Sansthans in every region of the country. These hubs would serve as focal points for advancing the vows and resolutions of the Pragya mission. Although the vision once seemed impossible, when devoted family members were empowered to build Shaktipeeths, an astounding 2,400 buildings rose within just 2 years. Workers in each region embraced these centers as their own, spreading the light of the new era and awakening countless households. This achievement is so vast and remarkable that even the grand constructions of Christian missionaries appear modest by comparison. In our efforts, each individual contributes a small part, fostering a collective sense of ownership, unlike churches and temples funded by wealthy donors alone.
Additionally, the idea of mobile Pragyapeeths was introduced, allowing a single worker to operate each institution. These mobile vans, equipped with books and essential materials, travel to various towns and surrounding areas. The convenience of these mobile libraries led to the creation of 12,000 within just 2 years. Through both stationary and mobile Pragya centers, nearly 100,000 people are inspired daily. It was also decided that each institution would host an annual festival, bringing together at least 1,000 local workers for a 4-day conference. To deliver the New Year's message, teams of preachers were sent from Haridwar, modeled after groups of young girls, each team consisting of 4 singers and 1 speaker. Jeeps were arranged to transport these teams along with their bedding, clothing, musical instruments, loudspeakers and other essentials. Even the drivers were mission volunteers, taking on an additional responsibility. Now every preacher is trained to drive, eliminating the need for outside help. The most important literature was written during the Mathura years. After relocating to Haridwar, it was resolved to compose the original Upanishadic aspect of the Pragya Purana, complete with stories and commentaries in Sanskrit and Hindi across 18 volumes. 5 volumes have already been published. Additionally, a daily 8-page folder was introduced to familiarize all Pragya Putlas with the working methods of the sages and inspire them to adopt these practices. About 400 such folders have been produced so far, with arrangements for translation into various Indian languages. This literature now reaches every corner of the country. To promote linguistic and interfaith education, a dedicated language and religious school was established at Shanti Kunj this year. It now operates smoothly, preparing workers in every field. Wherever these traveling workers go with their programs, they inspire nearly 1 million mission members in those areas. In states such as Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, Himachal Pradesh, Haryana, Maharashtra, Gujarat and Odisha, the organization is now fully established. Regions that were previously excluded due to language barriers are expected to be included within the next year. Nearly 30 million overseas Indians live in around 74 countries. The movement to spread the mission's ideals among them and to people of other nations has already seen great success. In the coming years, many capable workers will help bring the light of discerning wisdom to even more countries. Today, there are few nations within Indian diaspora where the mission's organization has not been established. Wherever the methods of the sages have taken root, nearly 1,000 selfless workers remain continuously engaged in this mission. To support these efforts, the Gurukul Aranyak of Sage Jamadagni is held here regularly. The Charaka tradition has been revived.
At Shanti Kunj, a garden of rare herbs has been established, and advanced equipment is used to study how these herbs have changed over millennia. An innovative method of single-dose medicine is being implemented here, and it has proven highly effective. Through the Yuga Shilpi school, thousands have received training in light music. Many now run their own schools, preparing new-era singers using simple instruments like the tambourine. The Earth is profoundly influenced by interplanetary environments, making their understanding essential. Every 5,000 years, astrological calculations demand refinement. To revive Aryabhatta's legacy, a comprehensive observatory equipped with ancient instruments has been established. Each year, a visual mathematical almanac is published, including observations of Neptune, Pluto, and Uranus, making this a truly unique scientific endeavor. A new initiative in visuals has begun. Previously, projectors were distributed to institutions to aid in outreach. Now, the mission has embraced video technology. Inspiring films based on poems are being produced, and visual discourses by the nation's leading scholars, thinkers, and leaders are being recorded. These messages, accompanied by powerful imagery, are reaching every home. Soon, a comprehensive plan will be launched to create films explaining the mission's objectives, organizational structure, and practical applications. The crown jewel of the Shanti Kunj mission is the Brahma Varchasa Research Institute, a laboratory equipped with state-of-the-art instruments dedicated to harmonizing spirituality and science. The institute's team includes graduates and postgraduates in modern medical science and Ayurveda, as well as experts from other scientific fields, all united by a spiritual outlook. Pioneering research is underway on the science of yajna, with rigorous studies testing yajna's impact on physical and mental health, its benefits for animals and plants, and its role in atmospheric purification. The results to date have been highly encouraging. All participants undergo health assessments before receiving personalized guidance on spiritual practices. This is the world's first truly unique laboratory conducting research at the intersection of spirituality and science. Additionally, a wide array of teachings and encouragement is offered to the public to support their timely progress. Even greater initiatives are planned for the future.
Every year, millions of Gayatri Parivar members begin their pilgrimage to Uttarakhand by visiting Shanti Kunj, bowing to its sacred soil and touching it to their foreheads. Here, they perform their children's Annaprashan, first solid food, naming ceremonies, Mundan, first haircut, sacred thread initiations, and other sanskar, viewing this place as a Siddha Peeth, a seat of spiritual power. Arrangements for ancestral rites and offerings are also available. Families return annually to celebrate birthdays and anniversaries. Marriages without dowry are solemnized here and at Tapobhumi, providing families with welcome relief from this costly social evil. During my last Himalaya visit, when I was last entrusted with reviving the ancient working methods of the rishis by residing in Haridwar and Shanti Kunj, I had felt great uncertainty. Such an undertaking demanded vast resources and deeply committed, highly qualified workers. Most institutions rely on salaried staff, often focused on rituals. But where could I find those willing to dedicate their entire lives? To my surprise, many workers at Shanti Kunj and Brahma Varchas have voluntarily left prestigious careers. All are graduates, postgraduates, or exceptionally talented individuals. Some live communally, while others help support the expenses through interest on their savings or pensions. While many are drawn by emotion, only those who understand the mission's deeper purpose remain steadfast. It is inspiring to see such dedicated and sincere individuals continue to join and strengthen the institution. Such self-sustaining, tireless volunteers are rare in other organizations. It is a unique blessing for Shanti Kunj to be served by individuals with qualifications such as MA, MSc, MD, MS, PhD, Ayurvedacharya, and Sanskritacharya. Their humility, service, diligence, and dedication are worth seeing. At Shanti Kunj, merit and commitment are valued above mere credentials. The unity of such a devoted group is a great blessing for this mission. Everything accomplished so far has been achieved without soliciting funds. This great work has thrived by following Malaviyaji's simple mantra, contribute a handful of grain and 10 paise daily. There remains vast potential for further growth. I left my birthplace after establishing a high school, a pre-university college, and a hospital. In Mathura, my successors have doubled previous achievements. Responsibilities that were once mine are now being taken up by capable hands. Yet, I have unwavering faith that this work will not diminish. The mission of the rishis, which I was entrusted to initiate and expand, will only flourish. In this age of the Pragya Avatara, it will continue to grow and spread. Whether my physical body remains or not, my subtle presence will always carry forward the work entrusted by the rishis.
Chapter 20. My life guided by the mantra, Sow and Reap. After returning from the Himalayan pilgrimage to Haridwar and completing the ashram's initial structure, the pressing need for resources to support its expansion became clear. The times were challenging, demanding abundant resources, courageous individuals, and acts of valor. Two tasks lay before us: struggle and creation. The battle was against destructive forces threatening civilization, progress, and culture. The creation was to build something that could illuminate the future with happiness and peace. Both tasks were undertaken for the 5 billion people on this earth, naturally expanding the mission scope to an immense scale. There was never anything to be done for myself. The Creator, who provides even for insects and worms, would surely not let me go hungry. Everyone wakes up hungry, but no one goes to bed starving. This faith dissolved all personal desires from the beginning. Neither greed nor attachment troubled me. No bonds of lust, craving, or ego could hold me. Everything I did was for God, under Gurudev's guidance. He entrusted me with two tasks, struggle and creation, and I approached them with unwavering enthusiasm. I never procrastinated. Whatever needed doing was done promptly and with total dedication. This readiness has been a divine gift from birth and remains unchanged to this day. Where would the resources for new creation come from? My guide always answered with a simple mantra, sow and reap. A single seed of maize or millet grows into a plant and produces fruit 100-fold, or even more. Draupadi once stored her sari to clothe a saint, and in her time of need, Krishna multiplied her garment beyond measure. The lesson was clear. If you wish to receive, begin by giving. I embraced this seed mantra, and the results unfolded exactly as foretold. God grants everyone a body, intellect, and emotions, along with the gross, subtle, and causal forms. Wealth may be earned or inherited. In my case, I received a fair share as inheritance. There was ample opportunity to sow all that I had and reap in due time, so I dedicated myself wholeheartedly to this path. Singing God's praises at night and dedicating my days to the service of the cosmic being for the welfare of humanity became my bodily sadhana. My mind remained alert not only during the day but even in dreams, always weaving ways to serve the world's welfare.
I never sought personal comfort or wealth. My devotion was to the infinite, my love reserved for ideals, not objects or people. The urge to uplift the fallen and advance the disadvantaged surged within me continuously. I have always regarded this Virat, the cosmos, as my God. It was this very form that Arjuna beheld with divine vision, Yashoda glimpsed in Krishna's mouth, Ram revealed to Mother Kaushalya in his cradle, and Kaka Bhushundi was blessed to witness. Whatever I possessed, I surrendered to this infinite Brahma, to the universal human. No field could be more fertile for sowing than this. In time, my efforts flourished and bore fruit. Whatever resources were needed for the two entrusted tasks were amply supplied through this surrender. My body was frail and physically weak by birth, but my life force was intense. For 24 years in my youth, I subsisted only on barley roti and buttermilk, without vegetables, ghee or milk, growing even more emaciated. Yet after embracing the discipline of sowing and reaping, even at 75, my body became so robust that just recently I subdued a wild bull by supporting it on my shoulder and driving it away. It is well known that a year ago, a hired assassin, an agent of injustice and terror, fired at me repeatedly with a 5-bore revolver, but every bullet jammed in the chamber. Overcome by fear, the attacker dropped his weapon and turned to knives. Blades flashed and blood flowed, but each stab went sideways, causing only superficial wounds. After the doctor stitched me up, my body healed within weeks. These events can only be described as a test. Even a loaded revolver in skilled hands failed to fire. 12 stabs from a butcher's knife left only surface wounds, which healed swiftly. The attacker, injured by his own bomb, landed in jail. The mastermind behind the attack was sentenced to death. The assaults of evil failed. A great divine endeavor could not be thwarted. The protector proved stronger than the destroyer. Currently, the subtle process of transforming 1 into 5 is underway, causing some frailty. Still, outwardly, the body remains strong enough to last as long as needed.
Yet I do not wish to prolong it unnecessarily, for the subtle body can accomplish far more, while the gross body imposes limitations. The vitality of this body has been extraordinary. Through it, work has been accomplished tenfold. Shankaracharya and Vivekananda lived only 32 or 35 years, yet achieved the work of centuries. In 75 years, I have accomplished so much at so many levels that measured in effort, it would span 750 years. Every moment has been devoted to building a new creation, never a moment wasted in idleness or purposelessness. I sowed my intellect in the field of the divine, and it blossomed into extraordinary brilliance. The literature I have written is so extensive it could match the weight of my own body. From translations of ancient scriptures to foundational writings for a new age of wisdom, all of it is of the highest order. I have already written what is needed through the year 2000. Many have dreamed of uniting spirituality with science, but few have succeeded. If you wish to see the impossible made possible, visit the Brahma Varchas Research Institute and witness it firsthand. Judging by the possibilities before us, it is clear that one day the framework of spirituality will become truly scientific. Small nations move heaven and earth to create 5-year plans, but the blueprint for world transformation, conceived and implemented under the aegis of Shanti Kunj, is truly wondrous and unparalleled. I have devoted my heart to uplifting the downtrodden. Like Lord Shiva, who welcomed all beings, even wearing serpents around his neck, I have chosen inclusivity and compassion. On occasions when I was attacked with a knife or revolver and the police gave chase, I called them back, allowing the attacker to escape. Time and again, when adversaries tried their utmost, all I offered in return was laughter and goodwill. The love I have sown has returned 100-fold, both in number and in depth. People have followed my guidance without hesitation, willing to accept losses and endure hardships. Recently, when I called upon my followers to establish Pragya institutions, they built 2,400 magnificent Gayatri Shakti Peeths within 2 years, investing millions of rupees. An additional 12,000 Pragya institutions were founded without buildings. When I was attacked, a tidal wave of sympathy surged among my followers, each eager to defend me. My wife Mataji and I gently guided them towards peace. Is this not the truest expression of love and intimacy? Throughout my life, I have earned, gathered and shared love. Anyone can sense this in the devotion of my wife Mataji.
She has been my constant companion, like body and shadow, supporting me in every task, every moment, as if we were one soul in 2 bodies. Even animals and birds have shown me such affection that they gather around me like family. People have marveled as creatures that typically avoid humans perch on my shoulder, follow me about, and even quietly curl up beside me as I sleep. Thousands have witnessed these scenes in amazement, a testament to the power of love returned. Time and again, I have faced great financial needs. The buildings of Gayatri Tapobhumi, Shanti Kunj and Brahma Varchas are worth crores of rupees. Yet, keeping my vow never to beg, every need has been met. More than 1,000 people work full-time, and their livelihoods are always provided for in a manner upholding the dignity of a Brahmin. Expenses for vehicles, publication and outreach have always been met with ease. This is the harvest of sowing every penny into the field of the divine, a source of deep pride. The funds received after the abolition of zamindari were dedicated to building Gayatri Tapobhumi. The land left by my ancestors was not allocated to my family, but used to build a high school and a hospital in my birthplace. Personally, I remain empty-handed, yet I oversee projects that even millionaires and billionaires might find daunting. All this has been possible by following my mentor's guiding principle. Do not hoard, scatter, sow and reap. The blooming garden of noble tendencies, now visible as the Gayatri Parivar, has its roots in this very principle.
Chapter 21. Mind of a Brahmin and Action of a Rishi. When the Brahmin spirit awakens within, saintly inclinations naturally follow. A true Brahmin is defined by the mental strength to overcome greed, resist temptation, and remain content with a simple, modest life, that of an average citizen. I received powerful guidance from my mentor early on, which marked my true Brahmin birth. Before that, my parents had merely brought a body into this world, a vessel shaped by countless past lives and desires. Yet my deepest pride lies in this present birth, which can truly be called a Brahmin birth. for I have been blessed not only with a human body, but with the rare fortune of attaining a divine human existence. A Brahmin draws strength from simplicity, needing very little to sustain the body. Unlike elephants, camels, or buffaloes who must feed constantly, humans can meet their needs with far less. With 2 capable hands, a sharp mind, and abundant resources, no one should lack basic comfort. Even peacocks and pigeons manage to gather enough to survive. Human survival then requires only a few hours of honest effort. The rest of our time is free. When the saint within awakens, he must ask, where and how should I invest the brilliance of my time, energy, and attention? The answer soon becomes clear. Ancient history offers countless examples of divine humans to inspire us. We are free to choose and emulate whichever path resonates most with us. Only those consumed by endless desires, true demons, remain perpetually unsatisfied. Desires and cravings have never been fully satisfied for anyone. Throughout history, people have tried to amass vast wealth and indulge every whim, but from Hiranyaksha to Alexander, none have succeeded. Between the soul and the supreme soul exists an intermediate state, the divine human. Others call this the great soul, saint, reformer, or martyr. In ancient times, such beings were known as rishis. A rishi is one who lives with minimal needs, sustains himself on the bare essentials, and dedicates all remaining energy to serving the times and fostering noble tendencies in the world. Their efforts empower those striving for excellence and prevent destructive forces from prevailing. Visible and invisible, these are the tasks through which rishis devote themselves. Whatever energy remains after self-care, they invest in uplifting others. Over time, these small steps, drop by drop, accumulate into a journey of remarkable accomplishment.
I could never accept a form of devotion that was merely emotional or excused poor conduct. Its principles never seemed lofty, nor could reason accept them. Whenever devotion stirred within me, the path of the rishis always shone as the ideal. Every spare moment was devoted to that tradition. Looking back, I see that those who persistently gather their minds bit by bit eventually achieve unity and greatness. Like a bird, straw by straw, building a sturdy nest. By moving steadily toward the rishi ideal, I have been blessed with a fortune the wise would call magnificent. The rishis of each era took up and completed the work required of their time. Back then, circumstances allowed for patience and thoroughness. But now, we face a time of crisis. Many tasks must be handled swiftly and simultaneously. It is like battling a house fire. One must extinguish the flames while rescuing children, saving possessions, and securing valuables. Such was my experience with the tasks entrusted to me during my Himalayan journey. Nearly all had to be managed at once. I was blessed with inspiration, guidance, and support from my mentors. Whatever I could do physically, I did with readiness and complete dedication. I infused honesty into every action, and as a result, these tasks seemed accomplished almost effortlessly. At times, it felt as if the ancient story of Krishna and Arjun was being reenacted in my own life. Great works, such as the transformation of an era, occur only through the will and power of the divine. Yet, credit is always given to the liberated souls who live as rishis. This is the highest reward for their spiritual practice and worthiness. I too have been honored in this way, entrusted with the role of bestowing awards, and I feel truly fortunate. Even now, I can glimpse the distant future, and thus I write these words without hesitation. Though the ancient rishis no longer remain in their physical bodies, their consciousness endures at sacred sites. I have been blessed with introductions to them all and instructed to follow in their footsteps, adopting their methods, establishing Shantikunj Ashram as a living symbol of the divine Himalayas, and carrying the rishi tradition forward so that the wheel of transformation turns with harmony and purpose. During my third Himalayan pilgrimage, my guide repeatedly reminded me of the sages and illumined souls who once graced these heights with their deeds.
Among them were Bhagirath, Gangotri, Parashuram, Yamunotri, Charak, Kedarnath, Vyas, Badrinath, Yajnavalkya, Triyugi Narayan, Narad, Gupt Kashi, Adi Shankaracharya, Jyotirmath, Jamadagni, Uttar Kashi, Patanjali, Rudraprayag, Vasishtha, Dev Prayag, Pippalad, Sut Shaunak, Lakshman, Bharat, Shatrughna, Rishikesh, Daksha Prajapati, Kanad, and the Sapta Rishis led by Vishwamitra, Haridwar.
I also received glimpses of the duties performed by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Sant Jnaneshwar and Tulsidas, as well as the command to spread Lord Buddha's Dharma Chakra Parivartan, his journey of teaching and transformation throughout India and beyond. This mission was to be adapted to our era's needs, employing music, kirtan and stories of wisdom, and to fulfill the latter half of Buddha's incarnation through the awakening of higher knowledge. Just as in my previous incarnation as Samarth Ramdas in the 16th century, I was directed to establish gymnasiums and Mahavir temples, so too in this new era, my guiding power gave clear indications during my Himalayan sojourn to establish centers of wisdom, Pragya Sansthans, Pragya Peeths, Charan Peeths, temples of knowledge and study circles. The directive to make Shanti Kunj the symbolic heart of the divine Himalayas was no ordinary task. It demanded immense effort, resources, and the unwavering support of companions. It was essential not only to invoke the subtle presence of the sages, but also to consecrate the place with their living essence. Such a feat is unparalleled in temple tradition. While many temples house deities, nowhere else has the consecration of all the sages occurred in one place. Here, one may not only honor the symbols of their deeds, but also tangibly experience their living reality. Thus, Shanti Kunj, Brahma Varchasas and Gayatri Tirth embody the ongoing legacy of nearly all the sages. Lord Ram, before the conquest of Lanka and the dawn of Ram Rajya, consecrated the Shivling at Rameshwaram for an auspicious beginning. I was blessed with the command to consecrate the image of the divine Himalayas as the foundation for this age's transformation. At Shanti Kunj, one beholds a grand temple of the Himalayas, the 5 Prayags, 5 Kashis, 5 rivers and 5 sacred lakes, allowing seekers to glimpse the abodes of all the sages. This temple is unique and unparalleled, a living pilgrimage. Those who have never traveled to the remote Himalayas can receive the same spiritual benefit simply by beholding this sacred miniature at Shanti Kunj. Parashuram, son of Jamadagni, wielded his axe against the arrogant and unruly, a tale that may also be understood symbolically.
Through intense penance at Yamunotri, he honed his resolve and became a pioneer of creative revolution. He uprooted the tendencies that obstructed society's progress and reversed the flow of corruption in the collective consciousness. For this, he was granted the axe by Lord Shiva. In later years, Parashuram set aside his axe for a spade, planting trees and sowing seeds of virtue, both literally and figuratively. In a similar spirit, the pen and voice of Shanti Kunj have become like Parashuram's axe, transforming beliefs, emotions and actions for countless individuals. Through intense penance, Bhagirath brought the sacred Ganga from the heavens to the earth, ending a dire drought. The Bhagirath Shila at Gangotri stands as a testament to his great austerity. His unwavering resolve and spiritual effort earned him Lord Shiva's grace and made the descent of Ganga possible. Today, society faces a drought of faith. Only the living stream of divine knowledge, Gyan Ganga, can replenish what is barren. The unbroken flow of Gyan Ganga from Shanti Kunj brings new hope that this spiritual drought will be relieved and goodwill will flourish in all directions. Rishi Charak, exploring the forest herbs of remote Kedarnath, discovered Sanjeevani, the legendary life-restoring medicine. Scriptures describe how Charak would commune with the plants, discern their properties, harvest them at the optimal time, and conduct thorough research. Many potent medicines that enhance vitality, calm the mind, and transform character are owed to his pioneering work. At Shanti Kunj, this tradition lives on. Ongoing experiments using modern scientific instruments are reviving Ayurveda, aiming to discover rare herbs and test their properties. The quest to maintain health and longevity through precise herbal remedies forms a vital link in sustaining this ancient Rishi legacy. Maharshi Vyasa, sheltered between the Nar and Narayan peaks near Vasudhara waterfall, composed the Puranas in his cave, aided by Lord Ganesha. Such a monumental task required a tranquil sattvic environment. In our modern era, as inspiring literature wanes and ancient texts fade, the presiding sage of Shanti Kunj, 25 years ago, made the 4 Vedas, 18 Puranas, 108 Upanishads, 6 Darshanas, 24 Gitas, Aranyakas, Brahmanas, and more accessible to all through insightful commentaries. Alongside these, he continues to author contemporary works that offer practical solutions to modern challenges, guiding and uplifting millions. The 18-volume Pragya Purana, a recent creation, brings the essence of the Upanishads to the masses through engaging stories.
Patanjali, at Rudraprayag, the meeting point of the Alaknanda and Mandakini rivers, pioneered the science of yoga. He revealed that the human body holds immense latent energy. By awakening its dormant centers, one can evolve into a divine being, endowed with spiritual power and accomplishment.
At Shanti Kunj, seekers follow this path through disciplines such as Yogatrayi, Kaya Kalpa, and Asana Pranayama. After thorough physical and mental assessments by skilled physicians using advanced instruments, practitioners receive personalized guidance for their spiritual journey. At Triyogi Narayan, Yajnavalkya delved into the science of Yajna, exploring its many forms for the health and well-being of humans, animals, and the environment, for purification, vegetation growth, and rainfall. In this remote Himalayan spot, an eternal Yajna fire, believed to have burned since the marriage of Shiva and Parvati, stands as a living symbol of that heritage. Today, the Brahmavarchas Research Institute is reviving and modernizing Yajna science, adapting it to contemporary needs. Its advanced laboratory investigates Yajnopathy, the use of Yajna for healing. Experiments using forest herbs in Yajna for physical and mental ailments, psychological peace, vitality, rainfall, and environmental balance have produced astonishing results. Vishwamitra, the seer of the Gayatri Mahamantra and harbinger of a new era, is believed to have performed intense penance with the Saptarishis at this very sacred site, Gayatri Tirth, Shanti Kunj. Here, my revered guide with divine vision revealed this holy land and inspired the founding of the ashram. The subtle imprints of Vishwamitra's creative penance are deeply woven into this land. It is from here that the message of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world as one family, and the inspiration for noble intellect, symbolized by 24 Mahaprajna images, have spread across India and the world. Countless seekers have performed Gayatri Anushtans here, attaining spiritual success. Ongoing scientific studies of sound and the Savitri tradition mark a modern revival of Vishwamitra's lineage. Jamadagni's Gurukul, set deep in the forests of Uttarkashi, was a treasure trove of holistic education for children and ascetics alike. It offered opportunities for short-term spiritual practice, penance, sacraments, and adult learning. Shanti Kunj continues this legacy, nurturing dynamic personalities, training parivrajaks for Vanaprastha, imparting moral education to children, and providing comprehensive nation-building instruction through Yuga Shilpi training, all in keeping with the Jamadagni tradition. Devarshi Narada performed penance in Guptkashi, awakening the masses through the music of his veena. His wisdom nurtured devotion from dormancy to maturity.
The Yugagayan training school at Shanti Kunj has trained thousands of such wandering minstrels who, whether working alone or traveling in groups, carry forth the Narada tradition across the land. At Dev Prayag, sage Vasishtha, teacher of Lord Rama in the Yoga Vasishtha, exemplified the harmony of spiritual discipline and statesmanship. The founder of Shanti Kunj too participated in India's freedom movement 1930 to 1947, enduring prison hardships, and later guided society through literature. I have always pursued the harmonious blending of spirituality and social leadership with unwavering dedication. Adi Shankaracharya performed penance at Jyotirmath and established the 4 dhams at the corners of India, seeking to harmonize diverse cultures and inspire spiritual awakening through religious institutions. Continuing in this tradition, Shanti Kunj has guided the creation of 2400 Gayatri Shakti Peeths, where the upliftment of dharma is a constant pursuit. Alongside these, a nationwide network of mobile pragya centers and informal study groups serve as vibrant hubs of awakening. Like the 4 dhams, these centers are spreading the light of a new era's consciousness throughout the land. Rishi Pippalada, near Rishikesh, researched the influence of food on the mind, living on people fruits and practicing self-restraint to attain rishihood. Similarly, for 24 years I lived on barley bread and buttermilk during Gayatri Anushtans, and my lifelong diet has been boiled grains and vegetables. Even today, Shanti Kunj continues this legacy through Amritashan research, studying the effects of boiled food and green herbs. In Rishikesh, Suta and Shaunaka once organized scripture recitations, a tradition echoed in the popular readings of the Pragya Puranas, now known as the Yug Purana. 4 volumes have been published, with 14 more forthcoming. At Har Ki Pauri in Haridwar, during the Sarvamedha Yajna, King Harshavardhan donated all his wealth to build Takshashila University. In that same spirit, the founder of Shanti Kunj donated his entire fortune, worth hundreds of thousands, for the construction of schools at Gayatri Tapobhumi and his birthplace, keeping nothing for himself or his children. Today, this tradition of selfless giving is upheld by those who have become devoted servers of Shanti Kunj.
Rishi Kanad, a pioneer of atomic science and scientific spirituality under the Atharva Veda, emphasized the importance of logic, facts and evidence alongside spiritual wisdom. At the Brahmavarchasa Research Institute, a modern-day churning of the ocean is underway, fusing spiritual insight with scientific inquiry. Its strength lies in uniting philosophy with tangible proof, inspiring hope for breakthroughs that may benefit the world.
Buddha's wandering monks once traversed the world to spread the Dharma Chakra. At Shantikunj, initiates are prepared not only to expand Dharma spirit across India, but also to carry its message of divine culture worldwide. Every visitor is infused with spiritual consciousness. In India alone, nearly 100,000 Pragyaputras are dedicated to this mission, awakening households throughout the nation. Aryabhatta, through his pioneering calculations of the solar system, revealed how celestial exchanges influence Earth's environment and all life. Continuing this tradition, Shantikunj has established a comprehensive observatory integrating modern instruments to advance Jyotirvigyan, Vedic astrology and astronomy. The creation of a visual mathematical almanac stands as one of its unique contributions. Shantikunj carries forward the tradition of Dharma's expansion, following the example of medieval saints like Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Sant Gyaneshwar, Samarth Guru Ramdas, Prannath Mahaprabhu and Ramakrishna Paramhansa. What sets this ashram apart is its atmosphere, so deeply imbued with spiritual impressions that one is naturally drawn to inner growth. This is the subtle presence of the rishis at work. Witnessing the revival of their sacred endeavors, these sages surely bless this place with heartfelt joy. Through their penance, this land has been graced with divine souls. Valmiki's ashram nurtured love and kush, Kanva's ashram raised Emperor Bharat, Krishna and Rukmini's penance at Badrinarayan brought forth Pradyumna, and Pavan and Anjani at Pushpa's ashram gave birth to Hanuman. Such miraculous blessings are the fruit of intense Himalayan tapasya. There are countless stories of how sacred places and the company of ascetics transform lives. A drop of rain becomes a pearl in an oyster, bamboo manna in bamboo, camphor and banana, and wild shrubs take on the fragrance of sandalwood. Iron turns to gold with a philosopher's stone. My guiding guru, in his subtle form, has long dwelt in this Himalayan region, the gateway where we now reside. At pivotal moments, he summons me to recharge spiritually. Whenever a new task awaits, I am called to receive fresh strength, returning renewed. I often invite Pragyaputras and awakened souls to Shantikunj for training and spiritual practice, so they may find the strength to play their roles in this era of transformation, like the bears and monkeys, the cowherd boys of ancient times. This place is uniquely significant. Nestled beside the Ganga and cradled by the Himalayas, it radiates spiritual energy and divine protection.
Even a brief stay here brings profound rejuvenation, as if one has dwelled in a living pilgrimage and returns with renewed consciousness. In many ways, it is a spiritual sanatorium. The eternal lamp burning for 60 years, daily 2-hour yajna at the 9-fire altar, 2.4 million Gayatri recitations during Navaratri, and the continuous rituals in Sadhana Aranyak all combine to create a divine atmosphere as enchanting as the fragrance of sandalwood on Mount Malaya. Even without intense sadhana, one feels joy here, as if immersed in deep penance. The hallmark of Shantikunj, this sacred Gayatri pilgrimage, is the continual experience of the divine. Here, in subtle form, reside all the sages whose stories fill its legacy. The above lines reflect the ongoing effort to restore the Rishi tradition, an endeavor sustained in modern times through the spiritual and scientific research of Brahmavarchas. For over 60 years, countless examples have shown that when unwavering dedication is channeled towards higher purposes, the results can be truly transformative. The most urgent task of our lives is to make both visible and invisible efforts to transform today's environment. We face a profound crisis of faith, with people recklessly discarding codes of ethics and propriety. This proliferation of wrongdoing has created a climate of unending crises. Individuals are unhappy, society lacks stability, and problems only multiply. Attempts at reform seem to falter everywhere. For lasting solutions, two paths remain:
refining collective consciousness and nurturing noble tendencies. These changes must progress through direct constructive and organizational efforts as well as subtle spiritual remedies. This mission has been my life's devotion, every ounce of my strength dedicated to it. The results have been astonishing, and what lies ahead will be seen as truly unprecedented. In essence, this is the spirit with which the Brahman mind embraces the tradition of the saints. Those who devote themselves to this path uplift not only themselves but countless others as well.
Chapter 22. My Tangible Attainments. When wealth is accumulated, its effects naturally become visible. Health shines in a strong and vibrant body. The affluent reflect their prosperity through their lifestyle. Wisdom too is revealed in the words and actions of the truly intelligent. Likewise, as spiritual wealth grows, its transformative effects become unmistakably apparent. True attainment in spiritual practice means achieving extraordinary success, far surpassing ordinary accomplishments. While common achievements may be reached through personal effort and material resources, spiritual attainments exist on a higher plane. The spiritual realm is vast and exalted, and its rewards are such that they cannot be attained through ordinary, solitary striving. Rather, they are recognized as belonging to a more transcendent order. Sadly, the value of spirituality has diminished so much that it is often mistaken for mere trickery, spectacles designed to provoke curiosity and wonder. Such acts, though astonishing, are ultimately meaningless. For instance, pulling sand from someone's hair neither changes lives nor offers real benefit. Extraordinary feats and dazzling displays are the realm of magicians, who win applause and money by stirring a sense of wonder. Yet not one of these acts serves the greater good. Even some so-called spiritual adepts promote themselves with similar tricks, producing sweets from thin air, doubling currency and so on. It is naive to confuse such illusions with true spiritual attainment. It is crucial to recognize the fundamental difference between showmanship and genuine spiritual attainment. The real attainments of spiritual practice are those rare deeds that serve the world's welfare, so profound and far-reaching that no one could achieve them alone. Yet some step forward, daring to begin, and ultimately make the impossible possible. Support and resources follow, as if by a natural law that aids every noble intent. Spiritual aspirants press on even without visible support, relying on self-confidence and faith in God, while most people wait until all means are secured before they act. History shows that great deeds are accomplished by spiritual adepts engaged in deep practice. This is their true miracle. Samarth Guru Ramdas launched a freedom movement in India with a single Maratha youth, reaching astonishing heights. Buddha sparked a global rationalist movement against corruption, transforming Asia. Gandhi began the Satyagraha movement with just a handful at Dandi, and the world knows its outcome.
Vinoba Bhave's Bhudan movement, the rise of Scouting and the Red Cross, the Vanasthali Girls' School, and Baba Amte's service for leprosy patients all began with little but inner strength and grew far beyond their origins. These are living examples of true spiritual attainment. The founders lacked resources, but their unwavering resolve drew support as they advanced, achieving the extraordinary. Anyone examining the results of my own spiritual practice will not be disappointed. Every step I have taken has far exceeded my skills and resources. At first, some called these efforts foolish and warned they would end in ridicule. Yet I held unshakable faith that God's inspiration was moving me to this work. Such world-serving resolutions often arise in hearts free of selfish desire, supported by unwavering faith in the divine. As the energy of spiritual practice matured into attainment, it dedicated itself to meeting the needs of the era. Even when resources seemed lacking, progress flowed as if arrangements had already been made. What some first dismissed as recklessness, they later recognized as the unmistakable fruit of spiritual attainment. Some of these remarkable undertakings have already been described, but they are worth recounting in full. 1. The solemn vow taken at age 15 to complete 24 Gayatri Mahapurusharans in 24 years, each involving many rigorous disciplines. This was achieved within the set time without a single lapse. 2. Upon completing this Mahapurusharan, a grand Havan was organized with the prescribed recitations. 400,000 Gayatri devotees from across India were invited to Mathura in 1958 for the Sahasra Kundi Yagya, and not a single one was absent. For 5 days, every arrangement, accommodation, food, yagya, discourse halls, lighting, water and cleanliness was provided free of charge. 7 temporary towns arose within a 7-mile radius. The entire event ran flawlessly, with hundreds of thousands spent, yet not a single rupee was begged for. All needs were met through willing support. 3.
The magnificent Gayatri Tapobhumi building in Mathura was initiated by selling ancestral property. Later, unsolicited support from the public helped create a vast center for dharma-based public education. 4. The uninterrupted publication of Akhand Jyoti magazine since 1937. While Gandhi's Harijan, also published without advertisements or donations, was eventually discontinued, Akhand Jyoti overcame many challenges and now circulates 150,000 copies per issue, with an actual readership approaching 1 million. 5.
Literary creations. Translation of ancient scriptures and publication of affordable, elevated books that weave spiritual principles into practical living. These works, available in many languages, are so voluminous they would outweigh a human body. Millions have found new light through these writings. 6. Gayatri Parivar was formed, launching the Pragya Abhiyan for collective consciousness refinement and the Yug Nirman Yojana to promote noble tendencies. Together, they united millions of awakened souls, each dedicating themselves to the work of nucleation. 7. For the movement's epoch makers, the Pragyaputra, a comprehensive curriculum for self-transformation and world-building was established, with regular courses and well-organized 10-day Gayatri Sadhana sessions, including accommodation and meals for all seekers. 8. Founding of the Brahma Varchas Research Institute to harmonize spirituality and science. It conducts advanced research on Yagya science, the power of Gayatri, Charaka-era herbal medicine, and working to revive ancient astronomical knowledge in a modern context. 9. Establishment of 2,400 Pragya Peeths with buildings and 7,500 Pragya centers without buildings across India, advancing the movement for moral, intellectual and social renewal. This mission now extends to Indian expatriates in 74 countries. 10. A unique center for the study and teaching of India's languages and cultures has been set up, ensuring the new era's ideals reach every section of society and every region. Previously, awakening teams reached only Hindi, Gujarati, Odia and Marathi-speaking regions by vehicle. Now, they are expanding to every corner of the nation, strengthening the roots of purity, brilliance and unity. 11. The propagation system, once reliant on tape recorders and slide projectors, is now entering a new era with the production of video films. 12. The Pragya movement's ideology is now disseminated in every major language through the folder scheme, ensuring no corner remains untouched by new consciousness. 13. All 5 volumes of the Pragya Purana are being published in every language, with accompanying audio discourses. These are used to address contemporary challenges through the wisdom of ancient storytelling. 14. Nearly 1,000 students, guests and pilgrims dine daily at the Shantikunj dining hall. No payment is ever asked and all partake of the sacred meal with devotion and reverence. 15. Countless individuals have come to Gayatri Tirth for Anushthan Sadhana. Here, they have refined their personalities, found freedom from mental afflictions, and received guidance to shape their futures. Their progress has been observed and scientifically verified at the Brahma Varchas Research Institute.
When one witnesses these major works and initiatives, it's easy to imagine the immense labor, dedication, and resources required. How many people and what vast numbers must have been involved. It would seem that such arrangements demand the scale of a mountain. Yet, behind all this, it is the quiet, invisible strength of a single individual that has moved everything forward. There has never been any direct solicitation, public appeal, or fundraising campaign. Instead, progress has unfolded through voluntary cooperation alone. In an age when organizations rely on pressure and persuasion to raise funds, this is perhaps the only mission that has thrived simply through the Gyan Ghat of 10 paise a day and the Dharma Ghat of a handful of grain. Even those who give just a small amount feel a deep sense of ownership, believing the institution runs on their labor and cooperation. This creates a lasting bond of belonging. Leaders, knowing they are accountable to so many, handle every penny with the utmost care. The secret to accomplishing so much with so little lies in this widespread sense of shared responsibility and trust. This mission is blessed with a legion of selfless, high-minded workers, perhaps more than any other organization. Why? Because after observing its guiding principles, people have come to trust that the Brahmin spirit here is genuine. Just as millions followed the Buddha or Gandhi Satyagrahi served without pay, today nearly every institution relies on salaried staff.
Yet in the Pragya movement, thousands of highly qualified individuals serve, content with just food and clothing. What is the magnetic force that draws so much labor and generosity, drop by drop, from so many? This too is a kind of miracle, an achievement rarely witnessed anywhere else. In recent years, I have often journeyed to the Himalayas for solitary spiritual practice. Many are curious about what I experienced there. They wonder if I met mystical beings, witnessed miracles, or encountered sages with supernatural powers. People imagine the Himalayas as a treasure trove of wonders, expecting tales of sages leaping forth with enchanting displays. In reality, my pilgrimages were for turning me inward. Outward life is filled with events, but the inner realm is ruled by feeling. Spirituality is the supremacy of feeling, materialism, the pursuit of objects and desires.
My life has been a confluence of both, and at times I have felt the need to withdraw into solitude, dissolving the residue of worldly experiences. In the Himalayas, I brought my soul as close to the divine as possible. Circumstances naturally led to a more sattvic diet and lifestyle. But above all, my greatest achievement has been the refinement and deepening of higher emotions and sensitivities. For this, neither people nor resources are needed. By projecting our elevated feelings onto whatever we encounter, good or bad, we transform its very nature and glides the divine in every particle. Those who have read my book Companions in Solitude will understand how even ordinary events and circumstances, when infused with higher feelings, can create an atmosphere of heavenly joy. Immersing oneself in such an environment brings the bliss of existence, consciousness, and joy. This too is a profound spiritual attainment, living amidst the ordinary world, yet experiencing the bliss of the divine.
Chapter 23. The fourth and final directive. For the fourth and final time, I was called once more to the Himalayas for a week last year. The summons came as before, a divine command leaving no room for hesitation. Though my body remained absorbed in assigned tasks, my mind was ever with my Guru in the remote Himalayas. Sometimes it almost feels as if Gurudev's physical form resides there, but his mind roams around me. His words echo within, becoming a constant source of inspiration. It is like the key is turned and the pendulum of my heart and mind springs to life with renewed vigor. The journey, as with the previous 3 times, was arduous. This time, however, I was called to travel in my subtle body, a sign of the seeker's majority. Once again, 3 tests awaited me in that form. After traversing the field of sadhana, what remains is only to refine what has already been refined. The path was familiar, the daily routine set, meeting at Gomukh, then proceeding to Tapovan. I've never asked where Gurudev's subtle body truly resides. I only know the velvety path where we meet. I had learned to recognize the Brahma Kamal and would always seek it out, presenting it at Gurudev's feet upon our first meeting. There was never any delay in greetings or blessings. The real work began at once. That pattern repeated this time as well. Along the way, my mind wandered. Every time I've been called, I've had to leave my old place for another. Perhaps after departing Shantikunj, I might be sent to the land of the Rishis, this time for a task greater than any before. Such were my thoughts until the moment of our face-to-face meeting. He expressed satisfaction with the work accomplished so far. I replied, "You are the true doer, yet you give credit to a mere monkey like me. After surrender, this body and mind are separate from you only in appearance. In reality, all belong to you. Whenever and however you choose, you shape and use them as you wish." Gurudev said, "What has been accomplished so far was local and quite ordinary, achievable by any superior human. Many have done such things before. When you undertake the next task, those who follow you will accomplish these feats easily."
The pioneer is credited with the first step. After that, even planets and stars continue their paths with ease. The next task is even greater. The gross atmosphere and the subtle environment have grown so toxic that not only human dignity, but existence itself is in peril. The future appears daunting. To counter this, you and I must do what can only be called miraculous and extraordinary. Earth's very sphere, air, water and land are becoming poisonous. The union of scientific skill and unchecked greed has unleashed mechanization everywhere, spreading toxins and creating a world where weakness, disease and untimely death threaten all.
The threat of nuclear weapons in unskilled hands looms so large that a single mistake could reduce everything to ashes. The population is growing like wild grass after the rains. What will they eat? Where will they live? Amidst such calamities, this poisoned atmosphere could turn Earth into a living hell. The very air people breathe is now so polluted that whoever inhales it absorbs unthinkable thoughts and is driven to wrongful deeds. Misfortune manifests instantly, visible before our very eyes. This is the consequence of a warped atmosphere that has pervaded even the invisible realms. In such a state, people can become like beasts or demons in human form. It pains the heart to see this earth, God's most beautiful creation, descending into a living hell. The looming threat of destruction brings deep anguish. To change this fate, to solve this crisis, one must lift a mountain as mighty as Govardhan and leap across an ocean as Hanuman. You are being summoned to take steps as momentous as those of Vamana. For this, you must become 5, battling on 5 fronts at once. Like Kunti, who summoned her solitary power to give birth to 5 divine sons, you too must distill your essence and give rise to 5 warriors, each destined to play a unique role on a different battlefield. Interrupting, I said, "You have spoken of the circumstances. To reflect so deeply and seek solutions is the work of the wise. As your child, simply tell me what must be done. As always, hold the strings of this puppet and make me dance as you wish. Do not consult. One who is surrendered requires only your command. Whenever you have sent a silent order, tangible or subtle, I have never hesitated or questioned."
From completing the 24 great Gayatri Purush Sharanas to joining the freedom movement, from wielding the pen to organizing grand yajna, from building vast organizations to founding millions of centers, your command, protection, and guidance have shaped every step. Outwardly, I may have appeared to act, but inwardly, I know whose power accomplished all this. What need is there for my suggestions? Whatever instructions you give, I shall follow. Every particle of this body, every drop of blood, every thought and feeling within me is dedicated to you, to world humanity. He accepted this with a joyful countenance, then signaled he would speak through the higher voice. The discussion at the level of reasoning thus ended, and what needed to be done was now conveyed in essence and sign. You must become 5 from 1. Like Rama's 5 messengers, like the 5 Pandavas, you must serve in 5 ways at once. You must make this very body into 5. Just as 5 birds can perch on one tree, you must become 5 within yourself. This is called Sukshmikaran. The 5 forms will remain subtle, for only subtle power can manage such a vast domain. Until all 5 mature and can carry out their own work, nourish them through this body. This may take a year or even longer. When they are ready, set them free. When the time comes, your visible physical body will be free. This was the direction given. The specifics, the what and the how, he explained in his own words. I am not permitted to disclose those details. It suffices to say what has been told I am carrying out. In essence, the core tasks are these. 1. Purification of the atmosphere. 2. Refinement of the environment. 3. Creation of a new era. 4. Prevention and resolution of great destruction. 5. Generation and nurturing of divine humans. How are these 5 tasks to be accomplished? To do so, one's being must be divided into 5 dedicated parts, embodying the spirit of Bhagirath and Dadhichi. This requires pausing all supernatural activities, gathering scattered energies and focusing them into a single stream. This focused refinement is known as Sukshmikaran, subtilization. The steps will be revealed as the time comes. To thwart destructive forces and shield your body from demonic assaults, you will be protected. Attacks from the darkness, like those experienced before, may arise in any form, targeting the virtuous and the close.
As always, my protection will encompass all. Continue to delegate entrusted tasks to capable companions, ensuring no burden rests solely on your shoulders. The vision of grand transformation in my mind will be disclosed only as needed. Premature revelation could hinder its purpose during these challenging times. This time, I was not detained long. Recharging was unnecessary. Gurudev said, "My energy will now move behind you invisibly. Myself and the sages who need you will have to remain by your side always, lending their hands. You will never feel a lack of anything or shortage of spiritual energy. In fact, it will increase 5-fold. With these blessings, I took my leave and returned to Shantikunj.
My process of subtilization, Savitri Sadhana, began from Ram Navami 1984.
Chapter 24. Tapascharya, the essential penance for awakening the power of soul. When Aurobindo returned from abroad, he tried every possible means to drive out the British, yet nothing proved effective. He realized that organizing kings, arming students, and forming forest bands, these scattered efforts could not stand against such a powerful government. To challenge this force, an equally potent strength was needed. The era of Gandhi's Satyagraha had not yet dawned. In this situation, he turned to generating soul power, charging the very atmosphere with spiritual energy. He escaped British pursuit and retreated to Pondicherry, where he undertook special austerities in solitude and silence. To the casual observer, this may have looked like escapism, but in truth, it was nothing of the sort. Those with subtle vision recognized that his solitary practice generated immense invisible energy. The entire atmosphere was charged, and simultaneously, a host of great souls arose across the nation, an event without parallel in history. Political leaders may be found anywhere, but great souls operate on a higher plane altogether. Their elevated personalities alone have the power to awaken and move the collective consciousness. After 2000 years of subjugation, the nation desperately needed such helmsmen. And it was not just one, but many who arose at once, like cyclones on a sweltering summer day. Thus, Aurobindo's resolve was ultimately fulfilled, something he could not achieve through conventional means alone. Throughout spiritual history, austerity and penance have been the only reliable means for attaining the highest achievements. These endeavors cannot be fulfilled by a life of comfort and luxury. True focus and unity of purpose are impossible while entangled in external distractions, even in the name of spreading a message. Such distractions scatter one's energy. Inner concentration, like the sun's rays, only ignites when focused. When Vyasa wrote the 18 Puranas, he withdrew to the caves near Vasudhara peak in Uttarakhand. Lord Ganesha assisted him on the condition that Vyasa remain in total silence. Such monumental tasks demand nothing less. During the freedom struggle, Maharshi Ramana persisted in silent penance. Many other Himalayan sages undertook special austerities with the same intent. The invisible current of their spiritual effort played a tremendous role in the success of the political movements that followed. Such contributions may be invisible to the naked eye, but those with subtle vision and seekers of truth know their power is real.
Remembering the principle, the greater the task, the greater the means required, this era's special penance was undertaken to transform and uplift the environment's flow. Its rigor and form are especially demanding. Early on, my work focused on refining collective consciousness, uniting awakened souls, and inspiring creative action. Yet speakers, organizers, singers, and publicity efforts alone were never enough. If such means sufficed, the well-off could have solved everything long ago. Many have tried, amassing resources with enthusiasm, but little of lasting value has resulted. The true director saw deeper and assigned only one initial task, a 24-year Gayatri Mahapurashcharan sadhana. Whatever has been achieved in the past 30 years stems from that storehouse of spiritual wealth. If any good has come to me, society, or our culture, it is drawn from the reserves of that sadhana, built not just on recitations, but on rigorous vows and disciplines. Anyone with leisure can tally up a number of recitations, but a life of indulgence and disorder yields nothing great through mere ritual. True attainment demands the strict disciplines of austerity, which purify and empower the gross, subtle, and causal bodies. The impurities and defects accumulated over lifetimes are major obstacles on the spiritual path. They can only be burnt away in the furnace of penance. Just as iron is extracted from the earth in a raw, impure state and refined through fire, so too must a seeker undergo repeated fire purifications to become fit for higher purpose. Just as a potter must fire his vessels in the kiln to harden them. The same law applies to human beings. The rishis and sages are renowned for their service, spiritual practice, and observances. But even they undertook penance again and again to build the strength needed to fulfill their missions. This process, by whatever name, has been essential for every great soul and always will be. God-given power simply cannot blossom without it.
If one's character lacks purity, brilliance and maturity, true and lasting success remains out of reach. Triumphs achieved through deceit or force fade like illusions, like conjuring mustard seeds on the palm. How long can a rootless tree stand, or hope to blossom and bear fruit? The foundations of austerity are restraint and proper use. Sensory control, such as eating healthily, prevents illness. Observing celibacy ensures the reservoir of mental strength remains full. Financial restraint, living within honest means, wards off both poverty and dishonesty.
Time management means a disciplined daily routine, focusing one's labor on worthy aims. This leaves no room for wrongdoing. Every action becomes noble. Restraint in thought brings unity and a perspective rooted in faith and spiritual purpose. Practices of devotion, knowledge, and selfless action become natural. Restraint is saving. By practicing all four, one stores so much strength that beyond supporting the family, it can overflow into greater causes. The disciplined need not exhaust themselves bridging the chasms of desire, greed, and ego. When it's time to pursue noble aims, they make no excuses about being too busy, lack of resources, worries, and troubles. Self-interest and altruism go hand in hand, and a life of cheerful lightness becomes possible. This is the path my guide set me on 60 years ago, a process that has never ceased. Whenever my spiritual battery needed recharging, I was called into seclusion for intensive practice, sometimes for a year at a stretch. The purpose was always the same, to ensure enthusiasm, effort, faith and trust in my austerities never waned. Where there was lack, it was replenished. My sadhana at Bhagirath Shila in Gangotri endowed me with the vision and power to channel the Ganga of knowledge, manifesting as the Pragya Abhiyan across the world. At Parashuram Ashram in Uttarkashi, I discovered the symbolic axe, an inner force that can awaken collective outrage against injustice. Just as Parashuram of legend severed the heads of tyrants, so too must we cut through ignorance, transforming minds at their root. The thought revolution and Pragya Abhiyan thus serve both creative and corrective purposes. Their success over such a vast landscape is not the work of chance or resources, but the hard-won fruit of disciplined penance. This is the story of my journey so far. Now, that same guiding power has called me to take a great leap ahead, under the one whose signals have always moved me like a puppet. I have entered a new and higher class of penance. People see only that I am in seclusion, no longer meeting anyone. But this is incomplete, for a person filled with diligence, dedication and discipline cannot live an idle life. In this solitude, I have worked harder than ever before. I have in fact been busier than ever. Even while not meeting people in the usual way, I have had to connect with so many, often for hours on end. Yet my heart remains unsatisfied. Where then is solitude? Where truly is the chance not to meet anyone? Only my working style has changed slightly. The category and subject of those I meet has shifted. In such a situation, where is the room to accuse me of inactivity or escapism? This is the path of the ascetics. They only appear inactive. In reality, they are extremely busy. When a spinning top whirls at full speed, it appears still. Only when its speed slows and it loses balance does its motion become visible. When Einstein was immersed in his most important atomic research, his daily routine changed completely. He lived alone in a grand house with every amenity, books, equipment, attendants, but kept all distractions at bay. He remained in total seclusion as long as he wished. No one could interrupt his work. When needed, he'd ring a bell for help. Visitors left cards, and only after months, when he called, could they enter. No one, however close, could disturb his focus. Only with such solitude could he gift the world his greatest achievements. Had he wasted his time in shallow pursuits with friends, he too would have squandered his precious life. The rishis and ascetics of old lived similarly, facing countless research tasks of self-knowledge. For deep concentration, they chose quiet places, devoting themselves fully to their chosen aims. I too have been entrusted with new tasks of immense magnitude. One is to generate the inner strength needed to dispel the global terrors that threaten us all. Another is to nurture the inspiration and capacity essential for creation and progress. The third is to weave the framework of noble tendencies to guide the new era. None of these can be achieved by the physical body alone, whose strength and reach are limited. The senses can only do so much. This body of flesh and bone can speak, move, act and think only within a narrow range. Such work may sustain one's family or help those nearby, but for truly great undertakings, the subtle and causal bodies must be awakened. Only when all three, physical, subtle and causal, are empowered and active can the great works required by our times be accomplished. This was the very challenge faced by Ramakrishna Paramhansa. He was called to undertake vast work.
Following the divine plan, he entrusted his power to Vivekananda, who wove the framework needed for future action. Such a great mission could not be accomplished by the physical body alone, so Ramakrishna willingly let it go. Because he gave blessings beyond his own spiritual balance, a debt accumulated which could only be repaid through the ordeal of illness. Thus, he voluntarily took on the suffering of cancer. Freed from all debts, Vivekananda immersed himself in the work set out for him by his guiding power. Outwardly, Ramakrishna left this world, and his absence brought sorrow. Yet what followed was for the greater good. After his passing, his spiritual strength multiplied 1,000-fold. With this power, he nurtured countless noble tendencies across India and the world. In his lifetime, he could give blessings in small measure and pass his legacy to just one disciple. But as a subtle and causal force, he accomplished more than can be measured or imagined. The life of Jesus followed a similar path. Despite tireless effort, he gathered only 13 disciples in his lifetime and saw that the physical body alone could not accomplish his vast vision. At such turning points, great souls willingly embrace arduous tests to settle their earthly accounts. Jesus' crucifixion, Socrates drinking poison, Krishna struck by an arrow, the Pandavas dissolving into the Himalayas, Gandhi falling to bullets, Adi Shankaracharya succumbing to illness. Such transitions from the gross to the subtle body become sacrifices, sources of inspiration, sanctity and intensity for the ages. This is the way of all who serve a higher purpose, and it will continue.
Chapter 25. Transformation of the gross into the subtle, subtilization. We are living through a historic moment of epochal transformation. Over the past 20 years, I have been called to serve with unwavering dedication. Remarkably, in just the 5 years since 1980, more progress has been made than in the previous 3 decades. By responding to the urgent needs of our era with readiness and resolve, I have acquired the inner strength necessary for these times. It would not be appropriate to mention the depth of awareness, focus and peak of effort demanded for these tasks, because nothing more than the creation of 2,400 Pragya Peeths and 15,000 Pragya institutions can be seen by the eye. Maybe a link to write a folder every day can be added to this, but everything else is invisible. How can the invisible be accounted for in visible terms? At this juncture of the era, 15 years still remain. During this period, the wheel of progress will spin even faster. On one hand, its speed must be increased, on the other, it must be restrained. There will be a need to curb destruction and accelerate development. Both these movements are currently sluggish. At this rate, the desired goal will not be achieved by the year 2000. Therefore, the cycles of creation will certainly intensify. In this, our role is like that of the vulture and the squirrel in the Ramayana, small but significant. Who will do what, when and how, that is a matter for the future. The question is one of responsibility. In times of war, the responsibility of the commander is as great as that of the cook. In times of crisis, no one can afford to be negligent. During this period, we must often fight battles on multiple fronts at once. Sometimes, a single individual finds themselves harvesting crops, caring for livestock, tending to a sick child, appearing in court and welcoming guests, all at once. During times of crisis, our responsibilities multiply and intensify. Strategic choices must be made. How many soldiers to send to each front, how to ensure fighters never run out of ammunition, maintain supply lines, keep hospitals running, care for the wounded, and dig trenches for future advances. Every aspect demands equal care. A single oversight can undo all efforts and render hard-won gains futile. I am called to expand our capabilities in many directions.
Yet the greatest barrier lies in the limitations of the physical body. It is finite, can only cover so much ground, bear so much weight, and work within a narrow sphere. Meanwhile, the challenges are limitless, often demanding simultaneous engagement on many fronts. How is this possible? One answer is to transcend dependence on the physical body and, if the divine so wills, accomplish tasks through subtle bodies. This can be orchestrated in an instant if my guide wanted to. But the physical form remains bound by the law of karma. Unsettled debts carry forward. tugging at us from one life to the next. In such cases, there is a sense of certainty in enduring and settling those karmic balances. Ramakrishna Paramhansa dispensed many blessings and boons, but his reservoir of merit was finite. To settle his account, throat cancer became the means to clear the slate. Adi Shankaracharya was taken by a fistula, Mahatma Narayan Swami by another illness, and Guru Golwalkar by cancer. Many great souls have spent their final days in pain, not as punishment, but as a balancing of excess merit, taking on the suffering of others. If they could resolve their karmic accounts during life, so much the better. If not, their final trials ensured nothing remained to impede liberation. At the heart of all this is the subtilization of the soul. The subtle body is vast and multifaceted, able to operate in many places at once and shoulder multiple responsibilities simultaneously. The gross physical body is restricted, tied to one place, one task, and one language. Subtle existence transcends these barriers. Thoughts and ideas can be exchanged directly. Language is unnecessary, and the reach is far greater. Even for travel, the physical body is slow, bound by the limits of feet or vehicles and the power of a single voice. In contrast, the subtle body's senses are exponentially more powerful. It can see, hear, and interact in multiple places at once. Lord Krishna is said to have danced in many forms during the Ras. Rama and Krishna appeared in multiple forms at great events, and Arjuna and Yashoda witnessed Krishna's cosmic form, a glimpse of the subtle and causal bodies. Even if these are interpreted as poetic allegory, there is deep truth in them. Yet not everyone attains the state upon leaving the body.
Ghosts and spirits enter the subtle body, but in a crude, limited form, barely able to make their presence known to loved ones. The souls of ancestors, Pitars, are more advanced, as their wisdom and behaviors are way more generous than the following generations. But it is only through special effort and refinement that the subtle body attains higher abilities, as seen in great ascetics. The next step, transforming an ordinary being into a Siddha Purusha, is achieved through the process of subtilization. Siddha Purusha, the realized beings, while still inhabiting a physical form, may acquire divine powers and use them to serve others. Some, after years of discipline, attain yogic abilities, Anima, Mahima, Laghima, and so on. It is impossible to fly, walk on water, or defy material laws in a physical body, because of how the bodily atoms are made like that. If such feats were truly possible, scientists would have documented them. Claims based solely on legend should be viewed with caution. In our era, tangible evidence is essential. The question is about subtilization, the special spiritual discipline that I am pursuing these days. It can be done while in the physical body or after leaving it. In both cases, neither is possible without extra effort, discipline, and penance. This is the next stage of yogic advancement. The path to subtilization depends on one's current state and the guidance of higher powers. There is no single or certain curriculum for all. What is certain is that outward dissipation of energy must cease. Just as an egg remains protected in its shell until ready to fly, so must the soul mature in its own enclosure before breaking free. In ancient times, cave dwelling and deep meditation were often chosen for this purpose. Scriptures are filled with accounts of subtle-bodied beings. The Mahabharata details Yaksha-Yudhishthira dialogues. Classes such as Yakshas, Gandharvas, and Brahma Rakshasas are described. King Vikramaditya's 5 Veers, Lord Shiva's Veerbhadra attendants, and communities of spirits, jinn, and graveyard dwellers all represent another realm. Aladdin's lamp too is a tale of such powers. In Chaya Purusha Sadhana, shadow being practice, a powerful invisible companion is created from one's own essence to assist in spiritual work. Many such beings are depicted as harmful or lowly, perhaps the restless souls of fallen warriors. In those warlike eras, subtle-bodied sages were also abundant.
Rajarshis and Brahmarshis usually retain physical bodies, but Devarshis, whose influence extended into the subtle, could move like the wind, travel between worlds, and appear wherever their guidance was needed. Many other rishis have been described similarly, appearing to give courage and direction, moving unseen by foot. Even today, travelers in the Himalayas speak of mysterious guidance from unseen hands. Caves and peaks are said to reveal invisible yogis or cause the visible to vanish. Tibetan lamas tell countless such tales, and the Theosophical Society refers to a group at the spiritual pole of the Himalayas.
I call them invisible helpers who contribute to world peace. It is important to remember, however, that these divine rishis are an evolved class of humanity. Like yogis, siddha purushas, and other great souls, they excel at serving and aiding others, not as omnipotent beings who can grant every wish, but as helpers operating within the law of karma. Only God can erase karma. These beings, like doctors or benefactors, can assist or guide but not guarantee results. Their help, sometimes unsolicited, brings great benefit, but should never become an excuse to shirk personal effort. If people relied solely on such help, they would lose initiative and ignore the lessons of their own karma. My Gurudev of the Himalayas is a good example. Because of his existence in the subtle body, he is able to live in an environment where there are no resources for a living. Although he has been offering guidance and support, I have still faced my share of struggles and setbacks. It is certain that with his divine support, my morale has remained way higher than if I was operating on my own. And in difficult times, my patience and courage have been sustained because of his timely guidance. One should expect only this much help from others, divine or otherwise. No one is going to finish your tasks. Expecting miracles, even from God, leads only to disappointment. From subtle beings, hope for timely help, but remain steadfast in your own efforts. Treat setbacks as teachers and move ahead with greater caution and resolve. The power of subtle bodies is indeed great. This then is a general discussion of the subtle realm. The point, however, concerns one's own journey. These are difficult and critical times. Those with physical bodies are doing all they can through direct means as they should. But these efforts alone are not enough.
The potent subtle beings must act to prevent further decline. The current support is insufficient. Invisible aid is needed, both for collective challenges and for individuals pursuing noble goals. When this responsibility was entrusted to me, why would I make excuses or avoid doing my part? I have followed the divine will for ages, and as long as I am conscious, I will continue. The hour is urgent. The toxicity in both visible and invisible realms must be purified without delay. Just as one must uproot a mountain to find the Sanjeevani herb, whatever must be done, must be done. To wake the dormant body, I dedicated myself immediately, undertaking intense austerities and solitary sadhana over the past 2 years. Clairvoyance, clairaudience, premonition and thought transmission are often their domain. They have helped many overcome calamities. Without them, works of some would have halted entirely. The courage found in true friendship mirrors the strength gained from connecting with these invisible helpers. Just as there is a visible world of physical beings, there is an invisible realm of subtle ones. Among them also are the ordinary, the malevolent, and of the highest order, those deeply interested in humanity. When help is sought for noble aims and the seeker is worthy, such assistance flows more freely and in huge amounts.
Chapter 26. My Present Focus and Sacred Engagement. Gurudev answers my questions and curiosities through his presence within my heart. His spirit feels ever near. Whether I am translating ancient scriptures or composing the Pragya Purana, his guidance shapes my words as a teacher shapes a student. My writing echoes his teachings, responding to his subtle inspiration. Just as a horse moves in harmony with its rider, my life and work have followed the gentle direction of his guidance from within. When he summons me to the Himalayas to recharge my spirit, no special instructions are said. Just as the weak regain strength in a sanatorium, I too am renewed by these sacred mountains. Profound dialogues unfold in the same way in various topics. On this occasion, I have come to fully grasp the process of subtilization and the true method of sadhana for it. Just as Kunti manifested her divine children, so too must I cultivate the 5 sheaths within me, Annamaya, Manomaya, Pranamaya, Vijnanamaya and Anandamaya, into 5 Veerbhadras, heroic spiritual forms. Until these are fully empowered, I have been instructed to keep my present body as their shelter and remain at Shanti Kunj for now, gradually passing worldly duties to others. With this understanding, I immediately began the prescribed Savitri sadhana to follow this process. Naturally, the question follows, what roles will these 5 Veerbhadras fulfill and how will their work unfold? The answer is not clear due to deep curiosity, bringing both reassurance and joy. Even today, many gifted souls could accomplish far greater deeds if their energies found a new direction. The immense power needed to turn the tide, to set things right, will be awakened throughout my being by these Veerbhadras.
When a talented person's thinking is transformed, their life can become nothing short of miraculous. History offers many examples. When Narada redirected the lives of Parvati, Dhruva, Prahlad, Valmiki, Savitri and others, they left behind old circumstances to become beacons for humanity. When Buddha transformed the minds of Ananda, Kumarajiva, Angulimala, Amrapali, Ashoka, Harshavardhan and Sanghamitra, they reversed their former ways and became world-renowned for their virtue. Vishwamitra transformed Harishchandra from an ordinary king into a revered figure whose story inspired Mahatma Gandhi's quest for truth. Saint Vithoba awakened such generosity in Bhamasha that he donated all his wealth to Maharana Pratap. Inspired by Adi Shankaracharya, Mandhata founded monasteries at the four dhams.
A saint moved Ahilyabai to restore and build temples and ghats across the land. Samarth Guru Ram Das ignited in Shivaji the spirit to achieve what once seemed impossible. Ramakrishna Paramahamsa's steadfast guidance transformed Narendra into Swami Vivekananda. Saint Bhartari's influence inspired King Gopichand's path of renunciation. History is replete with such transformations. Countless gifted individuals remade by the touch of realized souls. Without such grace, they would have continued along the well-worn paths of their ancestors. My own story is no different. Had Gurudev not intervened, I too would have remained in the family profession of priesthood, never reaching where I stand today. In this era of transformation, many kinds of talents are needed. We need scholars to illuminate new ways of thinking through their logic and evidence, and artists who can stir the heart as Chaitanya, Meera, Surdas and Kabir once did, moving souls like a flute charms a serpent. We need the wealthy to channel their resources as Emperor Ashoka did, toward the needs of the age, instead of luxury. We need leaders like Gandhi, Rousseau, Marx and Lenin, ready to guide people down paths never before imagined. And what of the sensitive-hearted? Saints and noble souls with but a touch have transformed countless lives, turning iron into gold, acting as the philosopher's stone, and awakening the highest within others. My Veer Bhadras will do the same. This has also been my work, to spark profound transformation in the thinking and actions of millions, preparing them like Gandhi's Satyagrahis, Vinoba's Bhudan volunteers and Buddha's monks to give up everything for a higher cause. This vast Pragya family is like Hanuman's devoted monkeys, creating miracles wherever they go. Then there is no reason why those who are fragments of my own soul can surely reshape the one they go after, like a ghost causing disturbance. In the days ahead, we must uproot many evils. For this, we will need Arjuns, warriors who can vanquish darkness with the power of Gandiva. We will need Hanumans who with a single leap can set fire to the Lanka of ignorance. Such transformations can happen in an instant. Abraham Lincoln and George Washington rose from humble origins to become presidents simply by changing the course of their lives. Let us leave those who have no talents. They could probably employ their effort and intelligence in cheating and stealing.
But those filled with true feeling and simple courage can change the course of time itself. Figures like Swami Dayanand, Swami Shraddhanand and Swami Ram Tirth show how a change in direction can transform not just themselves but entire societies. Today, talent is often squandered on luxury, accumulation and ego. If even a few redirect their gifts, they could, like Jayadayal Goenka of Gita Press, create works that are truly wondrous and unique. Which gifts of talents should be transformed and for what purpose is decided on a higher plane. If even those who contemplate war and destruction change their minds, the intelligence, power and wealth once destined for harm can spark dramatic progress. When tendencies and directions shift, human actions change greatly. Those who step onto the path of glory are always supported by divine power, like Baba Amte, who built universities for the disabled, Hira Lal Shastri, who established girls' schools in remote areas, and Lakshmi Bai, who created gurukuls for girls. The corruption of human intellect has led to corrupt, sinful, and criminal activity. Whatever is earned is wasted on undesirable pursuits, bringing only disgrace and the burden of guilt.
But if the thinking of society can be changed, its customs and directions transformed, these same people can achieve greatness, inspiring millions and ushering in a new era. Today, through the ongoing Savitri Sadhana, invisible forces are being awakened, quietly entering countless hearts, freeing them from unrighteousness and planting seeds of virtue. Those who receive this grace will become beacons of blessing, and what now seems a daunting transformation may soon become effortless.
Chapter 27. My visible role as a Manishi, a scholar of pure thought. A person ascends by awakening their dormant inner powers, yet the environment, shaped by penance, learning, wise company and inspired guidance, is equally transformative. Often, even those of modest abilities achieve the extraordinary when uplifted by a powerful current. In ancient times, sages and seers fulfilled this guiding role, immersing themselves in spiritual practice and using their words and writing to awaken collective consciousness. Their sadhana nurtured high-level personalities, channeling latent potential towards positive societal transformation. Even those who seemed outwardly ordinary became remarkable in talent, skill, and thought. The spiritual realm has long been illumined by two archetypes, the Muni and the Rishi. The Rishi, through penance, explores the depths of consciousness and shares those discoveries for the benefit of all. The Muni, through contemplation and self-study, refines the collective mind and intellect. One embodies purity, the other brilliance. Both must be refined through spiritual practice, expanding their subtle influence and inner strength to redirect the currents of their era's thought. While the Muni may act through direct means, the Rishi can, even in subtle form, shape and elevate the environment. The term Manishi, thinker, describes one who masters the mind rather than being controlled by it. Scriptures proclaim, Manisha asti yesham te manishaha. True thinkers are those who possess wisdom. Yet they also caution, Manishi nastu bhavanti, pavanani na bhavanti. Not all intellectuals are pure. Talent and intelligence are not enough. Wisdom must be joined with purity of heart. This truth is especially relevant today. Today, editors, intellectuals, writers, researchers, and scientists abound across the globe. Yet few are true Manishi. Why? Because they did not acquire genuine purity through penance. Is there any shortage of literature today? Magazines, journals, and books pour forth in overwhelming volumes, suggesting an age rich in thinkers and readers. Yet why do these words so often fail to inspire upliftment? Because the negativities flourish in the written words, and their readership is growing and content with it. The answer lies in this, Pavanani na bhavanti. Purity is missing. If truly uplifting literature filled the world, and if hearts yearned for it, would society still suffer such distortions? Solutions to our deepest problems will come only through the hands of thinkers with purity in their thoughts. If a new age is to dawn, it will be through the refinement of thought, not violence.
True revolution arises from the clash of ideas, not blood and iron. The reconstruction of society depends on the spread of noble thinking. Ironically, much of society's impurity has come from the so-called wise, intellectuals who have fueled hatred, conflict, and destruction. Had their hearts been pure, empowered by penance, they would have led humanity to constructive science and uplifting literature. When Hitler sought to realize Nietzsche's Superman, he first turned the national current of thought, winning the devotion of teachers and scientists to Nazism through the ideology of Mein Kampf. He then reshaped the nation's curriculum and media to reinforce his will. Germany, drunk with racial pride, descended into frenzy and self-destruction through massacre. Such is the power and peril of collective intellect misdirected. Had this mental current flowed towards good, Germany's potential could have reached unimaginable heights. Karl Marx, despite personal hardship, forged an economic philosophy that sparked societal revolution, toppling fortresses of capitalism and erasing imperialism across much of the world.
Marx's Das Kapital opened a new era. Workers gained rights and the idea of equitable wealth took root, granting millions new freedoms. Rousseau's democratic ideals inspired resistance to colonialism and imperialism, replacing might is right with representation and voting rights. Without these influences, injustice would have gone unchallenged. Without such revolutions of collective intellect, only feudal lords and their heirs would have ruled. Instead, empires fell and the exploiting class faded from history. Consider also Lincoln, Martin Luther King Jr., and Harriet Beecher Stowe, whose words and actions broke the chains of slavery, proof of the power of awakened souls to change an era. The revolution inspired by Buddha's wisdom and Gandhi, Patel and Nehru's freedom movement exemplifies the subtle force of collective intellect. They may not have written volumes, but their disciplined lives and empowered thoughts transformed the age. Their true power lay in living as sages, their deep penances channeling the energy of thought to influence the environment. Even today, humanity teeters between prosperity and destruction. To rescue it, we must rekindle faith and awaken deeds that restore dignity and wisdom. Relying on material resources alone is a dangerous illusion. Weak faith must be nourished by understanding the truth and by spiritual practice. Spiritual seers take up the responsibility of tending to this inner desert, rescuing humanity from misconception. Spiritual power can surpass science, for only it can instill the strength to dispel distortion in mind.
To infuse purity and brilliance into society, I have chosen discerning wisdom as the path and envisioned a radiant future. Among my most important resolutions is to generate a current of thought that steers public consciousness towards righteousness, refusing to let negative tendencies take root. The spread of negative thinking has produced complex, even frightening situations. To change this, we need sages and seers like Vyasa, Buddha, Gandhi, Marx, King, Aurobindo and Ramana, working together through both visible and invisible means to spark a revolution in thought. Such transformation demands deep spiritual discipline. Its results will be visible in the discerning wisdom of the era and literature of lasting influence. My commitment, set 47 years ago through Akhand Jyoti, remains a moral imperative to uphold. As a subtle sage of this era, my aim has been to lay the groundwork for research that unites scientific spirituality with logic and evidence. If modern science can be guided by this vision, these efforts will succeed. How should the experiments be conducted for spiritual research? What is the scientific basis for upasana, worship, and sadhana, self-restraint? How can the wisdom and lives of rishis be employed in becoming healthy, both physically and mentally? How do the words of Gayatri Mantra and the energy of Yajna fire help one become stronger with life force, enabling management of life's adversities? How can humanity benefit from the knowledge of ancient astrology in today's perspective? By presenting these themes innovatively, I have offered direction and a foundation for the intellectual community. I will continue to nurture this work, subtly guiding the scientific community towards research on the inner self. My resolve to benefit humanity through discerning wisdom and research grows ever stronger through the subtilization process I am following. The fruits of this endeavor will reveal themselves in time.
Chapter 28. Prophecy for the Future. Creation, not destruction. The times ahead are marked by crisis, a reality recognized by great thinkers and sages across cultures. The Christian Bible speaks of an era of tribulation, the 7 times of the apocalypse, pointing unmistakably to our current moment. Islamic tradition describes the great crisis of the 14th century. The Bhavishya Purana warns of a profound calamity in this era, echoed in the prophecies of the Sikh Guru Granth Sahib and the verses of Surdas. Ancient inscriptions on the Egyptian pyramids and the predictions of Indian seers, grounded in spiritual insight and astrological mathematics, all converge on the possibility of unprecedented upheaval in our time. Respected prophets and seers of the West, Jean Dixon, Nostradamus, Chairo, Arthur Clarke, Mother Shipton, and many others, have issued 4 warnings about this very era. Astrologers and futurologists worldwide, from Korea to Toronto, echo this concern, predicting dark and turbulent times ahead. Scientists warn of harmful sunspots, solar eclipses, and the dangers of cosmic phenomena like Halley's Comet in early 1985, underscoring a sense of global peril. Even a casual observer sees the warning signs. Unchecked population growth threatens shortages of food, water, and even living space.
Over-industrialization has polluted air and water, and critical resources like oil, metals and coal are rapidly dwindling. Nuclear radiation poses grave risks for current and future generations, fueling the rise of deadly diseases like cancer. The specter of nuclear war threatens all life, while climate imbalance melts ice caps, stirs violent storms, and raises fears of a new ice age. Literature and prophecy alike foretell a period of melting before molding, the year 2000 as an epoch of transformation but also of peril. Across perspectives, wise and sensitive souls recognize the world's crisis is deepening by the day. Thought leaders in journalism and politics warn that humanity now faces an unparalleled crisis. Organizations like the Peace Council work tirelessly to prevent mass destruction. Regional conflicts simmer, and the threat of global war, once a Cold War, remains a shadow that could fall at any moment. Historically, battles have raged between forces of good and evil, but never before has humanity faced such a universal and direct threat to its very existence. Sage-like souls, akin to rishis, are acutely aware of these crises and cannot remain silent. Their austerities are not for personal heaven, liberation, or supernatural power, but for the world's welfare.
Even new seekers, though bound to the body, can achieve remarkable feats when touched by divine inspiration. The rishis, entrusted with the divine's work, remain unwavering in their dedication to humanity's upliftment. Guided by the grace of rishis and divine forces, all my actions aim at the world's welfare. Even the initial 24 Mahapurush charans were performed to build spiritual strength for the accomplishment of vital tasks benefiting all. Their concern for averting looming world crises is matched by their tireless active efforts. Central to these efforts is cultivating purity and brilliance within, the true source of spiritual power. These days, my upasana, worship, takes the form of Savitri sadhana for subtilization. This is without any desire for personal fame, wealth, or status. Its sole aim is to steady and uplift human dignity. The rishis could have placed their mission on the shoulders of just 5 Veerbhadras and accomplished it. Ram and Lakshman both rode on Hanuman's shoulders. It is simply a matter of bestowing this excellence. This can be called the selection of a medium. Who could have imagined, with ordinary intellect, that the vast Mahabharata war could be fought with the support of a single Gandiva bow? Yet, whatever the divine wills, it is fulfilled in some way. The mighty Hiranyaksha was torn apart by Lord Varaha. That too was the will of the divine. Once again, it is my conviction that the terrors unleashed by destructive forces will not prevail. Transformation is inevitable. Those driving destruction will either be overturned or new forces will arise to challenge them. India is destined to play a pivotal role in world peace. While the world's great thinkers and leaders fear imminent destruction, I am the only one who claims that by overturning the negative, the positive will inevitably be restored. My prophecy should be taken seriously. The storm winds of destruction will soon give way to a radiant dawn. This transformation will be brought by the courage of rishis, some visible, others working quietly behind the scenes. We must recognize the power of collective will. Public opinion shapes destiny, and those who wield destructive power will ultimately bow before awakened public sentiment. The Pragya movement is dedicated to igniting this collective consciousness. This movement will continue to grow in strength, influencing capable individuals in every sphere of power. Their minds will shift, realizing that talent and intelligence should serve creation, not destruction.
Talent is a great power. Wherever it leads, it produces miracles. Today's challenges are deeply intertwined. The environment, weapon stockpiles, injustice, immorality, and calamities like famine and epidemics are all connected. No single problem can be solved in isolation. Only through collective, sincere effort will solutions emerge. Two principal forces shape the world: the power of arms and wealth, and the power of intellect and organization. For too long, humanity has been manipulated by the former, by brute force and money. This is the demonic force. Now the era must shift to the divine force: intellect, unity, and vision leading the way. When we move in this direction, the true potential of divine strength will be revealed. When justice is established, righteousness embraced, and harmony becomes our collective foundation, the way forward will be clear. Solutions will arise, new plans will take shape, and efforts will gain momentum, ultimately leading us to our shared goal. See yourself in all beings, and the world is one family. When these principles are adopted, the negative patterns of recent times become clear, as does the courage required to change them.
Humanity's potential is limitless. With righteous resolve, nothing is impossible. Soon the foundations for one world, one language, one faith, and one culture will be laid. Discrimination based on caste, gender, class, or wealth will end. The path forward will become clear, and courageous souls will rise to the occasion. That time draws near, we can look to it with hope and anticipation.
Chapter 29. Some significant decisions for life's latter half. True glory and dignity are revealed only by passing through great and difficult tests. Positions of responsibility go to those who succeed in competition, and only winners receive prizes. Gold's purity is proven by fire and the touchstone, while a diamond's value lies in its resistance to ordinary tools. Only commanders who return victorious from the battlefield are honored and crowned with triumph. Those who embrace challenges are deemed courageous, proving their mettle by overcoming severe hardships. Yogis and ascetics willingly choose difficult paths. Those who recognized Krishna's greatness observed that, from the outset, formidable adversaries sought to destroy him. He faced the assaults of Bakasur, Aghasur, the serpent Kaliya, Kans, and many others. Even at birth, Putana came to poison him. Throughout his life, Krishna continually confronted trials and tribulations. The path to greatness is much the same. Those who journey along it must confront dangers at every turn. The true glory of Dadhichi, Bhagirath, Harishchandra, and Mordhwaj emerged only through their penance and sacrifice. Those whom the divine truly loves are led through the crucible of trials. God's love is not shown through displays of miracles like a juggler, nor through the mere fulfillment of personal wishes. Throughout my life, I have been graced with the continual divine benevolence. Even before my childhood had fully unfolded, I was called to the rigorous discipline of 24 Gayatri Mahapurashcharans of 2.4 million recitations each. As the years progressed, I faced ever greater responsibilities, organizing, authoring spiritual literature, enduring imprisonment, and engaging in selfless service. At every turn, my actions were held to the highest standards, leaving no room for deception or pursuit of worldly recognition. When I was entrusted with the task of transforming the primordial power of Gayatri into a force for a new era, I understood how a single seed, by dissolving itself, could give rise to 2.4 million new companions and supporters. This spirit of surrender led to the establishment of 2400 Pragyapeeths, the creation of a Satyuga-like environment, and the launch of unprecedented spiritual experiments. In the end, it is surrender that has formed the bedrock of all these accomplishments, just as humble fuel bursts into brilliant flame only through complete surrender to the fire. Now, after 75 years of intense austerity, a significant test lies before me. This should not be seen as the severity of the divine controller, but as a fitting opportunity to further intensify the examination of the strength imparted by him. On the occasion of the Diamond Jubilee's Vasant Parva, a divine message descended from the heavens, the word Laksh, accompanied by the sign of 5 fingers. Though initially a riddle, its meaning soon became clear. When Prajapati guided the gods, demons, and humans, he offered them a single word teaching, the. Each group, wise in their own way, interpreted this according to their needs. For the gods, it meant Daman, self-control. For the demons, Daya, compassion. And for humans, Dan, charity. Each interpretation was entirely fitting. The symbol signaled organizing 5 series of 1 lakhs each. Its significance is to blossom like a lotus emerging from a bud. In the final offering of this life, we must include 5 sacred oblations, which are as follows. 1. Performing a Gayatri Yagna with 100,000 fire altars. 2. Awakening and empowering 100,000 creators of the new era through intensive training. 3. Planting 100,000 Ashoka trees to promote environmental well-being. 4. Establishing 100,000 pilgrimage centers in villages. 5. Accumulating 100,000 years of collective service time. At first glance, all 5 tasks may appear daunting and beyond the reach of an ordinary person. In truth, however, they are both achievable and straightforward. The real marvel is that those who witness these accomplishments often call them extraordinary and unparalleled. 1. 100,000 Gayatri Yagna.
Every senior Pragyaputra should celebrate their birthday in their own courtyard by constructing a small square altar and making 108 offerings with the Gayatri mantra. During this occasion, they should renew their vows to donate time and resources, resolve to give up at least one entrenched vice, and take a concrete step towards cultivating a noble habit. These acts of contribution will help establish mobile libraries in bags, allowing the educated to read Yug Sahitya and the uneducated to listen to it. By dedicating a portion of one's earnings to selfless causes, all the initiatives encouraged by the Pragya mission will naturally flourish within Pragya institutions. Every Gayatri Yajna should be complemented by a Gyan Yajna. Invite family members, relatives, friends and neighbors in large numbers and arrange for enlightening discourses accompanied by melodious music.
Decorate the canopy of the Yajna altar thoughtfully using available materials and adorn the altar itself with traditional designs to create an inviting atmosphere. Mantras should be chanted collectively to enhance the spiritual ambience. If fragrant substances for the Havan are unavailable, substitute with small berry-sized balls made from jaggery and ghee. 108 such offerings will suffice. This simple practice purifies the home's atmosphere and environment. While a yajna performed with 100,000 kunds at a single location has a localized effect, organizing the same number of yajnas in individual homes, each performing 108 or more offerings, multiplies the impact exponentially, resulting in nearly 10 million collective offerings. Increasing the offering count to 240 is also encouraged if possible. There is no need for lavish hospitality. This makes the practice accessible to all, regardless of means. Despite its simplicity, this process holds profound significance and can yield powerful positive results. The transitional period between two eras extends until the year 2000, leaving about 14 years remaining. If birthdays are celebrated each year in this manner, 100,000 workers will mark their birthdays with 100,000 yajnas. As more people adopt this practice, the number of yajnas and offerings could multiply into the hundreds of thousands or even millions annually. This collective effort will purify the atmosphere and environment while fostering noble tendencies that elevate collective consciousness, all grounded in the pledges of time and resource donation made during these occasions. 2. Training 100,000 individuals in Sanjeevani Vidya. The new facilities at Shantikunj can comfortably accommodate 500 trainees at a time, or up to 1,000 with some adjustments. Through this program, participants will regularly receive essential instruction in personal refinement, talent development, family values, and fostering noble tendencies within society. Even within a short period, the curriculum aims to instill deep inspiration and the very essence of sadhana and spiritual knowledge. Graduates of this Sanjeevani Vidya are expected to undergo profound transformation, emerging with strong leadership skills that enable them to succeed in every field. These trained individuals will then implement and teach the 5-point program in their respective communities. The readership of the mission's magazines is estimated to be 5 times greater than the number of subscribers, with each copy reaching at least 5 individuals. This expands the Pragya family to approximately 2.4 to 2.5 million educated men and women, all of whom are invited to participate in this training initiative.
With one trainee for every 25 people, the target of 100,000 participants becomes attainable. In this era of great transition, these trainees will benefit immensely. They are not to be regarded simply as students. The advanced knowledge they gain is expected to transform them into exemplary individuals, equipped with the qualities of epochal leadership. This educational initiative began in May 1986. A key feature is that along with free accommodation and training, all students receive meals at no cost. Voluntary contributions are welcomed but never required, ensuring that no fee system, one that could create inequality between rich and poor, has been employed in this program. In ancient times, schools served as both guardians and educators, nurturing students in every aspect of life. This initiative can be viewed as a revival of that time-honored educational tradition. In addition to imparting profound wisdom that addresses life's many challenges and unveils the secrets of progress, this training period encompasses practical skills such as public speaking, the arts, light music, herbal medicine, priesthood, education, health, and cottage industry management. This holistic approach ensures that participants and those around them gain both direct and indirect benefits. Over the next 14 years, it is estimated that training 100,000 students will require substantial funding. Nearly 10 million rupees will be allocated solely for food, with additional major expenses anticipated for new construction, furniture, electricity, and other rising costs. Remarkably, it is expected that the commitment to cover these considerable expenses will be upheld voluntarily without the need for solicitation, just like it has been so far.
While enrolling 250,000 students in this advanced education program is entirely feasible, a selection process had to be implemented to prioritize talented candidates, and detailed information is being collected from applicants. 3. Plantation of 100,000 Ashoka trees. The significance of tree planting is universally recognized. Trees attract rainfall, prevent soil erosion, enrich soil fertility, release life-giving oxygen, absorb pollutants, and offer shade, shelter, timber, fuel, and countless other invaluable benefits to the planet and all living beings. Tree planting is regarded as one of the highest acts of virtue and selfless service, offering profound spiritual and material benefits. Among all trees, the Ashoka holds exceptional significance. Its virtues are celebrated as highly as those of Emperor Ashoka himself. Sita found sanctuary in an Ashoka grove, and Hanuman sought shelter among its leaves.
In Ayurveda, the Ashoka is revered as an effective remedy for women's ailments and is also valued for enhancing men's strength and vitality. Ashoka groves are considered ideal settings for spiritual practice, renowned for their extraordinary beauty. By educating people about the remarkable qualities of the Ashoka tree, even if not everyone can cultivate a full grove, many can still plant and nurture a few Ashoka trees in their homes, courtyards, and communities. If the members of Pragya Parivar enthusiastically try to plant 100,000 Ashoka trees, this simple goal should be easily achievable for such a large community. No significant obstacles stand in the way. Each Ashoka tree will be honored as a living temple. The farmer Hazari in Bihar single-handedly established 1,000 mango orchards. There is no reason why this goal of planting 100,000 Ashoka trees is not possible. Saplings will be distributed from Shanti Kunj. Every member of the Pragya Parivar is urged to actively participate in planting and nurturing Ashoka groves. The air purification provided by this tree is akin to the eternal scripturally sanctioned yajna. Unlike Agnihotra, which lasts only briefly, the sacred tree continues to perform this task ceaselessly for ages. 4. Every village a pilgrimage center. Places where noble deeds are consistently performed in both ancient and modern times serve as sources of inspiration for ideals. Known as tirthas, pilgrimage sites, these are steeped in histories of self-restraint and service. Traditionally, pilgrimage centers were home to rishi ashrams, gurukuls, and numerous activities devoted to selfless service. Today, only a handful of pilgrimage sites are widely known, often overwhelmed by tourists, and the true purpose of spiritual merit is largely forgotten. To revive the authentic spirit of pilgrimage, the vision is to transform every village in India into a miniature pilgrimage. Here, focusing on villages does not imply disregard for cities, but rather prioritizing support for those who are most underserved. Every part of our motherland is sacred, villages and humble dwellings included. The aim is to dispel the shadows of underdevelopment and cultivate noble values, transforming rural life into a wellspring of encouragement, inspiration and joy. The Every Village a Pilgrimage initiative seeks to uplift, serve and develop rural communities, viewing these efforts as a true act of devotion. Transforming villages into pilgrimage centers requires the combined efforts of local residents and committed volunteers.
To overcome every form of backwardness and showcase progress, it is vital to embark on purposeful walks through villages, build strong community connections, and awaken the consciousness of the era. To transform every village into a center of inspiration, dedicated groups will embark on organized pilgrimage tours. In place of traditional foot pilgrimages, these tours will take place on bicycles. Groups of 4 cyclists dressed in yellow with matching bags and water pots will set out together. Each tour, planned in advance, will last from a week to a month and follow a circular route that starts and ends at the same location. After breakfast each day, the group will continue their journey, writing uplifting slogans on the walls along their route. The group will carry small buckets of paint and, having practiced beautiful lettering in advance, will write inspiring slogans such as 1. When we change, the era will change. 2. When we improve, the era will improve. 3. Men and women are equal, all castes and races are equal. Wherever fitting, these uplifting messages should be artistically painted. Each evening, wherever the group stays, they will circle the village sounding conch shells and bells to announce a gathering for devotional singing and chanting at a designated location. During the day's devotional singing, accompanied by melodious music, villagers will be encouraged to envision their community as a model of virtue and progress. The significance of adult education, value-based schools for children, cleanliness, exercise centers, home vegetable gardens, family planning, ban on liquor, living thriftily, cooperation, tree planting, and other noble practices will be highlighted. Practical guidance will be offered on how to implement these initiatives collectively and maximize their benefits for all. If possible, conclude the gathering by forming a committee of enthusiastic and capable individuals committed to advancing these noble initiatives. The following morning, raise the flag of village unity and purity by planting an Ashoka tree. This will be a very useful living symbol of both practical benefit and a profound sentiment. Shantikunj has launched an ambitious initiative to bring these movements to 100,000 villages. To support this, operational centers have been established, each equipped with 4 of each: bicycles, buckets, bedding, musical instruments, literature, and other essential resources. With everything needed for the journey gathered in one place, teams of volunteers embark after just a few days of training.
The true measure of the program's success is the establishment of at least one dedicated village member who regularly donates time and resources to run a mobile library in a bag. Wherever this model is adopted, a vibrant organization takes root, setting in motion the comprehensive progress of the village. This embodies the spirit of pilgrimage, creating sacred centers of change. The plan includes founding 1,000 such operational centers to house all arrangements for these pilgrimages. Volunteer pilgrims will receive ongoing training so that as one team completes its one round, another is ready to begin. By mapping a 50-mile radius in all directions, a pilgrimage circle is envisioned, with every village within this area visited once or twice a year. India has 700,000 villages, but given current circumstances, the focus is initially on 100,000. 2.4 million Pragya Parijans will be distributed across these villages, making the program readily achievable. With their support, success in the first phase will pave the way for nationwide expansion. The prudent strategy is to start strong, act promptly, and scale up step by step. 5. 100,000 years of dedicated service. Achieving the profound transformation envisioned for this era requires far more than material resources. It demands unwavering dedication and collective effort. If money alone could bring change, governments, with their vast budgets, would have already accomplished this, and the wealthy would have solved such challenges. But true progress depends on awakening heartfelt commitment, inspiring faith in our sincerity, experience, competence, and spirit of sacrifice. These qualities mobilize others to join in public welfare initiatives. Without them, even high salaries and generous facilities cannot motivate communities towards idealistic action. Only a lit lamp can light another, and only those with genuine passion can inspire others. Throughout history, it is the courageous pioneers who have led the way in creative change. The task before us is immense, yet its approach can be remarkably simple. When individuals embrace a modest lifestyle and take responsibility for making their families self-reliant and cultured, they remove the primary barrier to service and spiritual growth. With this shift in mindset, anyone can discover abundant time for public service and contributing to societal transformation. In ancient times, brahmacharis, vanaprasthis, and noble householders demonstrated such courage and initiative.
Guru Gobind Singh called upon every householder among his disciples to dedicate their eldest son as a saint soldier, a call to which many responded. This selfless spirit is why Sikh history shines so brightly. Countless individuals sacrificed their lives and endured immense hardship for the defense and honor of the nation. Similar traditions flourished during the eras of Gandhi and Buddha, and Vinoba's Sarvodaya movement was founded on the same principle. Visionaries like Swami Vivekananda and Dayananda also inspired generations of dedicated workers. Today, such commitment is needed more than ever. Our times call for great souls who not only elevate themselves but also inspire others to rise. Admittedly, today's world is often clouded by selfishness and narrow-mindedness, yet heroes still walk among us. If 6 million sadhus and babas can renounce home for a life of religious wandering, surely the mission's call for 1 lakh years of time donation can be realized. If one person donates 2 hours daily, that's 720 hours a year. With a 7-hour workday, this equals about 103 full days annually. Over 50 years, starting at age 20 and continuing to 70, that person contributes nearly 5,000 days or 14 years. To reach 1 lakh years of collective service, only 7,143 such dedicated individuals are needed. This is not an impossible figure. The mission already includes many who, like saintly Brahmins, devote themselves entirely to selfless service and the vision of a new era. Thousands of brahmacharis and vanaprasthis add their lifetimes to this effort. When all their services are combined, the total easily surpasses 1 lakh years. But this is only the beginning. Many generous members of Gayatri Parivar, inspired by the Diamond Jubilee, have embraced the call for time donation as a divine directive.
Adapting to their individual circumstances, some have dedicated 1 to 5 consecutive years of their lives to service. Others, unable to travel, continue to support the mission by devoting time at home, advancing activities, engaging in local initiatives, and helping manage nearby areas. Women can also join this yagya of time donation just like men. Their contributions can take many forms, from promoting women's education and development to engaging in a wide range of physical and intellectual tasks. Even those without formal education can make a significant difference by starting kitchen gardens at home.
Women who are free from family obligations and have the health and enthusiasm can serve in the dining department at Shanti Kunj, experiencing deep fulfillment and purpose within this dedicated community. A wide range of promotional, constructive, and reformative activities can be undertaken, even when away from home, tailored to the needs of each community. Promotional efforts include 1. Establishing mobile libraries in bags, 2. Organizing knowledge chariot tours, 3. Devotional music via tape recorders, 4. Hosting slideshows sharing the message of the era, and 5. Writing inspirational slogans on walls, and 6. Joining cycle-based outreach journeys. Music, literature, and the arts offer powerful avenues for spreading positive values, while material donations can also foster noble tendencies. Constructive activities encompass 1. Adult education night schools for men and afternoon classes for women, 2. Value education for children, 3. Exercise centers, 4. Cleanliness drives, and 5. Tree planting, among others. Reformative initiatives focus on eliminating harmful practices and blind faith, such as 1. Caste discrimination, 2. The Parda system, 3. Dowry, and 4. Substance abuse. 5. To make every effort to eliminate extravagance in the name of fashion, child marriage, promiscuity, etc. There are countless opportunities to contribute across physical, mental, economic, family, social, religious, cultural, and literary spheres, each with potential for meaningful impact in any setting. Individuals eager to innovate can select or request tasks that align with their skills and circumstances. Every such effort advances the broader mission of progress through the generous donation of time. The prospect of a single person dedicating 100,000 years may seem daunting. However, when the entire community unites towards this goal, each individual's contribution becomes manageable. 6. Great grants, great boons. A household needle can remove a boil's pus, but only a skilled surgeon with specialized instruments can extract a bullet from the heart or brain. A spider's hunger is satisfied with a single fly, while an elephant needs tons of sugarcane daily. Snails rest at the bottom of a pond, yet only a sage like Agastya can drink of an ocean. Anyone can fill a pot from a well, but bringing the Ganges down from heaven took Bhagirath's penance and Shiva's intervention. To slay Vritrasura, sage Dadichi's energy-charged bones were needed to forge a weapon. Small tasks require little effort, but great deeds demand grand designs and collective power.
Earth's thirst is quenched by clouds, and to keep the ocean full, thousands of rivers must continually offer their waters to it. Transformation and creation are always arduous. Much like childbirth, which brings both pain and new life, true progress is born from struggle and sacrifice. Today, visible and invisible both signal looming destruction, and the enormity of our challenges demands the united effort of many. To counter destruction and promote progress, extraordinary individuals, remarkable skills, and vast resources are needed, more than any one person or community can provide alone. Gathering such collective strength rests with the divine. Still, the divine works through people, manifesting as strategic vision and large-scale organization. While such orchestration is guided by the Creator, it is the devoted and courageous who are remembered. Hanuman and Arjuna drew their strength from their service to the divine, not from themselves. Without Krishna as his charioteer, Arjuna could not have won the Mahabharata. If Hanuman had the legendary power, he would not have lived in hiding with Sugriv in Rishimukh mountain. The power to leap across the ocean, burn Lanka, and uproot mountains was bestowed upon him because he was dedicated to Lord Rama's work. Those who seek such strength for selfish reasons, like Narada during his infatuation, invite only insult and disappointment. The task of forging something new, intertwined with profound transformation, demands resources beyond verbal description. These resources must be assembled, and indeed they will be.
Grasping the true magnitude of our objective is elusive. We perceive only fleeting glimpses, like links in an unbroken chain. The present challenge or act of resolve embodies this very spirit, as witnessed at the last Vasant Panchami festival. For clarity, it has been divided into 5 parts. 1. 100,000 yajnas. 2. 100,000 gems among men. 3. 100,000 Ashok gardens. 4. 100,000 village pilgrimages. And 5. 100,000 years of collective time donation pledges. These 5 tasks appear truly immense, reminiscent of the discipline that placed the earth's weight upon Sheshnag's head. Their magnitude surpasses human imagination, beyond even the boldest plans or ambitions. They are superhuman undertakings, far beyond what a humble person like myself could ever hope to bear or accomplish alone. This is the work of the Supreme Power, the divine magician who moves us like puppets upon his strings. It is best that we unite to lift this Govardhan together.
Even carrying a single pebble or stone in building this bridge across the ocean brings glory and honor. For the Pragyap regions, members of the Gayatri Parivar contributing to this mission is in their own highest interest. Whatever you sacrifice will return to you 1,000-fold. Just as a seed endures brief decay before blossoming into abundant life, so too will your efforts yield profound rewards. Those who led the freedom struggle were later honored with ministerial positions and special pensions. This opportunity is no different. Participating is like acquiring a mine of precious jewels for the price of a shell. Its glory, honor, and prosperity are assured. To hesitate or hold back is merely the short-sightedness of a miser.
Chapter 30. The Grand Offering of 3 Sacred Resolutions. As I have expressed throughout this book, my resolutions have taken shape, matured, and borne fruit in accordance with the commands of my Divine Master. The latter half of 1986 stands as a significant milestone in my life. With the conclusion of this year, I complete the Diamond Jubilee of my 75th year along with the 5 programs, each comprising 100,000 that are linked to it. Now the time has come for their grand offering. Akhand Jyoti magazine, a beacon of inspiration for this mission and the force uniting our vast family, now enters its 50th year, its Golden Jubilee, a moment of celebration. For the past 3 years, I have devoted myself to the practice of subtle transformation sadhana, known as Savitri sadhana, which can be referred to as the awakening of Kundalini divine power of India. While ordinary seekers pursue sadhana for personal liberation or spiritual attainments, my sadhana has been dedicated solely to the welfare of the world. Not only to elevate our nation's glory, but to also help resolve the many deficiencies, crises and calamities that afflict the earth. The grand completion of these 3 monumental undertakings is marked by a special spiritual ceremony. In 1958, following the conclusion of the 24 Mahapurashcharans of 2.4 million chants, we conducted a 1,000 fire yajna, an unforgettable milestone. Now, the fulfillment of the 3 sadhanas will unfold across India in 1,000 locations with 108 fire yajna and Yug Nirman conferences. By conducting 1,108 Kundi Yajnas within a single year, I will also fulfill my pledge of 100,000 Yajnas, at the same time also purifying the atmosphere and fostering prosperity and progress throughout various regions. One must not think that these divine instructions are intended for a single individual, or that he alone is responsible for their fulfillment. Such a tremendous burden cannot be carried to its goal by any one person. In truth, this individual is a community. Today, it may appear as a small circle like the Pragya Parivar, but in time, it will grow into a great brotherhood of awakened souls. To belong to this illustrious group, to share in its responsibilities, is a divine blessing bestowed upon those fortunate enough to fulfill their role and receive the corresponding grace. The era's transition will extend until the year 2000. During this period, I must remain steadfastly active, whether in the physical or subtle body. Only after the entrusted tasks are fulfilled may I take my leave. Throughout every significant endeavor, my companions have stood by me, offering unwavering support and marching in step. Even in this hour of fiery trial, it is believed they will not abandon me nor turn away. In this noble pursuit, every vibrant soul shall claim an equal share.
Chapter 31. A request and assurance to my beloved companions. I would like to devote the excess strength I have gained through spiritual practice to inspiring and transforming the world's eminent classes. Ideally, I would find a common thread to unite disparate elements. Without it, forging harmony in unfamiliar territory is difficult. By eminent classes, I refer to those in positions of power, the wealthy, scientists and thinkers, both at the highest levels and among the more ordinary ranks. Those at the top possess keen intellect, but often carry pride and stubbornness. Therefore, rather than focusing solely on the upper echelons, I am also engaging the middle strata within these four groups, allowing the message to rise from the grassroots and reach the summit. The second group comprises awakened souls, a legacy India has produced in abundance. Nowhere else have so many saints, sages, thinkers and divine beings been born as on this sacred land. They are also within reach. The task is to seek out these individuals wherever they reside, those blessed with accumulated spiritual impressions. We must share with them the message of our era, clarify their duty, and inspire them to shed illusions and embrace a life of simplicity and purpose. What we possess must be sown, cultivated, and multiplied 1,000-fold. To flourish in solitude only to perish alone would be a tragedy. If we speak of multiplying 1 into 1,000, our actions must make that vision tangible. The Pragya Parivar is vast and the fertility of India's soil is boundless. Yet our vision extends beyond India. Our plan is truly global. Its circumference encompasses the entire world. Thus, our endeavor is to ensure that in every field and every nation, communities of awakened souls arise to advance the thought revolution process, each adapting to their local environment but united in purpose, a transformation of consciousness, the Pragya movement. We aim to reach our goal with the unwavering focus of arrows in flight. Those with such vitality will feel themselves stirred, compelled and moved by an inner force. Just as the rooster crows at Brahma Muhurta, so too should those awakened ones, endowed with living consciousness, respond to the call of the Mahakal, rather than remain ensnared in their household by excuses of busyness or survival. It is unthinkable that the combined power of this era's call and our sincere appeal will fail to ignite change.
Surely, a magnificent class of such caliber will emerge, ready and resolute for action. The third group is the Pragya Parivar, with whom I share a profoundly personal bond. Over the years, a tapestry of circumstances and shared experiences has woven a closeness so deep and intimate that it defies any notion of separation. There are many reasons for this indelible connection. I recall many lifetimes, though others may not, and those with whom I have shared deep ties in previous births have, through fate or effort, gathered around me as family. In one way or another, they have found themselves within my orbit. Akhand Jyoti has lovingly gathered and sheltered them under its wing, while the creative programs conducted in the name of the organization have served as further points of attraction. Beyond these outer ties, there exists a natural and affectionate exchange akin to that between children and their guardians. By nature, children are always seeking something from their elders, sometimes with words, sometimes with gestures or moods. Their desires, often exaggerated regardless of necessity or usefulness, are only quieted when indulged, for they have yet to understand the reasoning behind restraint or discernment. This loving tug-of-war continues until maturity brings the wisdom to distinguish between the useful and the superfluous. Such is the enduring relationship I have always shared with my close ones. Belief begets belief. Habit shapes habit. Even without a direct blood bond, the subtle force of intimacy accrued over past lives endures. A profound thread weaves us together, one that transcends mere conversation or physical closeness. It yearns for something greater, a conduit, an opportunity for deeper fulfillment. Many among us face hardships, some are caught in confusion, while others long for change. Whatever the reason, it is clear that most arrive carrying a hope or desire, spoken aloud or quietly harbored. They trust their wish has found its destined place. Their faith is affirmed when, even if not entirely, their longing is at least partially fulfilled. The relationship between a beggar and a donor is fundamentally different from that between children and their guardians. If a calf does not drink milk, the cow gets distressed. The cow is not the only one giving here, but the calf also provides something to the cow. Without this reciprocity, no parent would willingly endure the challenges of bearing, raising, and investing time and resources in their children.
We may call ourselves the Gayatri Parivar or the Pragya Parivar and track memberships and contributions, but the true essence lies elsewhere, which we all also feel very well. It is the deep intimacy built over many lifetimes, shaped by countless heartwarming moments we still have stored. Even if some do not recall these events, they sense the powerful bond of mutual affection that can move us profoundly. We long to draw nearer and support one another. This is not mere imagination, but a shared reality we all feel intensely from time to time. This is the third group, the children. While their support has advanced some of the mission's work, that is secondary. What matters most is how to get the joy of seeing their laughter, growth and success. Previously, meetings, consultations and satsang fulfilled this emotional longing. Now, however, fate has closed even that door. The chapter of gathering together has ended, and it is not due to lack of time or organizational challenges. Simply put, these getting together hinder the process of sadhana practices. The mind wanders and focus scatters. The level of pressure needed to go deeper is lost. This impedes a goal tied to the destiny of all humanity. If this were only about personal liberation or heavenly ascent, it could wait. But the times are urgent. There's no room for delay. Like a steadfast soldier, we must hold our ground. Thus, in this pursuit, our loved ones must give us solitude for spiritual practice of Sukshmikaran. To my children, to the members of my Pragya family, I offer this reassurance. If you cultivate your feelings and sensitivity just a little further, you will discover an even deeper sense of closeness than before. My subtle presence will shine with greater brilliance until the year 2000, reaching you wherever needed, without delay. It will continue to provide love, support, counsel and guidance, unchanged in its commitment to help in times of difficulty and to uplift and inspire you. In fact, this support may even surpass what was experienced before. My Reverend Guru dwells in the Himalayas in his subtle form. For the past 61 years, I have felt his presence constantly. Though I have seen him in person only 3 times, each for 3 days, the unwavering devotion of the heart bridges any physical distance. My experience mirrors Eklavya's devotion to Dronacharya, Meera's love for Krishna, and Ramakrishna Paramahamsa's vision of Kali.
I have been blessed with this gift unceasingly. Those who deepen their sensitivity and devotion will also feel my presence even more profoundly in the future. It is natural for children to have expectations of their elders, but elders too hope for certain things in return, such as good manners, tidiness, cheerful company, and a commitment to learning. These small gestures matter. My own expectations are no different. Even the one who lifted Govardhan mountain did so with the help of his humble cowherd friends. When Hanuman's voice was unheard, he rallied the bears and monkeys. I too could not have shouldered the great task of reconstruction alone. It required a collective effort. When the wise did not step forward, I turned to this young family, and together, with whatever we had, we pressed on. This is the essence of our progress so far. Now I must consider the future and my responsibility to my children. This duty has always been on my mind and will remain with me as long as I am conscious. But let us not lose sight of our shared aspiration and pressing needs. The times demand our unwavering attention. In these urgent times, I will need every family member to contribute their time and resources more than ever, and with increased quantity, for our mission demands immediate action and resources. Great undertakings call for great people and great support, and every member of our family possesses greatness within. Any sense of limitation is merely a disguise. Once that mask is lifted, their true potential shines through. The story of a lion cub raised among sheep applies or can be applied to each member of our Pragya family. My guide swept away my cloak of pettiness in a moment and clothed me in greatness. This transformation only required rising above the mire of greed and attachment. I had to set aside the advice and pressures of others and find the courage to accept the combined calling of my soul and the Supreme Soul. The confidence to walk my own path was awakened within me, and I began to move forward, regarding ideals as divine. From that moment on, I was never truly alone, nor did I ever feel deprived or neglected. Once I embraced the support of truth, the fog of falsehood began to lift effortlessly.
I have only one request for my loved ones. Do not view my life merely as a series of events, but rather consider whether each achievement through sadhana is truly intertwined with the descent of divine grace. Also reflect on whether, in striving to present a trustworthy spirituality, my actions followed the tradition of the sages or not. Each person, based on their own understanding of truth, may recognize this as the true essence of spiritual science. The more harmoniously one unites inner purity with outward brilliance, the greater the blessings received from the glories described in spiritual philosophy and the science of action. To all my dearest and closest Pragya family members, this is my true legacy as well as the inheritance to you. Let my life be your guide. Seek the authenticity in my actions. Draw inspiration from my achievements, and wherever possible, strive not only to emulate but to surpass them. This path is full of rewards and entirely free of loss.